Everything working? I just started. I'm setting up real quick at the moment. Um, I apologize. A train is decided to come by the moment I'm supposed to start. um, I don't know who's watching right now. I think there are two people. I don't know. I'll see how this goes. Because I don't know exactly what I'm doing. As you can see, I just made that little setting up thing, and here's a doodle I did because I'm nervous. Um, let's see. So today is kind of special. I've never streamed before, so if you're seeing this, hello, thank you for coming. Um, I'm very nervous if you can't tell. You think I wouldn't be, considering, how often I've had to uh do things like I don't know, Zoom this year. Oh my gosh. Zoom. You'd think I'd be used to, I'm not even on camera. I don't even know why I'm so nervous. Um, but yeah, thank you for coming. I'm gonna be doing some drawing, kind of like the stuff I already have up here. I drew Snort Maiden while I was waiting to start streaming because I'm incredibly nervous. Um, so if anything's wrong or if anything sounds weird or if I'm way too loud or something like that, let me know in the chat or something like that. I'll see. The chat, yeah, it doesn't seem to be wanting to work. Let me figure out how to fix that. So yeah, I'm very new. I've never streamed, so there will be tons of mistakes here. So let me see if I can do this. Oh hey, there's a little person. Hello, hello. I see you in the chat. Let me figure this out. Let's see. Um, the reason I'm so nervous is probably because it's in my blood to just be like, oh, I gotta be really entertaining, and it's incredibly hard to do that when I'm. It's really hard to do that because I'm by myself. Zoom's a little different from line trading art and taking it on. Yeah, absolutely. And being entertaining, where it's just yourself, is so difficult. Like I am incredibly impressed by people like PewDiePie and Markiplier, not them specifically, just them being able to be entertaining um, without they. I don't know. It seems like they don't have filter. Like right now, I feel like I'm talking to nobody, and I'm like, oh my gosh, what am I doing? I'm talking to myself. But yeah, I'm gonna start doing some sketches and drawings and things like that. This stream is gonna be special because since it's my first, I want to give people that are viewing the chance to request some sketches. I usually don't do requests, so that's Tales from Toyland. Hey, hello. It's good to see you. I saw your drawing. Oh my god, I saw your drawing today. I went through your blog. Um, and I think you're really cool, man. I miss you. I know that sounds silly, but I do. I miss you. um, oh man, what was I about to say? I was about to say yes. I'm gonna do some. I'm gonna do some. Oh my gosh, my brain foggy. Um, requests. So I don't usually do those because I have commissions open, and as much as I love to draw other people's stuff and stuff for free, I'm also poor, and I have to be like, hey, I wish I could, I really do, but please give, please compensate me for the time I'm spending on my art. But today is special, and I want you guys to have a little fun with it. Um, if you have anything at all that you want me to draw, preferably things that I have drawn on my blog already. So things like Moomin or Raggedy Ann, I love that right now. Anything like Earthbound, anything I've ever drawn, even things that I don't know, uh, weird stuff. Like I really want to do today. I really want to do things like that are oh gosh, what's the word? Nostalgic. I've been rewatching a lot of cartoons lately that have been giving me nostalgia. Like I've been rewatching things like Powerpuff Girls and things like that, or Cartoon Network things. So it'd be fun to do things like that. So let me look at the chat. I keep looking away. Uh, Bro, it might just be on my end, but your mic is super quiet. Okay, I'm gonna fix that. Thank you, Lance. Thank you. I changed it a little bit. There's a 10-second delay, so I'm gonna have some trouble. um, Here we go. Is that better? Please let me know. Uh, I'll talk a little bit. So I'll tell a story. Uh, Story. Today, I was incredibly busy, even though school just ended yesterday. Um, I thought I would be done with everything by now, but no, I have to finish a portfolio. The accent. Yes, I do have an accent. I am Southern. I'm very Southern. I'm from Tennessee, so I will have an accent. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I was very nervous that my voice would be kind of annoying or nasally or anything like that. Usually people do say that, not to be mean. It's just that my voice is kind of silly sounding, even though in real life I have like a beard and stuff. I do not. My voice does not match my face or body or I don't. I don't know. I'm like a cartoon character or something. Okay, so Raggedy Ann and Andy. Oh, that's nice. Oh, I see. You're also Southern Adele. Okay. I'll turn it up a little bit more. I'm sorry, I'm getting nervous. My mind is wanting to trail. So, it's the Irish way, but we are kind of matched. Yes, I see. I know that Ireland. I'm not gonna do an Irish accent because that's kind of mean. I know a lot of people that love to be like, hey, I'm doing an Irish accent, and then I'm like, dude, we probably shouldn't be doing stuff like that. But oh man, I love accents. That's one thing. You know what? I'm gonna talk about that. I'm gonna draw Raggedy Ann and Andy and Moomin and stuff. I'm gonna start with Moomin because it's easier. Accents. They're so much fun. Like that's a good topic. My mother and father have a very strong Southern accent. My mother is from Mississippi, and my dad is from Alabama. And they both sound pretty different. I mean, you wouldn't think so if you're not really from Alabama or Mississippi or anywhere in the South. Um, but oh my gosh, like they to them, I sound like I have no accent at all. And then I talk to people online or people that are like, oh, ew, you're Southern. That's freaking nasty, bro. And I'm like, oh, okay. I guess I do have an accent. I'm sorry. But oh man, I'm starting to feel a little better knowing that I have people here. My brain is delusional where it's like, oh man, you'll wanna everything is gonna go wrong. Everything that you think is gonna go wrong is gonna go wrong, and there's no way around it. Uh, but I'm gonna get better at that. I'm I'm all over the place. This is uh yeah, accents. Man, I really I want to think about considering I'm drawing Snork Maiden right now, I kind of want to talk about her accent, my opinions on Moomin Valley because I just finished the first season, I think. I haven't been watching it even though I absolutely should. And the third season's coming out soon if I have heard correctly. And oh my gosh, it sounds I'm so excited for Snork and like I really want to hear Stinky. I want to hear his horrible, horrible little voice. I want to know. I want to know what's wrong with him. And oh man, Snork Maiden's accent. Um, I know this is going to be controversial, but her voice in Moomin Valley, at least. Oh my gosh, it is so. I don't know how to say this. I don't hate it. It's just so different from the '90s one that I'm like, oh my gosh, this sounds ridiculous. Like I don't know anything about uh I've never heard a British person sound like that. Uh, so I'm like, oh my good lord, what? You're very like loud, but I love it. It grew on me. It really did. Like I think in my head for Snork and Moomin and all the other characters, it's all the '90s show because that's what I started watching back in April of last year. Wow, it's been such a long time. Um, so that's like what is running in my head whenever I do a comic or things like that, or if I read someone else's things. Like that's the voice I hear, even for Moomin Troll, even though he's like very young in that show. Like that's just what I hear. I hear that. So hearing such a different voice, especially with Taron Egerton doing an older version of a Moomin Troll, it was oh gosh, I don't know, culture shock. Like I don't know what happened. Like I don't watch much British television or anything like that, so I'm not entirely used to that uh dialect, I guess. I of course I'm not like a baby where I'm like, "Oh, I don't know what they're saying. Help me." But oh man, geez, it was just like, oof, these people sound very different. Even though I did see him in Rocket Man and it was very good. I love that movie. And I'm so sad that he's going to be leaving in the third season. Is it? Isn't he going to leave? It hurts. Moomin Valley 19 Snort Rating would take you to Nando's. I okay. I know this is going to sound silly, but I did not know what Nando's was for a very long time, and I thought it like my context clues were like in my head I thought, oh, Nando's, is that like McDonald's or something? Is that like a slang for like a fast food? And then I looked it up and I was like, oh, it's a chicken. Like it, I still don't know entirely what it is. I just saw the chicken logo and I love it. Somebody did that fake Pokemon with it for the British thing, the Sword and Shield, and they were like, "Look, it's Nando's. Check it out." And I'm like, "Wow, I love that. Love that design." Reminds me of the is it ABC or NBC, the Peacock, where they had the Technicolor. They were like, "Look how many colors we have on the screen." Oh man, I just love graphic design and things like that. I'm going all over the place. This is gonna be how it is. I have ADHD. You're gonna have to deal with this. This is gonna be bad. But let's see. You know Olive Garden. One of Cheeky Nando's with Snorks. I do know Olive Garden. It's like the presence of an Olive Garden. In I see. So Nando's is just like British Olive Garden. Olive Garden. I actually have a story about Olive Garden. The only thing I really like about Olive Garden is the breadsticks. And I heard recently that this year, of all the years that they decided to take away the one thing that I enjoy, breadsticks are not going to be free at Olive Garden anymore. And I'm like, ugh. I don't even go there anyway. It's just that, dude, why'd you have to go and do that? Of all the things you could have done, you take away my breadsticks. At least it's not like the Red Lobster cheddar biscuits or something. Like that would have been bad if Red Lobster decided to get rid of their cheddar biscuits. I'm a vegetarian and I can't even eat anything at Red Lobster except for the cheddar biscuits. Like I don't. It's my one saving grace for things like that. It's like, oh, good lord, I have nothing. Let me see. It's like a chain of chicken restaurants. I see. Graphic design is my passion. Only the twist that you actually get. I I'm not I'm listen, I had a graphic design class in high school and I know that sounds really cringe and I'm going to be talking about high school. I'm buckle your seatbelts. High school was very cringe for me. I was not very good at graphic design. I did not understand why we had to study the Pepsi logo. I did not understand why we had to do logo design. I didn't like it at the time. But now I think it's freaking epic, dude. Like if it slaps. If it slaps, it slaps. Like I don't know what to tell you. I don't even know what I'm drawing right now. I just doodled Snork Maiden and now I'm doing line art of it and it's taking me so much longer than it normally does to do a piece because I'm talking. Usually I don't talk while I'm drawing. I'm all over the place. But yes, graphic design. I really want to get better at it. um, I have some instances now, especially now that I'm an adult, and uh, I'm starting to get better at doing commercial work. Like I said on my Tumblr a while ago in the tags. I think it was on that. If I remember correctly, it was on the line art post I did of those two cats that were uh in the forest or something like that. It was that in the tags of that I've said that I was going to start doing illustration work for children's books and things like that. And oh my gosh, it I haven't started it yet, and oh my gosh, I'm so nervous to do it because of things like graphic design and things like that. I'm good at it. It's just that my brain is like, dude, mentally, you're not ready. You're like your brain, you're a baby. You're like a baby. Watch this. You're gonna you're gonna go out there and they're big. Like the website that the person I'm planning on getting employed from has to hire me through since I'm an independent. Uh, that has a bunch of other illustrators and things like that on there. There's a train going by. Please ignore it. Um, it. Oh my good lord! It's just like, dude. There's so many people on there that are so talented, and they charge so much for their work. I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't know what I'm doing. But like, they all have like a biography, and they already have like extensive portfolios of work that they've done that's commercial and that exists outside of things like tumblr.com. So I'm like, oh god, well, I have a lot of experience with drawing Moomin. I've done that for a year. Does that count as any consolation? Is that worth anything? Obviously I'm not going to put that on there, but that's really the only work experience I've done so far has just been personal work. And considering I'm still in school for things like for animation, and I'm absolutely not there yet to start doing commission work for animation. Oh God, I have nothing. I have no skill in it yet, but I hopefully I get there at some point. Really, what I'm doing for the illustration work now is just to get something for my portfolio because to try out for the animation major, you can only try out twice, and you have to have a portfolio that's extensive enough. And if you fail the second time, you cannot be an animation major. And in my head, I'm like panicking. I'm like, oh my god, I fan art does not count. Nothing like that counts. So I'm like, oh, what do I do? Like I don't know what to do in this situation. I'll make her blue. I it's nervous. It's nerve wracking. So that's one of the things that I'm starting to work on now. I have to have it done by next fall, and God, I hope I have enough, and I'm like in it enough. I know I'm gonna be good. Like I'm not in an art college or anything like that. I'm not in a specific. I'm not. I don't want to like. I don't want to toot my own horn. I'm definitely not the best in the classes that I'm in, but I'm used like in general. I'm more what's the word? Well versed, experienced in illustration and drawing and things like that because I've been doing it for such a long time on my own. Like I started drawing with Paint Tool Sci, the animation program I'm using right now, um, about 5 years ago, which is a lot of experience. But for things like Photoshop and maybe more less antiquated services like Photoshop or Fire Alpaca, things like that that are more used commercially, I have no experience in. So it's kind of like a well, I'm very good at drawing in general, but I have no idea what I'm doing outside of that. So yeah, I'm talking at a million miles a minute. I'm sorry. I'm usually a slow talker, a slow walker. Um, let me see. Oh my goodness. Yes, she is, Lilac. I'm doing different color Snork Maidens today, guys. Snork Maiden can be multiple colors, guys. It is not fair that she's only white in the shows. I'm gonna do. Let me see. I'm gonna show you guys how I do my, let's see, little, let me see if I can, I don't know if that window will pop up or not, and it does not. Okay, so let me see if I can find, I love to paint Storm Maiden, specifically just because she can be so rainbowy. I don't know how to describe it, but her fur can be really iridescent, and I love to put that in. Like, I love to paint that just because it's like cloudy, or I don't want to say dusty, but yeah, dusty. Like rolling, smoothing, especially with the different colors you can do. It's just like, oh, this is so nice. I'm immediately relaxed. Let's see. I can't find one. Whatever. I'll do it now. Let's see. So I start usually with that base color, this blue underpainting with the lilac, and I like to do maybe towards the red spectrum up here, and start going in at things like where her nose is, her hands, maybe her feet, and then I kind of blend it. I don't know. My art style changes like daily, so this is probably not this isn't going to be accurate for a long time. Just know that this is usually what I do when I paint Snork Maiden, with her hair. Like, oh my gosh, it's so nice to paint. It's so satisfying. Let me see if I can. It also didn't occur to me that the majority of the people that are going to be in the stream have never heard me speak before. So, I just noticed, yeah, it's probably going to be a little jarring, I guess. It's like, oh, you sound so different. But I kind of like how I sound. You know, it'd be boring if everybody sounded the same. Let me see. And let's see. As far as I know, all hard as yeah, that's right. Scissor ears. Yeah, that's right. I like. I was talking about that, didn't I? I made a little comic where Moomin snipped Snufkin's paper or something with his ears. That was a quick doodle I did. Uh, Usually whenever I do doodles like that, it's because I'm stressed or something. That day I ended up being stressed because of an astronomy exam I had to take. I had two astronomy classes this semester, and I started that. What was it? Oh my gosh, the Space Moomin thing, the Space Moomin uh, AU. I remember. Yeah, I should draw some of that because it's been a long time. I have like unused comics and stuff from that, but oh man, motivation is very fickle. So things like that do not last for a long time, like comics and things, because I'm one of those artists that I have to get it done like the same day. I know that sounds really bad, but if I don't get it done in like one session, I can quickly lose interest unless I'm super into it. Like the animation I did, the animatic I did of Raggedy Ann and Andy, like that took, oh my gosh, that was so draining. It took me a week to do that. Um, just because Thanksgiving was in the middle of that and I couldn't work for a good several days. It messed me up. If I don't draw for a few days, I start to get into a zone where I'm like, I'm gonna die. The drawing is like a very cathartic, like, especially painting like this, like doing gentle little, happy little clouds, happy little trees, sort of situation. It's a very therapeutic feeling, getting to get all of that stress out, through drawing little lumpy critters. I'm surprised you guys didn't know I had like a southern accent, even though I used the word critter and fella. Like my Tumblr URL is disgusting little fella. Like that's one of the most southern things you could say, probably. Disgusting little crit. Like I don't know. I've act- I actually planned on doing something today, but I don't know if I'll do it. I might do it next stream. I'm not gonna say anything because it's a little surprise, but it has something to do with my username. That's the only nugget of information you're gonna get about that. Let me see. There we go. Yes, yes. I'm getting there. I'm gonna add another color just because it's gonna be fun. Let's see. I'm gonna read. I keep forgetting to look at the chat. I like your voice, it's Megan. Thank you. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, astronomy. Fella in American Southern is very different to Irish fella. I forget that Ireland uses the same sort of language. Uh, astronomy. Okay, that's like two different subjects. I wish I could talk about both of those things at once. Um, as for astronomy, yes, astronomy. I had two classes, and geez, it was very hard. I got a C, and I'm glad I lived. The other class I got, I think an A, just because it's so much easier. That was the lab class. I had seven classes this semester, and boy, howdy, I'm not in high school anymore. That sounds normal for high school, but geez, college, that's 17 hours, and I had a job on top of that. So I'm like, oh, so drained. The majority of like the process of today was just like healing, that takes a lot of energy, to do so much work like that. But I'm glad I'm lived, and I'm proud that I was able to do that for so long, like keeping that up, even though the semester was so much shorter than normal. Like we ended yesterday, but the last Zoom classes that I had were before Thanksgiving, which was 2 weeks ago. Just because I remembered that like half the people in here are in the EU. And not in America. I don't think anybody in here is in America. Is anybody in here in America? I don't know. It doesn't matter. Uh, and yes, uh, American Southern. Oh God, it's so weird. Um, I'm not used to hearing other Southern dialects. In specific, American Southern. I was talking about this earlier. How my dad is from Alabama and my mom is from Mississippi, you can absolutely tell that they're from those places. As silly as that sounds, you can tell the difference. It's kind of like, I don't know, if it's like that everywhere. I think if you just look around, you're like, oh yeah, that person is absolutely from this place and this place. Like even you could even tell from the city sometimes. Like since I'm in Tennessee, like Middle Tennessee, I could absolutely tell if somebody's from Nashville or if somebody is from Antioch. Like those are very two different places. Like one of them is like very like nuts. Like Antioch is ridiculous. Antioch, I never want to go. I will get shot. But like Nashville and things like that, that's way more like, I know this sounds silly, but relatively much more northern because there's so many more people there, people from all over the world. I remember, when was this? This was 2017 when the eclipse happened. The the path of the eclipse was going right through Nashville, and for that long period of time, we had hundreds of people from all over the country come to Nashville, and it was a learning experience. Like there were people from all over. I don't live in Nashville, but dude, there was a lot of like spillover from around there. I live sort of close to Nashville, so I got to meet people from China, a lot of people from all over Europe. Like everybody really wanted to see this happen. It was like a once in a century thing, if you remember that happening. Oh man, it was nuts. Jordan, my Kim accents here, just a question of time miles difference. Absolutely, you can tell. I was watching this guy on YouTube not too long ago who's very fluent in Mandarin and different kinds of Mandarin. And he was talking about, I don't know anything about Mandarin, but apparently there are very different dialects, and so different that there are different words for specific things. Like there are multiple languages all within that sort of area and things like that. That's kind of like a good, I guess, study on a specific place. I'm sorry, I got a Discord notification. I probably shouldn't be looking at my phone. Let's see. Um, yeah, languages, dialects. It's kind of a shame that I know this sounds silly, and it's like, oh, you're a butthurt American, but like, I really wish that dialects and things like accents were more, I guess, welcomed, if that's the right term. Um, oh man, because I love to listen to new people talking. I love it when somebody has a very different accent, as silly as that sounds, but it's just like, oh wow, that's a breath of fresh air. Because if you're around the same people your whole life, it's like an echo chamber. Everything sounds the same. You don't really learn anything. You don't really grow too much. But hearing something so different, it's kind of like discovering a new genre of music. Oh, you feel completely different and at the same time. It's like, oh wow, this is new. Like how I felt about the Moomin Valley thing. It's like, whoa, that is very different. I like that funk, man. That has like some stank on it. You know, she needs to go to bed. Wait, what time is it? What time is it for you, Adele? I just realized that you're in you're in oh God, you're in Ireland. Like what time is it for you there? It's 6 o'clock is noon here. Where I am, 6 o'clock in the UK is noon here. So that's 6 hours difference. It's 11 o'clock where you are, girl. Go to sleep. It's 11 o'clock. Is it not? Or is it later? It's probably later. I'm not good at geography. I hope I don't take a geography class next semester. I don't think I do. Next semester, I take 5 classes, and I'm probably going to drop one because I really want to get good at animating on my own, things like that. I really want to. Let me see. What's the other thing I want to do? Join animation clubs. I want to start streaming more regularly. To get back onto topic of streaming, I'm probably gonna. I'm really thinking about doing this maybe every Saturday because I don't work or anything like that, and I get so bored and I get unproductive, and it would be really nice to, talk to you guys and have some time where I draw. It's good therapy, free therapy sort of situation. Oh, should I make that something else? Yes, I should. Why am I saying? Why am I asking that? That's silly. That's such a silly question to ask. Such a silly, silly question. Yes. Here I go. Let me think. Now that I'm talking, let's see. I'm gonna 11:30. Good lord. She already left, but yeah, 11:30. Okay, good for her. Good for her. Good for her for leaving. I'm sorry, there's a delay on the chat, Lance. So be very prepared for that. Uh, poor Charlie. Jeez, I feel sad for you guys over there. I thought about streaming at 12 today, so that way it'd be 6 for you guys, but things got busy, and it's a birthday is coming up soon. It's not mine, but a birthday's coming up. I have to prepare for school again next semester. Christmas, even though I don't really celebrate Christmas. Let me think. What else is happening? I'm blanking. Uh, right now I'm at my parents' house rather than my apartment, and I really need to get ready to move back for that. Like a lot of a lot of busy work, I guess. And I got carried away, and I was like, I guess I'll push it to 5. That sounds reasonable, I guess. And then I forgot. But yeah, streaming every Saturday. I'm planning on programming stuff in the background, so it's pleasant background noise. Okay, that's good. I'm glad you guys have background noise. Um, I'm glad my voice is soothing enough for you guys to consider it background noise. To me, it sounds like nails on a chalkboard. But I feel like everybody's that way. Something about your brain being like, ew, it's so weird Like you're not supposed to hear yourself. It's kind of like why people are afraid of skeletons and things like that. You're not supposed to see those things. You know, when you see that, it's like danger. You're like, oh my gosh, what is that? Oh man, let me think. What I lost my train of thought. Streaming every Saturday. If I hold up to it, yes, I would love to stream every Saturday. Uh, I don't know. I say I'm gonna do things and then I end up being lazy and I'm like, oh, I'll just won't do it this time. Like that's how my brain functions. It's like, you're okay. You don't have to do that. You did it last week, so you're good for like a week or two. You know, like wanting to procrastinate, I guess. But yes, streaming every Saturday does sound like a very, it'd have a little more schedule to my schedule. I'd have more of a, I don't know, I guess a plan. It'd be nice, and getting to draw way more often. This little doodle is just about done. I like this little thing, even though it makes no sense and she's leaning way forward, even though like the pot is probably not very heavy. I don't know. It looks okay. Let me see. What does this look like? Yes, that's good. So that's a doodle down, even though nobody requested it. I still did it. Let me see. I can do another request right now since I'm free for anything. So if anybody's still here, go ahead and send me a thing. Let me know. Let me know what's popping. Anything at all. Not anything, but I don't think any of you guys would suggest anything that I really wouldn't do. Like I honestly would be like, okay, I'm not gonna do that. We requested it in our hearts. I thank you, Lance. Thank you. Thank you for that. She's friend. Yes. Listen, Stork Maiden is not one of my favorite characters in the show, but she's like one of the most, I don't know, wholesome, wholesome looking characters, if that's the right word. I enjoy it. I enjoy looking at her. She's, I don't know how to put that in words that make sense. Let me see. Somebody earlier suggested Raggedy Ann and Andy, so I'll draw that. I don't know if that person is still here. I hope you are, because I miss you. Let's see. Yeah, that's right. Your Tales from Toyland. I remember. Um, yeah, Raggedy Ann and Andy. I'll talk about that because I feel like with the people that are here right now, they're probably like, why why are you so into Raggedy Ann and Andy? You did a huge 180. You were a Moomin creator for a year. What happened? What is Raggedy Ann and Andy, and why does it matter? Why, like, why are you hyper fixating on that so much? What is wrong? Like, what is happening? Like, did something happen? Are you hurt? Did you see anything? I don't. Let me. I'll explain. Here's what happened. I know Lance and Charlie are in here, uh, so I think I feel a little comfortable saying one of our friends. I'm not gonna say who because I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want people to frown at me. But on our Discord server, they changed their PSP to Raggedy Andy, and I was like, oh man, it reminded me of that movie because I'd heard about it before. Being an animation major, Raggedy Ann and Andy, as weird as this is to say, is sort of well known because the director of the movie is a guy named Richard Williams, who also did Who Framed Roger Rabbit and movies like that. So he's very well known, in the animation world for, he's basically a god. Like if you uh, ask certain people, they're like, yeah, this guy is like the best of the best of the best, the best. Um, so Raggedy Ann and Andy, even though it's like one of his least popular works, is well known enough to be like, oh, like if you ask an animator about it, they'll probably be like, oh yeah, I know of it. So I knew of it, and they changed the PFP to that, and I was like, oh man, I gotta remember to watch that because I like Raggedy Ann. in general, I guess. Like I never really thought about it, but I was like, I guess I like it. I kind of like Raggedy Ann. I know of it. I had one. It's the all-American doll that every kid owned. Uh, yeah, it is Gillian's fault. I was about to say, I was about to be like, I'm not gonna say it's Gillian, but I'm sorry, Gillian. It is your fault. It is your fault. You changed your PFP. You got me to you convinced me. You were the nail in the coffin that convinced me. Okay, I gotta watch this movie. Watch the movie. Um, and oh gosh, this movie is so flawed, but I love it so much. This movie is amazing, and I really want everybody to watch this. I know this sounds really silly and goofy. Please watch this movie from the 70s that has four drug sequences in it. Please watch this movie that has really awful screenplay. Please watch this movie. Um, just cause, dude, I don't know how to describe it. I don't know why exactly I like it so much. My brain is just hyper fixating on it. I think about them constantly. I don't know what's happening. I think it's just cause their little designs. They're so pleasant. Look at him. Look at this. Anybody would say, "Oh, I like that boy. That boy is. I trust him." Yeah. It's just, dude, this movie is so great. And the moment I watched it, after I got done, I was like, man, I gotta find something else. Is there anything else about Raggedy Ann in at all? Is there a second movie? Is there a series after it? Is there anything? And I looked around, and sure enough, there was practically nothing. I looked up on the Wikipedia about the movie, and it was a commercial flop because it was released the same week as Star Wars. So literally nobody went to see it, which is incredibly sad because this movie absolutely deserves recognition. Because oh my gosh, the amount of people, the talent that was involved in the creation of the movie, the casting. Dee Khan, I think is her name. I think that's her, or I'm confusing her with another actress. She was Frenchie in Grease. She also played Raggedy Ann. Raggedy Andy was played by, oh my gosh, I don't remember his name. He didn't have other work really, which is a shame because he stole the show. Absolutely. I loved that movie because he did such a good job. Um, Huge Snufkin energy, if you understand what I'm saying. Um, and the music was done by Joe Raposo, who did a lot of work for the Muppets and Sesame Street. So it has a lot of that, I don't know, brassy, I guess is the word. There's a lot of instrument instrument in, instrumentation, I guess is the word. A lot of very good music that is oh man, it gets stuck in my head. It'll hurt you. I've been at work and I can't sing it out loud because people are gonna be like, oh, show tunes, you know. So I have to keep it to myself really. And of course the directing by Richard Williams is amazing. I'm gushing right now because I'm an animation nerd, and Richard Williams did so much great work. Disney would not be around today had Richard Williams not made Who Framed Roger Rabbit. I know that sounds crazy to say, but it's true. Animation was on a huge decline in the 70s and 80s because Walt Disney died, and his brother, who was supposed to take on the Disney company, passed away almost right after. He wasn't the leader of Disney for a very long time, and then it was sold out. I forget his name. I really don't care because he was such a jerk. The person who ran Disney for that time, uh, he is famously quoted as saying, "We're not here to make art. We're just here to make money." So animation was on a huge decline. People didn't really want to watch Disney anymore. Disney made stuff oh gosh, what was that movie? The Black Cauldron, things like that were huge flops. You know, there was not much art involved. The studios downgraded. It was really awful. It was a huge recession, I guess you'd say, in animation history. People weren't interested in watching animation. And when Warner Brothers contacted Richard Williams about making Who Framed Roger Rabbit, he was like, "Oh man, I gotta do this. This is amazing. I wanna, do this." And it was a huge hit. As strange as this is to say now, considering Roger Rabbit is considered like a cult classic, it brought animation back into the public consciousness. People started watching animation more. It became more of a household thing. It was not really considered just for kids, even though now it's considered that, which I really don't like. Um, but oh my gosh, geez, it's such a good story. Like without that Ariel, like Little Mermaid wouldn't have happened, which would kickstart the uh, Disney Renaissance with the films that are both animated and musicals. Uh, Started that. A lot of it's historical, which is strange as it is to say. Animation doesn't sound like it would partake in much history since it's more of a visual art. But the reason for a lot of those things were due to things that happened in the golden age of American animation, the golden age of um, what was it, Broadway musicals. A lot of that intersected. So a lot of the creative team at Disney in the time in the 90s were like, we should incorporate Broadway musicals into animation for that feeling of nostalgia. And then oh man, it was a huge hit. Something happened. Like it changed the world. People's perception completely changed on animation. Everything, oh man, it got so much better. People love animation now, which I'm so thankful for because I love animation too. And like it's much more commonplace to have adults and people of, I guess backgrounds that animation is not, uh, like a a career, still know of it, and they still, see it every day. They still deal with it. I don't know. I'm just gushing. I'm an animation nerd. I really love it. Talking about it is amazing. Disney history cosplay, yes. Oh my goodness. Um, I'm so excited about animation history. Um, I'm kind of angry because my college does not require, because this is my, let me see, sophomore year. So when I was a freshman, we the animation program at my college is not very defined. It's only been around for maybe about 4 years. So it's slowly building, and people are like the staff there, like, okay, what classes do we really need to teach these kids how to be animators? Like what are we gonna do here? Um, so when I was a freshman, they didn't have this class, but now we do, and it's a requirement, is animation history. And I'm so angry because I really want to take that class, and I know it's going to be very difficult to get into it now that I'm a sophomore. But dude, I want to take it so bad, and the person that's teaching it is a well-versed animator who's worked on many production. But my his name is um, his name is evading me at the moment, but oh man, I really want to get into that class just because animation history is so interesting. And like any art history, it really animation history goes along a lot with the tide of like culture of whatever year or date that it's taking place in. Uh, so for things like in the 70s, like this movie, the reason a lot of people didn't like it was because there were things like drug sequences. There was a lot more adult implications, if that is a word. Things that were, I don't know, it wasn't considered much of a children's movie, and things that were so wrong about it, like the budget of the movie being only 4 million. To put that in perspective, a movie that came out the same year was the Winnie the Pooh movie by Disney, which had a budget of 76 million, if I remember correctly. So this movie was like running on peanuts, uh, which was normal at the time for smaller studios like the Richard Williams studio. So the climate, then, this is kind of like a, I don't know, a period piece, sort of, as it's strange as it is to see. There's also a book written about the production of the movie, which I have, which is very important if you really want to. I wish more people knew about this book. Um, it's also a period piece. It was written, at least in my opinion, it was written in the 70s, about a few years after this movie came out. And it is one of the first books to really in depth uh, talk about like what the climate of animation was in the 70s. It was also one of the most in-depth books about any animated production. The majority of interest was in live action production and documentary, things like that of that nature. So having a book that went into so much depth. The person that wrote it, his name is John Canemaker. He did he did interviews with about 60 people who worked on the movie, people that were affiliated with um the like he interviewed people that were around in that in that time of animating. He interviewed people like Chuck Jones. He interviewed people like Grim Natwick. He interviewed oh man, what's his name? It's Corny Cole. People that worked on the he greats, animation greats. He also interviewed people that got their start working on this film. You know, a lot of it was just experimentation, you know, and a lot of it was dealing with the recession that was starting, the lack of funding, the lack of interest. Um, the movie was considered, uh, it almost canceled so many times. It's considered kind of a fluke that it was able to make it. It was one of the luckiest productions to, you know, survive. It would absolutely, nowadays, it would absolutely be, you know, stuck in production hell, which is kind of scary because I love this movie so much. I really my brain, everything in my brain is telling me, oh God, don't think about that, you know, like don't think about that. Just continue enjoying this thing. I really don't like that drawing. Everything in my body's telling me to erase it. I'll just do this. Let's see. But yes, this movie is as weird as it is to say, as silly as it is, as I don't know, insignificant of a film, of a piece of media it is. It had a lot of influence um, in animation history, which is strange to say, considering a lot of animation historians would probably not agree with me. A lot of it is opinion, personal. Um, but yeah, it was a huge turnaround for especially John Canemaker and Richard Williams. Their work, uh, their work in animation. You know the influence that they've had uh, on just animation in general. Thank you, Lance, for supporting me. Like, good lord, you're you got your arms up. You're willing. You're ready. You're ready to fight with me. That's crazy, bro. You haven't even seen the movie yet. We have to see it. We gotta see it. I'm I've gotten to a point where I'm on a break and I have like so much time. We have to see this movie. Like as silly as this is, but it's got a lot of good vibes. Makes me feel good inside. Makes me feel warm. Makes me feel safe. It's a great movie. But yeah, Raggedy Ann and Andy. The reason I probably like them so much is just because of their character design and their characterization. Like I know I just talked a lot about animation history and I said a lot of like really like oh smart language. I talked about a bunch of people that nobody knows about. I referenced a bunch of people. Like I know I did that for a bit, but really and truly, I think a lot of it is just look at them. You know, it's like look at them, look at their little designs. This is amazing. You know, that's a lot of like where my joy from Moomin came from. It's kind of the same, you know. So this isn't new. I to me it's not. But oh man, I wish more people were into this. The I I don't know, actively into it, sort of like it I feel like I'm in an echo chamber. I'm like, hello, hello, is anybody in here? I'm speaking to myself in the Raggedy Ann and Andy tags on Tumblr. It hurts, but man, it's nice, getting to. It's nice getting to talk because for a long time I've wanted to talk about things like this. I've wanted to make. I don't know. I've had the urge to make videos about these subjects, but of course I'm not. I'm not very good at, I guess, talking. If it's more natural like this, I guess, where I feel like I'm talking to an individual rather than an audience. I'm convincing myself right now that I'm talking to an individual, and it's working. Um, a lot of the stress would come in, like, oh God, I gotta make sure I finish this uh, video. Like, I don't think I would be able to do it. I'm not very good at video making at all. So, getting to do this on stream, I'm starting to realize is a very good option for getting to talk about things like that. I was like, oh, this is this is nice. Getting to draw for people, going on stream, doing things like this. Let me think. I'm zoning out again. I'm gonna deal with that a lot. My dog is barking. Ignore that. A lot's going on. Let's see. I need to read the thing. But video essays are such an insane. Yes. Oh man. Video essays. Oh man. I had my freshman year. I don't know why this happened. COVID wasn't even a thing, but it's a requirement for every student in my college to um have taken a class in speech, like speech. So I have to know how to give a speech, write a speech, um like how to I hate it. I hate being an orator. I'm not good at it. It's like I'm not built for it. So things oof. But I remember my freshman year when I had to take that speech class. For whatever reason, my professor was like, "Ooh, you gotta." I know we've been doing it all in person for the longest time, but you know what? We're gonna do it online. And I was like, "Oh my god, this is like." I thought it would be better, but it was much worse. So I was like, I can't see anybody. There's no audience. It's like, oh man, I got some help just like looking at people in the face and eyes and seeing like, oh, people are here. People, I could see them, I can smell them. It's like, but no, I'm just talking to myself into a camera. I'm not very good at that at all. Like right now, I do have a camera, but it's not on, so I'm just rambling. Like this is what I'm doing. I'm just rambling. It's a completely different part of my brain. Like, oh God, I never want to do that again. Like I hated that so much. I'm not good at public speaking. I get so nervous. I don't know why. I've never had a bad instance where I've been, like I guess insulted in public is the word. I've never had that happen. I mean, of course I have had bits like where it's like, everybody in high school thinks I'm a loser or something, but usually that passes. It's never something specific. I've never had anything specific about being afraid of filmmaking. Like I don't know where that came from. It's kind of one of those irrational things, I guess. Let's see. I'm gonna erase that. That does not look right. Man, let's see. My art right now is not up to snuff. I think today is. I don't know. I think a lot of it is just because I'm focusing on speaking. Art takes a lot of concentration. Uh, I know a lot of you guys out there would be aware of that, considering most of you do art. Like Lance, like Jesus Christ, your art. I saw you posted today, and I couldn't reblog it because I'm streaming right now, and I'm so upset. I love that you're posting more often, dude. I love your art. It hurts. It's like, oh man, it's amazing. Do you ever like? This is actually a good question to ask. Like, just and it's an open ear. You don't have to respond, but like, oh man, I more often now that I'm an adult and now that I'm seeing people who are also as interested in making art and animating and things like that as I am. Because like when you're a kid, when you have that interest, it's like, oh, it's just like they like doing it. It's not seen as a threat, I guess. But there are instances where now I'll meet somebody and they're such a great artist or they've made such great work that I'm like, I'm not, I don't hate them or anything. I'm not jealous. It's just I get intimidated. I'm like, oh my god. It's like even though I don't think I'm very good, I don't think I'm the best. I think I'm good, but I don't think I'm the best. It's just, like the fear is there. It's like, oh, everybody is gonna. I'm not gonna be seen as the. My art is not gonna be seen as good as this person's. Yeah. I felt that a bit when I first met you, Lance. I was like, oh my god, your art is amazing. Like I didn't talk to you. I think you contacted me first, but Jesus, your art was, uh, it still is. It's like so great. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. I'm not looking at the chat, so I don't know what you're saying. So if you're, let me look at it. Thank you. Don't worry about that. Yeah. Geez, art. I this sounds silly. This might just be my opinion. This might just be how I see things. But uh, art is competitive. Like very, at least where I am. Uh, being in college and being around a bunch of other artists. Like for a long time, I was the only one really. Um, I was sort of sheltered in that aspect, so I was seen as like an art person anyway from the get go. I was like, oh, they're the artist of the group, they're the artist of the thing. Art is way more competitive now that I'm in a place where there's hundreds of artists like every day that come to the same classroom as I do. So it's like, oh gosh, this is so much more scary, you know? Like like you don't feel like it really humbles you. Like you're like, "Oh, I've realized something. I'm not special really." I got to make sure the work I'm turning out is of a higher quality. Like this year, this semester I had a 2D design class, which is basically just life drawing, where you take a still life and you have to draw it from it's like drawing the bowl of fruit, the classic, like, oh, I drew a bunch of grapes and bananas in a bowl. Like that's basically what I did the whole semester, but doing different objects. And there were other people in that class that were also very good, even though it's an entry class. And I didn't feel threatened at all, really. I'm not, I don't focus on it too much, but sometimes it is like an intrusive thought, you know, uh, one of those like, oh God, why am I thinking about that? That's not nice, you know. Uh, like this class, um, the professor in it was like, oh yeah, you're much more advanced than you really should be. You should already be in 3D design. Like, I don't know why your advisor put you in here, but basically just do your best, I guess. And so a lot of that work that I sent this semester was for portfolio, like making sure the work that I was turning out was very, very good, just so I could use it for the portfolio. Since I'm so early, why not like work on getting that done? Um, geez, that's one of the things I didn't really realize being an artist was when I was a kid. I didn't really have to think. I don't know. For some reason, I just thought I could just draw whatever I wanted and I could make a living off of that. You know, it's not necessarily that I thought people would buy it. I didn't even think about people buying it. I just thought about making it. Because that's where all the fun comes in for me, just the process. Once I'm done with it, it only takes me a few days to be like, ew, what I made is freaking nasty. Like it sets in quick, man. I don't know if anybody else has that, but oh man, I'm I don't get satisfied for very long. even for things that I'm proud of still, like animatics I've made and things that I've done that have taken a very long time, I still get the feeling, oh man, this is not as good as it would be if I made it like right now, like if I remade it, which is not the best. I wouldn't, I absolutely would not remake it because God, I would not be. It's not a good way. It's not a good productivity level just to be remaking the same thing over and over. But oh God, I wish I could. I wish I had like 100 of me so that way I can remake every project I've ever did and make it so much better. But then once I remake it, I'm gonna like a week from then, I'll be like, ugh, I gotta do that again. It'll be a constant loop. So I have to just kind of put it behind me and hope I don't remember it. Laying in bed at night and being like, ugh, what was I thinking? What was I thinking when I was making that thing? Especially for very old art, like art I've made in middle school and things like that. I can still remember exactly what I was doing when I was drawing those things, and it hurts my little brain, like my little pea brain. I really do not want to think about things like that. It's so vivid. It's like, ooh, yeah. Stress to excel. I feel like a lot of yeah, it's hard to kind of like find that balance. Like right now, I'm very new to being a professional, so finding that balance is going to be the majority of the struggle for me for a while. I don't know how long I'm going to be struggling with it, but I'm gonna. So, finding that balance between, enjoyment and uh, the need to be so much better, it's gonna be very. Oh man, it's gonna be hard because like for a long time, a lot of myself work like when I was a less healthy person when I had this outlook, but a lot of the I guess what was it? A lot of the um acceptance that I got for myself was for how skilled I was. Like when I was a much younger person. Like the only way I would feel good about myself was if I thought I was being very productive and very like I was a people pleaser, like a to a very unhealthy extent. And for a long time that was how I functioned, It's like the only way I'm going to be seen as valuable is if I churn out work that people really enjoy. And I feel like I've gotten much better at that. I don't worry too much about if people are going to like it or not. Sometimes it does pop up where it's like, oh, especially now that I'm online and that I've made an account and I post art to it regularly, and people see it obviously, and I have an audience now, which is crazy to say. Like it's like, oh my gosh, I have a lot of not a lot, but I have a bunch of people that like the art that I make, and it's really intimidating. It's like, oh my gosh, I gotta make sure that I don't disappoint these people. But then I gotta reel back and I gotta realize, oh yes, I gotta um, humble myself, I guess is the word, where I gotta remind myself I'm not really here to entertain them. Like it's a benefit. It's like a extra sort of thing that I'm getting. The majority of the reason I have my blog is really to have a place to post my work and meet new people, see other people's art, get out of my own head. If I post art and I feel like it really should have deserved more attention, it doesn't that feeling goes away very quickly because I remind myself, hey, that doesn't matter. Just be happy, that you made that thing, and that people are still, you're very lucky to have all these people really enjoy your art. You know, it's just, I don't know. I'm very new to social media. I have not really had any social media. I don't have a Facebook. I don't have anything like that. So a lot of these feelings and thoughts and behaviors are very new. So if I am sounding naive, it's because I am. Like I really don't. I'm uh not used to thinking of myself as having an audience. Like that's not. I still don't really believe I do, even though, you know, of course I get interaction with other people. Uh, a lot of that is just, I guess, me trying to be humble, stay humble, of course, because I'm not the best out there. I don't think I will be at any point because that's a subjective thing. To be the best of an art, it's not real. I just enjoy making, and I'm very grateful that a lot of people enjoy the things I make. If you told me like a year ago or two ago that I would be on here and I would be live streaming in front of a few people, you know, I wouldn't believe you. I know that sounds silly, but I really wouldn't. You know, it's great. I think it's nice. It's nice to have that outlet. You know, let me look at the chat. I keep forgetting to look at it. Nothing. I mean, I mean, a lot of them. I've learned that a lot of social media is really wanting people to really enjoy the stuff that you put out, like really wanting likes and clicks and reblogs and things like that, retweets, whatever. Um, and I guess that's just the human condition, like wanting more and more and more. Uh, like you're never really satisfied. And I was just talking about how I was never really satisfied with the quality of my work. So satisfaction is very fickle, when it comes to creating and meeting new people, any sort of relation. That's a thing that seems to be constant, a constant, uh, at least that I'm noticing. Especially with Tumblr, a lot of people really want attention. It's one of those websites that I know this sounds silly and it sounds disrespectful, but Tumblr is nuts. It's crazy. Like I don't. There's so much wrong. There's so much wrong with Tumblr and how it functions. There's so many people on Tumblr that are like, at least from what I hear of, there's so many horrible, horrible, nasty people on Tumblr. I have yet to meet any of them. I have yet to meet any of the people that are very toxic. You can't be around them. Like they will like drain the life from the room. I have yet to meet any of those people. Uh, not saying that they don't exist. I'm literally just it's just oh man, they're scary, man. I don't it's a scary thought. Like there are a few people like mutuals on Tumblr that I do follow that do get a lot of like I don't think they get a lot of it, but they do get some harassment or negativity, and that kind of scares me because I haven't gotten anything like that. I haven't gotten anything like that yet. Where's my hate? Where's my hate mail? I want hate mail. I want that. Why am I not getting that? It's like the hate mail. Oh man, all of that. Like I don't know. It's just such a weird place Tumblr is. Like where hate mail is a common thing. It like there's a word for it. Even though you're just a blog. Like is it even considered blogging? Like is Tumblr a blog? Like would my thing be considered a blog? I think it's just kind of like I don't know, a conglomerate of my art and just a bunch of random posts that I think are funny. Like I don't know how else to describe it. I really don't. I don't know. It's not like MySpace was, where that's much more like traditional blogging, I guess. Old Tumblr, dude. I miss old Tumblr when dude, I don't even know I don't even think I'm allowed I don't even think I'm allowed to say what old Tumblr was about. I miss it though. Jeez, old Tumblr. I miss hearing about DashCon. I know that sounds crazy and masochistic, but yes, I do miss hearing about things like DashCon, the cringe, the attack against cringe culture, the oh goodness, when people were extreme, like I don't know what I guess the term extreme would be accurate, just extremist. Um Not explicitly in anything harmful or hurtful or whatever, just any opinion at all. Extremist opinions were very common back then. Now it's much more lax. Or if there are extremist opinions, it's more of a common, I guess more people believe that, so it's not really seen as extremist, it's seen as um the norm, I guess. Tumblr now is like it's I don't know what happened. I don't know why. I I don't know what happened. Tumblr's a crazy place. Whenever I tell people in person that I have a Tumblr, they immediately like I can see the look on their face. Like they're like, "Oh God, everything about you changed. Like I don't know how I feel about you. Like I don't know if I want to associate with you anymore. Something happened. Something's wrong. I can feel it." Which I completely understand. Like, geez, Tumblr does not have a great look, but it's I don't know. It's getting there, I guess. Like in terms of uh, it's not respectable, but it's not disgusting. It's not in the same vein as DeviantArt is seen as. I used to have a DeviantArt. That's a story, I guess. Man, DeviantArt. Everything in my body retreat. My whole body decided to give up when I said DeviantArt. I can't. DeviantArt. Oh man, when I had a DeviantArt, I posted art on it, and I remember at the time, what was I into? This is very hurtful. Like I really don't want to share. Not hurtful. Oh, thank you, Charlie. I'll see you later. Um, please be careful. Tumblr keeps getting old reputation. Have a good night, Charlie. Please sleep well. Have sweet dreams. It was nice to be your background noise for a good hour. Um, very. I'm glad. It's more relaxed. Tumblr keeps getting its old reputation, but ironically becoming the most livable. Yeah, absolutely. Tumblr changed a whole lot. I wasn't around in very very early Tumblr, like 2000. I wasn't early. It wasn't 2010. I think I started Tumblr when I was 13. 13. Yeah, that was 2013. I am going to share that, Lance. I am going to share. Okay, I'm getting sidetracked. DeviantArt. What I was into at the time, I think was uh I liked Undertale. I wasn't one of those people that was like so obsessed with Undertale. I didn't make tons of art for it, but I remember like really liking it just because it just recently came out and I was super into it. Um, I remember. Oh gosh, this was such a long time ago. I don't remember what year, but this was a very long time ago. I was into what's that anime called? Osamatsu-sen. That thing with the six brothers. I was way into that. One of my friends showed me. I think it was 2014 or 2015. Like this was a half a decade ago. So I feel much better. Like remembering. Oh wow, that was like 5 years ago. 5 years ago. I don't have to worry about that. Yeah, 5 years ago. That's much more time than I was thinking of at first. That's I don't know, much more acceptable, I guess, for someone like me. Yeah, I absolutely. Not into that anymore. I'm not into any of those shows or anything like that. At least it wasn't like harmful or anything like that. But oh man, things like I'm not an anime person. I wasn't an anime person. Just one of my friends showed it to me, and made art for it a little bit and enjoyed it. Now when I look back on it, I'm like, oh, this is not. I I shouldn't have been on the internet. Like I if I ever have kids, which I won't, but if I ever did, hypothetically, I probably wouldn't. I know this sounds contradictory, but I probably wouldn't let them be on the internet until maybe they were about 15. That seems most reasonable. I got my first phone when I was about 13. So around that age, like very like the latest I would go is 15. Like that seems most reasonable after like the most major developments happen. Like, cause dude, like if you see something and you have like your brain just makes like a like crosses wires in your brain, like that would be bad. Like something bad could happen. Something could be wrong. Especially, I mean, the internet's a different place now. There are like anti-bullying laws and things like that. Like, dude, it was the wild wild west when I was growing up. You know, people could say whatever they wanted. You know, it was much more of a dangerous place, I guess, is the word to say. Um, you know, the internet, how it is. Oh man, jeez, I'm trying to think. I'm thinking back to it now. Like my head is going far back. I remember this is gonna be crazy. I don't think I've ever told this to anybody. This isn't like a secret or anything. It's such an old memory that there would be no point in really bringing it up in conversation to somebody that I knew. But I remember when I was very young, I was in kindergarten, I believe. So I was about 5 years old. Um, I at that point I was also very good at art. I was very good at art uh, for a very long time. Of course, it's not good now because it's just the reason it was considered very good is that despite being 5 years old, when you're young like that, you don't really have spatial awareness. Like you don't have the you start developing the awareness of the self, and your brain starts growing, developing. But things like perspective and drawing from images is very uncommon behavior at that age. So I was rather than like if you look at art from people in that age range, uh, commonalities like I've noticed are you'll see the sky, like they'll separate the sky from the midway to the like. I just realized I'm drawing. I can show you. I can do it. I can show you. One thing that's common is they'll draw the ground. It'll be green like this, and then color it in like this. It'll be a solid color. And one thing kids will notice is that the sky will fade from blue to clear to that green. So I remember a common thing, you know, like when you're a kid, you're starting to realize, oh, okay, I can see things like this. I notice things like this, but often it's mixed in with things like this, where the sun is drawn like a cartoon, like it'll be mixed. It's very inconsistent. You know, people rather than drawing people based on images or anything like that, they'll want to draw stick figures. You know, like that is seen as how to draw a person. I don't know how to best describe that. That kind of looks like a pride flag. Ignore that. Ignore this. I'm deleting it. Um, but things like that were very common. But instead of doing that, trying to instead of not really knowing how to portray things like that were more abstract, things that weren't really discussed, I would try and use reference images, which was I for the time being 5 years old. Yeah, it's pretty advanced. So my art teacher at the time, circling back to what the point of the story is, was like, "Oh my gosh, you're very good at drawing. You should get a DeviantArt account." And I was like, "What's DeviantArt?" Because it was 2005. I was like, "What is DeviantArt?" And she goes, "You can post your art online, and people look at it, and people will like it, and stuff like that. And it's a good way to make sure that you don't lose any of it." And I was like, "Huh, that's interesting. I should get a DeviantArt account." Of course, I didn't. Thank God. I don't know what I would do if I had art from that far back on a DeviantArt account. I probably wouldn't be talking to you guys right now. I wouldn't. I would be I would be living out in the cabin in the woods. I'd be away from people. I wouldn't want to associate with anybody. But I think it's a funny story, just because it really puts into perspective. I don't know. DeviantArt isn't really such a bad place as people say. I think it just has a lot of negative connotation because, of course, my art teacher had very good intention of being like, "Hey, you can make a portfolio. You can start working early." Even though I was 5, she's like, "This is sort of advanced for someone like this." Uh, but yeah, Lance, I don't tell 5 years. My art teacher, she was an old lady. She didn't know. She didn't know that people, freaking creeps, were gonna be on DeviantArt and things like that. It wasn't. It just wasn't a thing, man. It wasn't real. So like, it was just so different. It was in 2005, so I don't even know if gross people, on at least on DeviantArt, were around back then. I'm sure they were, but I guess less, considering that my art teacher, which is a very nice lady, very nice old lady, felt comfortable in asking me that, like, if you would feel comfortable, posting to a website. It was probably the only website that she knew that you could host art on, something like that, DeviantArt. Which is weird to think of, it's like, oh, nobody, the only people that go to DeviantArt now are, I'm not gonna say that because that'd be mean, but people that are, I don't know what the word would be. I don't want to be mean. um, Not degenerates, but people of I guess a certain flavor. They go there for a reason, and that reason not usually being the most attractive. But yeah, that is my DeviantArt story from when I was 5 years old. And man, I, dude, I've, I don't think I've told any of my friends about that, just because it's such an old memory, and there's never a instance where I would, be like, hey, we're talking about DeviantArt. Like, I never do that. So that is my little nugget of information for the day. I could tell other stories. Let me see if I can think of one. Anything to do with growing up, being a longtime artist. Lance, I feel so bad for you, seeing that you have your old DeviantArt from 2009. I think I deleted my old DeviantArt that I was talking about earlier, that had all of the fan art and crap on it. I think I did. I hope I did. Because I didn't even really have any friends on it anyways. I would sleep, sleep more soundly at night if I knew that I had no DeviantArt. Uh, Geez, I can't, I can't think about it. It hurts a little. It's sad. It reminds me of middle school. It reminds me of getting bullied. It reminds me of my best friend being a furry. It reminds me of all those things. Of course, there's nothing wrong with furries. I think a lot of the kindest people I've met are furries, and I don't know if that's a controversial opinion. I don't think it really should be. You know, just because you like something a lot doesn't mean you're, crazy. Like, look at me. I'm drawing Raggedy Andy right now, and I'm sure there will be a lot of people that would, I don't know, be seen of as disgusting that would do something like this, even though it's just Raggedy Andy. I don't know. I'm new to the internet. If you can't tell, I mean, I've had it for a long time. I remember having like a desktop computer and like playing cool math games on it and stuff like that. But interacting online with other people, very new information. The majority of the people that I interacted with so far have been in person, which I mean is a good thing. But I didn't click with the majority of people growing up. So for a long time, I never really had very close friends, like in the way that traditional friendships are seen of as like, oh, everybody has that group of friends of like, five friends. They always hang out together, do fun stuff. I didn't really have that too much growing up. And I feel like with the invention of the internet, you have much more. I don't know. You can meet way more people, people that have way more interests common, you know, to your own, like right now, like I'm talking, the majority of people that I'm talking to are people that I met on Tumblr. That's, how it works. I think all of them. I don't know if there's anybody in here that's just watching because just because this is on. But if you are, hello. Um, I'll be here all night. I'll be doing this. But yeah, I think the invention of the internet and the inclusion of making online friends has been uh eye-opening experience, I guess, if that is the correct word to use. I'm focusing on coloring in his eyeball, and I don't know if I'm saying complete garbage or not when I'm drawing or doing something like that. Sometimes my brain, sometimes my brain likes to trail, so I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense. But I think I'm all right. I think I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm all right. I got sidetracked. I don't remember what I was talking about. Yeah, making online friends. Online friends. So the addition of online friends is a very new adventure to me, which is I think it's absolutely a benefit because for a very long time I didn't have friends. I was homeschooled all throughout high school, um, so I didn't really have any. The friends that I made in elementary school, middle school, we completely separated. So I didn't for a very long time. I didn't have anybody. Uh, I started working though, and I started going to college, and I started meeting people and making friends that way. But the addition of online friends, uh, absolutely has been very a very good thing to have happened. You know, meeting people that I have like interests to. I can, uh, you know, getting to meet people like for example, Moomin. Uh, there is not a person in real life that I know of that likes Moomin. Uh, is like a genuine fan of hit. Like I've shown my friends Moomin, but none of them have really been. I'm not gatekeeping, but none of them have been like. I've never met anybody and they were already into it. If you know what I'm saying. So and things like Raggedy Ann, anything like that, which is like considered, I guess, strange for a grown human person to enjoy, uh, seen of as strange in real life, having that connection online is a great venture. I'm glad that I did this. You know, I would not have done it. It was a fluke that I decided to, start posting online because I'm absolutely not inclined to doing that. Um, I just got to the point. I was into Moomin at the time. I don't know if I've ever told this story on my vlog or anything. Uh, but I think the reason I started was just because I kept seeing other people's art about movement and things like that, and at that point, I just got so frustrated with not being able to share, not being able to talk with anybody else that enjoyed it. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go all in. I'm gonna, make an account and see what happens. I'm gonna see if I meet people that enjoy it, and I get along with them and see what happens. So that is what I did. I made the account, and like a fluke, it, became a good thing. I met a bunch of cool, really rad people that I would not have met otherwise had I not made it. I remember where I was when I made it. I think I was in an art class. I think I was in my college art class. Um, yeah, I was on campus. I was on campus when I made my uh Tumblr account. And man, it was a good choice, good decision I made on my part, which I don't make many of those. So I'm glad that I got to make one that I can remember of. I know that sounds cheesy. Be like, I love you guys, I love you, you guys are, so amazing. But it's true. It is true. If I ever have a bad day or anything like that, I just go to one of my one of my posts, and I read the tags. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, a lot of the joy I get from is, seeing people be like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. You know, it's just nice. It's nice to hear that. I don't get much of that in person, you know, at least for, from people that I, uh, really respect their opinion, in person. But having that, support, even though it's from complete strangers, people that I don't know, it's very nice to, have that to fall back onto if I ever have a bad day. Just reading the tags, such a wonderful thing. People like I I'm guilty of this. Like, I don't tag everything I reblog, which is a shame. I really want to do that more because the joy I get from, you know, reading the tags. That's pretty universal. Like, everybody feels that, I'm sure. Like, oh man, reading the tags. It's such a good feeling. Yeah. In common interests, yes. Like, anything like that. I think it's just built in, human brain. If you'll believe I'm human, even though I have like purple skin, I I am a human, sort of, I think. But yeah, having that connection, that desire for, wanting to, seeing people that enjoy the same thing as you do, no matter how like antiquated or specific it is. Something like Moomin, if you're in Europe, yeah, it probably doesn't sound too strange to be into it. But for me, being in the backwoods of Tennessee, not many people are gonna be into it uh like the motherland, Finland or Sweden, things like that. Not a common thing to like. So getting that support, you know, it's a very good feeling. It really feels great, to get that. Let me see. This something's wrong here. Ignore me. I'm talking over. What's it's, uh-oh. Okay, let me see. What's happening? Hmm. Hmm. Is it? Ah, something happened. I don't know what it. Oh, I'm an idiot. I was selected. Okay. So getting back to what I was saying, yeah, getting friends with, common interests, very difficult. Um, and it was difficult for me in general anyway, just because I'm not the most sociable individual. Uh, I I get too excited when I meet people, uh, like new people. I get really excited. I either don't say anything or I say everything. I won't shut up. So, it can be very jarring for people who are like, "Whoa, like this person is a lot to handle." Um, which I absolutely understand. You know, like right now, I'm talking my head off. I'm not used to talking this much, especially to, myself. Um, finding people with common interests, like this is a one of my closest friend right now in person. Uh, they're like the oh man, it's so nice. Their birthday's coming up. The birthday I was talking about earlier, and I'm so excited because, dude, they're like they're like the closest friend I've had in years, and I'm so grateful to them for putting up with me, as silly as that sounds. But yeah, I realize that I'm one of those people. For a lot of people, I can only be dealt with in small doses, just because I can get so excited. Um, which I don't mind. I enjoy my alone time. Um, but yes, oh man, getting to have friends in person, uh, it's such a different feeling, to online. It's way more, I guess, confirming, I guess. Not to downgrade at all what I just said earlier. It is absolutely still true that, having online friends has been a huge change. For a long time I was very sad. Not to be a downer, um, because I'm absolutely very happy right now. I am very happy with how I am right now. I'm very happy, which is absolutely 100% true. Um, it's I don't know. A lot of things have changed. A lot of good changes. A lot of growth, things for that. Making friends, learning, relearning how to make friends. All of those sort of situations. Being an adult, oh my god, adulting, so difficult. I don't know anything about it. It can be, it's so hard. Man, adulting, kind of the point of talking. Uh, Let me think. I got lost. I got lost track of my my track of head. My head tracking. My head train of thought. Train of thought. That's what the word is. Lost my train of thought. Um, can you tell I'm excited? I'm very excited. I'm glad to be talking about the things I enjoy, even if it sounds silly or if a lot of people it's like not following. you know. Um, I don't know. I'm an excitable person. Uh, if I were a sim, that would probably be one of my biggest traits, along with oh man, that's actually a good like that'd be something good for like a dating profile or something. Now that I think about it, if yeah, that's pretty universal, huh? Yeah, I'd be one of those excitable sims. I would also like be I'd also be like a couch potato and things like that. I don't know what else I'd be. I'm not I'm not very I guess self-aware to sounds self-aware to I don't know what the word is. Self-aware to my head. I'm cloudy brained right now. Um and it's only 6:43, but it's pitch black outside. Very cloudy head. It's because it's dark. My and I don't even turn off when it's nighttime. I'm the most excitable at night. Yeah, I'm one of those weirdos. Yeah, that isn't that a sim trait? Like being like nocturnal should be. I want to be a bat. I want to be a bat in The Sims. That'd actually be a really good like a mod. Just put in like a bat model and just have them like have the regular sim animations. I could probably do that if I learned how to animate properly. If I could just oh man, that'd be awesome. I feel like I don't know what the purpose of that would be, but it'd be fun. I gotta read the. What are your sim traits? I don't know. Like, I know this is coming in late, but I'm really trying so hard. I need to Google what the sim traits are, but I really want to keep drawing. I should probably do that later. Oh man, I could make a post about that. That should be like a one of those like tag yourself post sort of situations, but it'd be like, what sim traits do you have? I'm so tired of that post. I know this sounds like negative, but I'm so tired of that same that ask post that people keep like reblogging and stuff where it's just the colors. It's just the I don't know how to. It'll be like the red, and then it'll be the green, and then it'll be the blue, and it's like I love you, I hate you, or I want to kill you in a Denny's parking lot, or like whatever. Like I don't. It was funny the first time. That's what I have to say about it. But oh man, that just became like the norm now for asking things like ask games. I really want to participate in more ask games. It's just that I feel like nobody would really. I don't know. I'm not very good at answering questions. That's a lie. I love answering questions. I was about to lie. I was about to fib. Catch myself doing that. At least they're not bad lies. At least they're just like little, like, yeah, I'm about to fib. I'm about to just say like something that's completely not true. I love answering questions. Um, Especially weird ones. Like I ask a lot of hypotheticals, and a lot of people find it very annoying. I'm trying to remember any hypothetical I've ever asked, just to give an example. Um, Let me think. A lot of them like have to do with just like situations that you just can't. There's no way to. I don't know why, but my brain, the first thing to think of is like, with a hypothetical situation, is something that is absolutely not plausible. It can never happen in real life, and it is like just the worst situation to be in. My dog is barking. Please ignore it. Uh, Very loud dog. But yeah, absolute hypothetical situations. Like, what would happen if a laughing green witch like came into your room and tried to abduct you? Like, what would you do? Like that, any rational person wouldn't have like like that's not one of those questions that's like, oh, what's your favorite color? Like everybody knows that answer. You know, I don't know. That's just where my brain goes. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just it can get exhausting for my family because that's my brother hates it. He thinks it's so silly. Even though he loves hypothetical questions, I think I ruined it for him. Just because the questions I would ask, he would not have an answer to. He'd be like, I've never thought of that. I've never had to think of that. Why did you have to? Why'd you do that? You know. Let's see. I should. My best friend, the one I've been talking about, one of my good friends, they they told me a while ago that they have a list of things that I've said to them in person that got them to laugh really hard. Like they've made a list. Like they'll write down like while I'm not looking, like things that I've said, and I'm nervous about it because I don't want like of course that's black. I mean, I'm not afraid that they're going to blackmail me because they would never do that. But like I want to know what's on that list because the moment I say something I forget. Like right now, I don't remember at all what I've been talking about. I do remember the animation history and stuff, but I don't remember anything else. Um, my brain will immediately purge information. Uh, so, oh, geez, it's my brain doesn't work this way, you know. So I want to know what that list is. I want to know what's on that list because I'm afraid. I'm afraid that there's going to be something on that list that that really shouldn't belong there. I don't. It's worrying. Yeah. I think it's funny though. It's like, oh, to have a physical list of things that I've said. I did ask. I did ask them. I was like, their name is Mo. I was like, Mo, please, Mo, please, can I see that list? And they're like, because it's. They said, yeah, I'll show it to you, but the list is mixed in with a bunch of other things that other people have said. Like they have lists for other people, so it's not just me. Uh, which I guess is nice, but like a lot of the things that I've said, like I don't remember. Like I guess it's just because my vocabulary is very odd. Um, Even for people that are in the South. like the words that I use, like my lexicon, you could say, is very selective. The words that I use in person are very I guess subject subjective. Would that be right? Uh like the words that I use in specific situations mean specific things. I can't think of an example. Let me see. Like I'll use words that really don't mean what they mean in that situation. Um, to describe something, and somehow it will still work. Like that's usually like that's the best way I can go about describing that. Like there's I think one of the things that was written down was I was revolted to something that was said or alluded to in a conversation, and my response was to say that was so horrible my entire body puckered. I think that's like the best example I have. I write some posts like that on Tumblr where it's like, yeah, I use weird words to describe exactly what I'm saying, and it does not translate. It does not translate in through text. Like I wish Tumblr like allowed an option for you to like put in sarcasm and things like that, but man, boy, is it not an option, and I wish it was. Okay, here we go. I got the shading, and then what my secret technique is I add another color to the shading. Turn that off. So that way it looks like it has a lot of depth to it. That immediately made it look a lot better. How about that? Look at that. But yeah, the language I use, unexpected language, yeah. Like the language I use is very. This sounds so weird because I'm describing myself. I never do this. I guess it's just because the people I'm talking to. I don't know. It's weird. I guess you do have to describe yourself to people online. It's like this is what I'm like in person. Please believe me. you know, the language I use, the vernacular is very unexpected. So a lot of people are very taken aback by what I say in person, and oftentimes that means that I have a hard time connecting. Like um, not connecting, but being understood, I guess, or I'm perfectly understood. And it's like, oh, I absolutely understand what you're saying, which does come in handy, which is very nice. I'm very happy with this little drawing, even if it is a little bit off model. Uh, I was talking to somebody about that when off model drawing Raggedy Ann and Andy on model. It's very difficult. It was it was the person that came in earlier. I don't know if they're still here. Let's see. But oh man, yeah, just language in general is difficult for me. At least with uh saying something. What's the word? Exactly. This is it. This is exactly what I'm trying to say. Like words fail me most of the time. It's very difficult to get me to say something you know to say anything that makes sense. Uh I'm very good at reading. I'm good at I'm good at reading, and I'm good at like interpreting things. It's just repeating or uh speaking. Speaking. It can be hard. I'm a native English speaker. I'm a native English speaker. I don't know any other language fluently, and it's a shame. This is all I have, and it's not very good anyway. It's like, oh, good lord, kind of disappointing. Let me see. I'm almost done with this. I like this. This is a nice little doodle. Um, let's see. I will put this in a folder. You can't see it because I think it's because The chat is in front of it. The chat window. Yeah, where the layers are. Let's see. Um, I'll take another request. I'm done with that one. I'm also gonna make sure I save these all and I'll post them later. So these won't be lost. I'm also gonna, post this, I think, onto my. This will be uploaded to my YouTube. You'll be able to watch it again if you really want to hear me struggle saying words again. If you really think that's interesting. So if anybody has any requests at all, go ahead, go crazy, go stupid. You know, I I really did. I don't have an idea of what I really want to draw right now. Uh, I want to, do some other stuff. If you ever have any questions or anything like that too, go crazy. Anything about uh Tumblr, my art process, what goes behind art, whatever, anything like that. Um, I'll see if I can think of any pieces in general that I get questions about. Um, like for right now, I do know that the this might be a question people have, but the program I'm using is Painttool SAI. It's a very good program if you want to make art or anything like that. If you want to do little things like this, it's not like Photoshop is, I guess, where it's way more in depth with what you can do. I really need to make it a little, uh, like it's more of a photo editing software. It has a lot more capability. It looks a lot better. But this is very good for, making drawings, you know, any sort of things that, oh, goodness, words. I'll get better, I'm sure. If I really actually start streaming every week, I'm sure at some point I'll start getting to where like, oh yeah, it'll come out. It'll happen. Let me see. How about I make hmm what to draw? Let's see. If I do um hmm, I need to draw. I want to draw. Let's see. I'm trying to think of Moomin specifically, just because I spent so much time on Raggedy stuff, and I know a lot of people in here aren't really exactly Raggedy fans. Let me see if I can think of drawing something Moomin related. Uh, let's see. Moomin. I'll draw. Let's see. You're doing just fine for a first time. Yeah. First time. I mean, other streamers have had a first time as well. I'm not a streamer. I'm not a streamer. I'm not a streamer. But yeah, first time. Anything to do with a first time. Yeah. Let me see. I I had way more plans. I honestly didn't expect up to like 5 people to come. Like that's a lot of people. I really only expected maybe one, but I'm thankful that there were so many people that came. Let me see. Oh, Woodies. I'll draw them. Let's see. I was thinking about Woodies the other day, and I really wanted to, because I did uh plan on making an animation with Woodies in it. You know what? This is actually really, since I have this open, I can show you art that I've never posted, or like whips and things that I've never finished. This is actually kind of interesting. Um, a little light bulb came in. Let's see if I can find anything interesting. Um, I remember I did want to make a little animation with Woody's a very long time ago, but nothing came of it. I think I just forgot. Like I don't know what happened. Let me see. Around here, there's something. I have a bunch of art in here. Like I save everything. And God, is it so much? Like my computer is going to die one day, just because I'm holding in so much stuff. Like there's so much. Let me see. I don't think I have anything that's finished enough to be like, yeah, this is something to show anything. I can show some of my earliest art with Moomin that was done with. Oh my god, I have a story. Okay, I stumbled into something. I found gold. I found something. Exclusive art. Yes, this is very exclusive. I'm gonna tell you guys a story. I'm gonna show you guys something. This is a drawing I did. Let me see. When was this done? Um, this was made February in 2019. And you're probably like, okay, this is a Snuffkin drawing, right? I'd never. Okay, when I made this, this was a character I made for D&D that I was like, oh man, I'm gonna be a half elf bard, and he's gonna play a lute, and this is gonna be great. I love this character design, and I was so proud of this character design I've made. I was like, yes, this is the best thing I've ever made. And then, if I remember correctly, about a week or two later, I was on YouTube, and somebody made a compilation. I don't think it wasn't gosh, I'm trying so hard. It was I don't think I didn't know this person. Somebody made a compilation of Snufkin on YouTube, and I was like, oh my god, this character has been created already. Like I'd never heard of Snufkin, I'd never heard of Moomin, I've never seen either character before ever. I was like, what is this? Like I made this character, and I was so happy. I was like, dude, this is epic. This is great. Like look at this. I even made this one, and it's like, oh my god, like what happened? What did I do? Like this is terrible. Like I can't use this anymore because this character already exists, and I was so hurt. I was personally attacked. I was like, dude, this sucks. This character has been around since like what, 1912. Man, like this is not great. Like it put a bad taste in my mouth. It made me frown. I was frowning, and then I started watching Moomin, and I was like, this is great. Like I was bitter, but I also enjoyed it because I knew I wasn't gonna do anything with the character design anyway. Like I'm one of those people that just makes a character design and then never uses it. So I was kind of like, it was like I don't know, it was kind of a win, but at the same time, it was like I felt so hurt because if I showed this to somebody that knew what Moomin was, they'd be like, oh, I love that, I love Snufkin, I love Moomin, and I'd be like, oh, like now I can't. It's not mine. It's not my work. Which is a shame. It's a shame that I can't, reinvent the wheel. But I'm glad that I at least get to enjoy um Snufkin, you know, the real one. Yeah. I get to so that I don't think I've shared that on Tumblr. I was planning on doing it, but I think I forgot. I think I may have told Gillian. I keep wanting to call her Gillian. um, I think I did tell them about that, but oh my god, that story, it makes me so sad. But uh dude, it's just peak character design. I think that's the reason I'm the most upset. you know, but it happens to every artist, I think. Like the majority of artists, they're like, "Oh, yeah, I'll make a character design. This will be great." You know, people will enjoy it, and then they realize, "Oh, the thing I made isn't entirely original." And then you'll feel bad, and then you'll get over it, Like there's that one guy that he accidentally wrote the Office theme song. He made a YouTube video about it. He was like, "Yeah, I was just making music, and I was really excited about this one song I was writing, and then I realized, oh crap, I accidentally wrote the Office theme song like it already exists." And that's how it is with everything, I think. Most art is that way. Like I remember my art teacher, I was her only student. I was kind of like her apprentice, but without, living with her. She was sort of my master. She taught me how to, uh do things like acrylic painting and things. um, she made a statue of like a little monster that was a cyclops, and he had little horns and a round body and little stubby legs, and he was holding a balloon. And I was like, the, like he looked like this, right? And he was holding a balloon, and I was, but like the only thing is that the monster was pink, and I was like, dude, that's Mike Wazowski. Like that thing exists. She was so angry at me for telling me that creature already existed. She's like, dude, don't come, like, don't talk to me for a bit. Like, I'm so angry that like this already exists. Like, obviously, she wasn't as angry at me. She was just like angry that like like she took. I remember after that, after she made it, she took it to an art fair to try and sell it. Uh, and people in the audience were like, "Oh man, is that Mike Wazowski?" Like, and she was like, "Oh my god, I hate this so much." Yeah, so this happens to people. Like, I'm not the only one, which is a good thing. Because man, that would have been bad if I were the only one to ever have accidentally reinvented something. But yeah, I think that's just how people are. That's how people work. People remake something. That's a pretty common thing, like people like oh god, there's what is it? Tesla is credited for inventing the camera, I believe it is. Even though there was a guy around the same time who also invented the camera. The only reason he wasn't credited for creating the camera is because he was kidnapped and he was never found again. So yeah, people recreate. I mean, that's a pretty sour note, but people can remake things, relearn, reuse, reduce. That's how it kind of functions. But yeah, that guy did get kidnapped. I don't remember his name. I gotta look it up, but I'll I'll let you know. Let me see. Guy. I'm gonna look it up right now. You know what? Guy who is uh Augustine Le Prince. Yeah, this guy. It's just like a movie. Like this guy, he got on a train. Like there's a BuzzFeed Unsolved episode about it, dude. Like go out and watch it, man. It's freaking crazy. This guy just goes on a train and he's gonna like show. He's going to show these people like his invention. He's like that is what was gonna submit him as the person who invented the motion picture camera, and he's like vanished. Like he went on that train and he did not get off. Like people don't know what happened. It's freaking weird. It's like those movies where it's like somebody's murdered on a train and nobody like knows who it is. Like once the train lights go out, like people like somebody ends up dead and they're like, oh my gosh, somebody on this train killed someone. It's like that, but it was real, and it was with something that people think Edison did it because Edison would I guess Edison would do something like that. I don't know. I never knew the guy. I don't know anything about Edison. Let's see. What do I want this little thing to be doing? Maybe walking like Sasquatch. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, that's freaking crazy. History, man, history's crazy. Like there's so many instances like that. Man, there's something else like that. There's something to do with animation, I think, if I remember correctly. I'm not gonna close that. I'm not too proud of that. Let me see. Animation instances where someone the first it gets a lot of vibes the same as what's his name? Let me see if I can remember his name. Uh Windsor McKay. Windsor McKay. He's considered the guy who uh he's like the father of American animation. He's responsible for things like character animation. Like he's one of the first people to do it. Disney was a huge was influenced largely based on Windsor McKay, and McKay had a lot of like proprietary um sort of instances where he'd do things like animating, where I don't know what I'm drawing right now. A lot of his work was Very influential. You study him in school, animation school, even though he's not very well known. He had things. He made Gertie the dinosaur. You absolutely should look up Gertie the dinosaur if you like dinosaurs and if you like animation and things like that. If you want to see a man, a very small man, a real man, a very really small man, like go and feed a dinosaur a pumpkin, absolutely watch Gertie the dinosaur. It's so freaking awesome. It's amazing. Um, it was like considered the first character animation, yeah, or at least the very beginning of character animation. And that title is often disputed, sort of situation. Trying to figure out who who gets to say who invented what. Um, a lot of that very early, in the 1900s when things like that were going on, because that was kind of just like a, I don't know, whoever first come first served, was most famous, I guess, really got the title. Like for things like Nikolai Tesla, um he was supposed to be credited for the invention of the radio, but a bunch of stuff happened in between that really hurt it, I guess. Yeah, there's so many inventions like that in media that really get overlooked, or at least the history, I guess, if you could say that. These Woodies are not very good drawings, but I'm gonna use them to practice stretchy, stretchy. When I say stretchy, I mean stretchy, like this, stretchy. Like when a cat stretches and their toe beans go like this. I'm gonna do that, stretching. Just after talking about a man like going missing, never being seen again. He had children. He had a beautiful daughter. He went missing off a train. I'm gonna completely ignore that. I'm gonna draw this. I'm gonna draw stretching. This Woody, a Woody stretching, going like this. The head is non-existent. There we go. Stretching. That looks like a good stretch. Yeah, that's a good stretch. Yeah, ignore what I said about that guy going missing and dying and or whatever. Well, of course he died, because that was like 100. That was over 100 years ago. But yeah, ignore that. That's a downer. It's a downer. I'm gonna draw Woody stretching. Woody. I'm gonna draw Woody for memory. No. Yeah, that's Woody. Yeah. I don't know why I gave him Family Guy mouth. Ignore that. But that's Woody. Woodies. Just a bunch of Woodies. For all your Woody needs. I don't remember what his hat looked like. Ignore it. Um, just yeah, a bunch of Woodies and Tom Hanks. There we go. This is what art is. This is what goes through the mind of an people who make art. This is. Let me see. I'm gonna draw this one with a nub tail. There we go. That's nice. Yeah, this. This is who I am as a person. If you are one of those people that says that art is not a window into the soul, get out of this stream right now. This is who I am. Let's see. There. Oh man, there should be a Pokemon with a like that's literally just like a snake coming out of a boot. And there's like the shiny version could just be like a stiletto heel or something, where like the colors don't change at all, but just like one of them has like they have like a platform heel, but they're angry. There we go. That's a good one. Yeah, a lot of like my doodles end up in dumps like this, or if I'm comfortable with like keeping them, a lot of the time I'll just go like boop and delete it, but I'm on stream, and everything in my body's telling me, everything in my body's telling me, oh, delete this. This is not great. But yeah, Woodies. I need to talk about Woodies for a bit because let me think. My opinion on Woodies is weird. I haven't seen the. I, I was talking about the 2019 Moomin adaptation earlier, but my opinion on those Woodies, I like them. It's just that what is it? There's something about them. I guess it's. I think it's just because they seem entirely feral in that one. They feel more. I don't know, less. What's the word I'm looking for? Less. I guess I can't. I feel like they can't relate. I feel like their interaction with Snufkin is stinted. You know, if you know what I'm saying. Like since they can't really respond to anything he says, at least for that episode where he was a dad against his will. Um, I feel like for that episode they kind of missed the opportunity to give them speaking lines or at least have some of them be entirely conscious. I feel like that would have been a good decision, or at least have some of them be older. I also really like it if they wore maybe some of them wore clothes. It's just a personal, because of course they couldn't, affording to do that. Considering that it is a 3D animation, it is much more difficult to make models than it is to draw them. You know, so doing that for the original was much simpler than it is for this one. Making 3D models is very hard. I've done it. I have crap. I don't know if I have any pictures of the 3D models I've made. I might. Let me see. I do have pictures. I have frames of animations I've done that I can show. Let's see. What is this? I can't see. Here's a model I made this semester a few months ago. I think it was the first model I made. It's a seal, and he's a chess piece, and he's the rook chess piece. And it was very hard because modeling a seal is very hard. Like I was like, oh my god, this sucks. Like there's so many booleans, I can't get around it. Like this, like it hurt me. I made a turnaround of it, a long time ago. I don't know if I posted it. I may have, or I may not have. But yeah, it did. It, anime. I don't know how I feel yet about 3D animation. I'm still very new to it. I enjoy making models and things like that. But 3D animation is different to 2D animation in the way you do it, I guess is the word. It's more like puppeteering than drawing. So, like what I'm doing, hypothetically, I could make animations out of these, drawings if I just drew this multiple times over and over and over. Um, I could make an animation out of that, and it's very simple because drawing comes naturally to somebody that's been doing it for so long. But 3D animating, making models, doing things like that can be very difficult. For someone who's never done it, never touched animation software. I'm gonna make more. What is here? Uh, it's it gets nuts. It's like, and there's some people that have already had experience with it, and that's when I'm like, I feel like, oh gosh, I'm not doing enough, like, but it's obviously not my fault not having access to any of that software for a very long time because of course my computer can't run that well with that software. I have a laptop. I'm doing this from a laptop. Like it sounds cringe. It sounds really bad. But yeah, this is I don't have much RAM. I don't have much space on my computer to do things like that. So I don't. I mean, the upper hand I have, the advantage I have is that I'm able to draw very fast and getting things done like orthographic sketches, things that are necessary for 3D animation, storyboarding, and things like that. That's really where uh, my skills lie, and that's really where I want to go if I were to go into working in 3D animation. I really do want to be a storyboarder. I love storyboarding and I love making animatics. Like that's my favorite thing. Animating is a lot of fun, but it can be very time consuming, and often I don't have the attention span to do it, which is not great considering uh, you know that's the field I'm going into. I really should get better at um, not working purely off of motivation, but also working on discipline. Discipline is a very good, um, is a much more uh, safe way of working. I really need to learn how to do it. It's very hard. It's not meant for me. This one, I'm gonna have it be long like this. Yes. This one, they don't have ears. It's kind of a shame. What if I did? I want to give it something different. It didn't look very interesting. Um, if I maybe nose pointy, let's just smack it. No, I'm not doing it. Round. Uh, mm, big eyebrows and whiskers. No, character design. Character design is another thing that I really enjoy. Oh, there it goes. There we go. I haven't looked at the chat in a minute. Um, yeah. Man, I motivation is very hard to come by. It is very fickle. I know I keep saying things are fickle, but it is true. When it comes to anything art related, man, yeah, I had no idea that motivation would be so hard to come by when I was younger. Had I known that, I probably I would have been like, well, I guess I'll just be like a police. I'll be a fireman. I'll be a policeman. I'll be a veterinarian. I'll do something else. But I really wanted to be an animator, and I really wanted to be into art. And I'm really, don't get me wrong, I love it, and I love doing what I do. I really get a lot of out of what I'm doing. Um, I would not be happy if I didn't get to do this every day. Um, like this is the thing I enjoy most. Getting to draw and have fun while I'm doing it. You know, but the the most like a lot of the pain that comes with that is the trade-off being that, oh man, you have to do this every day even if you really don't want to, even if you're very tired and you feel like if you did it you would die, like you feel like you would pass out, like you just didn't have the energy. But yeah, really, you have to find a way to I have to find I have to find a way. Not you. You're not the one that's doing this. I have to be the one to find a way to balance that, figure out how to properly uh get that, like find a way to man, it'd be like lightning in a bottle if I could find a way to instantly find motivation. If there was like a pill that instantly made you motivated, good lord, I'd give everything for that, Because art block, dude, it hurts. I have a story about that. I have stories. Um, last was it last semester? Yes. No, it was my first semester. It was a year ago. I had a class that was it was screenwriting, and it's a requirement for some reason for art majors, like animation majors. To be in screenwriting, you have to take a lot of classes that have to do with entertainment. So that was one of the classes that I took, and I enjoyed it. It's just that we had I remember this. Um, we had somebody like the art my art professor was good friends with my no the professor that I had in the class. I remember the professor I had in that class. Um, she did a lot of writing. She was a screenwriter for Tailspin. She did oh gosh, what other shows did she do? She did so many. Um, I just remember Tailspin being her most famous one. Like she did that one, and she was good friends with um a guy. The guy I forget his name, but he's an artist. He also worked on Tailspin. He was a character designer, and he designed Toontown in Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Full circle. He um he did a lot of design. He was an artist. Um, did a lot of things like that. And let me see. I need to remove this, remove that so that makes sense. Um, he did a lot of work, commercial work, and I got to meet him, and it was very cool. I was the most excited person in the class to do this because the majority of the people that were in there, I think they just did not care. Like they did not care about animation whatsoever. And I was super excited to meet this guy because, like, geez, what a legend, right? Like, he got to work on, like, you heard me talk about Who Framed Roger Rabbit for a whole, like, maybe, like, 10 minutes. Like, you should know by now, like, okay, this guy's a big legend, right? So I got to meet this guy, and he was drawing the whole time that he was sitting in with us and explaining, like how important the screenplay is to animation because there were a few animation majors in there, if I remember correctly. I may have just said that there weren't, but I think there were. Um, and how important that can be, even in something that would be, like in storyboarding and things like that. Like I remember my professor brought in a screenplay she did for Tailspin, and it was like a storyboard. It had like the storyboards that came with it that he drew, and he was talking about how important it is to draw every day. And I remember one of the questions I asked him was what do you do if you have art block? Like what do you do when you have a day where no matter, like, you just can't find the motivation to make create, even though you love doing it, you just can't find the motivation. And I remember he said, oh God, it made me so, I was frustrated. He was like, if you ever get art block or if you ever get anything like that, you really shouldn't be doing the thing that you think you should be doing. Like, you really, if you get art block, you shouldn't be an artist. Like, basically was what he said. Like, I'm awfully, like, I, I'm not gonna like crap talk this guy. He's a great guy and he was very nice and he is very accomplished. It's just that I absolutely do not agree with that statement. Like, of course, you do really need to be into what you create, and you really have to be creating all the time if you really want to be, a creator and, getting work out there. But I absolutely do not agree with the assertion that if you if you struggle, at least that's how I interpreted it, you should not be a creator. Yeah. I feel like I don't know. It's such a bizarre response. I feel like I must have interpreted it wrong. Like now that I'm really thinking about it, like I'm sure what he meant to say was if you ever get into art block or things like that, um, you like it really won't benefit you. Like if you really get into it where it's like frequent, you really need to find something to get rid of that. Like you have to, like if it's chronic or something, I guess. Like I don't know exact. It's just a strange thing to say, because I know so many artists that they don't make art very often, but they're amazing artists. Like they make so much wonderful work. Like every piece they make, even though it's far and few between, is absolutely wonderful. You know, just because you create so often doesn't mean that the work that you create is any good. Of course, that guy did have a lot of good things to say as well. I feel like that was just the big takeaway was like the moment he said that, I was like, okay, I immediately like I discredited everything he said after that. I discredited. Like, I was just like, I'm not gonna listen to this guy. Like I guess I just had a bad day. Like I really I wasn't feeling agreeable that day. I usually am not like that. I think I was just hurt by what he said. Because I was like, dude, that was about me. Like, you're talking about me, man. You know. Uh, but geez, yeah. Finding the motivation is probably one of the most difficult uh things to do with any sort of art form. It is very rare that you get motivation, and motivation, it's like the light at the end of the tunnel. It's like, oh, I'm feeling, I'm feeling like I'm doing the right thing. Like I'm getting something right now. Like I'm getting something from this. Yeah, that was oh man, that was a weird day. Like I remember coming home and being like, dude, like I don't know if I want to be an animator. Like if I really get to where I'm like, I really don't want to animate today. Like if that ever happens to me, yeah, I'm gonna remember that, and I'm gonna be like, you know what, out of spite, I'm gonna say, you know what, I am gonna animate today just to prove that guy wrong. Even though I don't have the motivation and I do have art block, I'm gonna continue to create work, and I'm gonna be great. I'm gonna be great at it. you know, uh, I'm not a vengeful person. And if I did meet him again, I would absolutely love to meet him again. He was a very nice guy. It's just, oh man, that was so weird. I guess he just, I don't know. I think it's because a lot of the people that were in that class were not very excited to meet him, and I guess he felt a little hurt by that. So maybe he was much more harsh than he really would have been. You know, to me, it doesn't matter too much. You know, it was very cool to meet him. Somebody that worked in the industry. You know, it's very rare that you get that, especially where I am right now. The closest thing that we have is Nashville, and that's Nashville is not necessarily known as the place where animation happens. It's Music City, and even then, it's like music doesn't happen in Nashville anymore. you know, People don't go to Nashville to make really great music anymore. Like I know that sounds sacrilege, but oh man, Nashville, it's just kind of sad. There is a gay sector though now, which is pretty freaking epic. I really want to go over there. Man, that's one thing that happened. Like ever since the no disease happened, um, that's one of the things that was put on hold. Like I really wanted to go to a gay club for the first time. Go to a gay bar, um, or anything that was kind of I don't know. I never go out. I never do anything like that. I'm kind of a homebody. Um, I'm not a very social individual, I guess you could say. So doing things like that, or I somebody would have to invite me to do something like that. And the one time I was invited, I was like, oh man, I'll do that once the summer starts. And then the summer started, and then it went. It's like nothing happened. But I'm not I'm not bitter about that. I mean, I know a lot of people are very bitter about losing the summer and not being able to do anything, not being able to go anywhere. Um, to me, I'm just thankful that I'm healthy. I'm thankful to be healthy. I'm thankful that the people that I love and care about are healthy. Um, as um, as tasking as being at home all the time is, I'm glad um, that I don't have to worry about dying when I go outside. You know, Having to work outside. I guess I should talk about my work too. I guess I don't I never talk about that. I don't know if many people know what exactly I do. This is a very good sketch. I'm gonna work on this. Um, I for my day job, I am a grocer. I work at a grocery store. I have that in my bio, but I don't know if people read bios anymore. Um, yeah, I'm a grocer. I work at a grocery store, and I've been working there for 2 years. Same grocery store. That's where I met my good friend. That's where I've met a lot of my good friends. That's when I started making friends again. Once I got out of high school, and it, I'm not gonna say working in a grocery store is great. You really have to, I guess, working at a grocery store, you rely a lot on other people. You have to be very good at working with other people. But a lot of places are like that, you know. If you work in customer service, you have to, you know, that's where I work. I work in customer service. I don't stock shelves or anything like that. Um, I'm a cashier. I do things like that. I bag. So I have to deal with a lot of people, and I was not a social person at all when I first started working there. Oh God, I didn't hate people. It's just that I had a very hard time getting along with people or understanding people. Yeah, so it really helped me get out of my shell. You know, getting to do that as a job. Before the no disease, I was a chef there. We had like this little program where I would make samples, free samples of recipes that corporate would make using products that would be on sale. And I had my own little cooking station. I would um, I would cook steak. I would make pasta. I would make oh man, I remember one of my favorite recipes was of course I'm a vegetarian so I couldn't eat it, but I love to make it is I really liked making uh salmon. Oh, it was so much fun to make because it smelled so delicious. I would make salmon that had orange zest and peels in the saucepan, and I would make oh man, I'd make desserts, I'd make cakes, I'd make anything, you know, any recipe they'd give me, I'd make it, and uh, that's kind of one thing I miss since the disease started. Um, since the since the sickness came, you know, I miss being able to cook like that because at home I can't because you know I can't afford those groceries. I don't eat meat anyway, so I don't really have anybody to cook like that for. Um, I could always do that for my family, but they wouldn't eat it. Um, you know, and it would take a lot of planning to do something like that. Doing it for a job, it was just so much fun. You know, I love to cook, and that's one thing that I kind of lost um, from that happening. And because the funny thing is that when I was doing it, I I kind of hated it. Like I'm gonna be honest, I hated because I relied a lot on other people to do that. Um, if the ingredients, the way I would get them is each department would have the ingredients that came from their department, and I would have to pick them up by going around to each department and picking up their tub that had the ingredients in it for the week. And often, I mean, by often I mean every time, the ingredients would never be prepared just because nobody would be trained on what to do for that. Like people didn't pay attention to. I was considered an aprons clerk, like that's what it was called. People wouldn't pay attention to the aprons uh, display or clerk. Like it wasn't people who were being trained wouldn't talk about it. They would forget. So often I was very angry. You know, it made me upset because I would have to do so much extra work just to you know get everything ready. You know, preparation. Um, And I remember a lot of customers would, oh gosh, customer relations. Um, I'm not good at, I don't have a bad temper. It's just that I, one thing I've noticed is that people, I don't hate people either. I don't hate anybody, but man, I can really be annoyed by certain behavior. Like I can really hate behavior. Like if people are just inconsiderate, of what I'm doing. Like I'm putting in work. I'm going to work. This is like where I work is. It's not much, but it's honest. Working at a grocery store, everybody needs groceries. If I didn't work there, then if nobody worked there, we wouldn't have groceries. Um, but just rude customers, it would be so hard to deal with, especially working at cooking food for people because there would be people, even though the food was free, they would still be very picky. Like if I made steak, there would often be times where people would be very upset if the steak wasn't cooked the way that they want it because steak is very it's up to personal tastes. Uh, if steak is cooked the way that they like it, and I would cook it the way the recipe would tell me, that would be FDA approval, reaching a temperature of I think it was 400 degrees if it was medium well. I would cook it so that way the internal temperature would be that, and people would still complain if the inside looked too pink. And I remember that being a frequent problem and getting aggravated, you know. But I do miss it, getting to cook. Cooking is a wonderful pastime. I feel like everybody should cook. Even if you feel like you can't or you don't know how. Cooking is such a wonderful. It's it's like gardening. It really gets you to go out and you feel it. You get out of your head. I feel like that's what the appeal is to me. Like when I'm cooking, I don't have time to think about what's going on in my little pea brain. I think more about like okay, I got to make sure that I put everything in the saucepan correctly. I got to make sure I stir it frequently. I got to make sure I do this, that, and the other thing. The cake is in the oven. I have to prepare the sauce. That sort of situation. I don't have time to be in my head. And I feel like a lot of that is gone. But with drawing, I get a lot of that. I get to. It's a very similar feeling. You the feeling of being able to just not mindlessly, but uh, focus strongly, strongly focus on uh, the creation of a thing. Gets you out of your head. It humbles you, as you say. You know, I didn't look at the chat for that whole conversation. I probably should have. Yeah, customer service, absolutely. It's it wasn't too bad. I think it's. I don't remember any specific instance. It's just that sometimes working at a grocery store, and the grocery store that I do work at, um, caters mostly to older people. It's not like Walmart where it's the grocery store I work at is more expensive. So the majority of people that shop there are older. So they're less tech savvy and more curt, I would say, in tone. Like they got to the point, the majority of them got to the point where they don't really care if they're rude, you know. Um, which is, it can be frustrating. Like I remember the person that was the full time aprons person. They quit because they retired. They were in their 80s and they retired. And I was the only person that really enjoyed doing aprons, enjoyed cooking. Everybody else that did it hated it, just because it'd be frustrating and most people don't know how to cook. So I was dubbed the person to, be the aprons person. So for that whole summer, I think last summer, I I was the for I'm not full time, and so they wouldn't give me 40 hours a week, but for 38 hours a week, I would cook, and it could get frustrating, like being because the majority of it is exhaustion, like just being so tired, like working every day, the only I would only get maybe one day off a week, you know, if I was lucky. Uh, but it didn't. At least it taught me really to have a good work ethic. That I eventually got to a point where I was like fed up. I had to go. I found a joy for doing it. It's just that when it got to where I would get sick or something like that, there would be nobody to cover, and I had to really go to my employer and say, hey, it's really not efficient to just have one person do this thing that is supposed to run every day, 7 days a week. I wouldn't be available to do that for too long. You know, as much as I enjoy cooking and as much as I love to work here and the people that work here, um, I wouldn't be able to, keep up with it. So they did, heed my call and they did hire someone. Um, they hired another person. Thank goodness. I was getting to where I was very tired and I, I wanted to take some days. Um, but oh man, did I enjoy cooking? I think that's one of those things. It's once you realize you miss it, then it's like, oh, this is kind of disappointing in it. It's like, yeah. I mean, I don't know how to put it in words. So once you realize it's gone, you're like, oh, uh, it really starts to wear on you. Because when you're in it, you think, oh, I don't enjoy this as much as nearly as much as doing it. Like I remember thinking to myself often when I was doing that, being like, oh, I would much rather be drawing right now or playing a video game or doing this or doing that. Like this is. I felt like a lot of the time it was like a waste of time, or at least I treated it in my brain as a waste of time. You know. So once I started realizing, oh, I really did enjoy the time that I spent doing that. Um, I think that's when it started, like being like, oh, and that's when, the no disease really started. Like, that's when I really started thinking, oh yeah, this is bad. Like, if we're really starting to shut down, like I can't cook anymore. Like it became like a hazard for me to go to my job. I was like, oh wow, um, yeah, like it really changed things. It made me realize, oh well, we're probably not as well equipped for the apocalypse as I thought we would be. But of course, this isn't going to be the apocalypse. I think we're far from apocalypse. I A lot of people do think it's the end of the world. Like oh, everything's going wrong, everything's falling apart. But I like to keep my head up, chin up, about that sort of situation. I guess. I feel like things are gonna turn out good in the end. You know, whether or not it takes a long time, I don't know. you know, but I'm not too worried about it. Um, I think, you know, if things are bad, then it means that it's not over yet. You know, it won't end badly. I don't think. I don't think that's how it's gonna happen. Yeah. Man, I've been drawing for a couple hours now. This is time sure does fly. I've been enjoying myself really. Um, this is very nice. Very cathartic. I'd recommend doing this at some point if you've ever thought about doing it. I enjoy getting to mindlessly draw. I guess if that's the word. Because whenever I usually draw, um, it's for a reason, I guess. I don't usually get to, um, I guess, do it like this, where I'm talking as I'm drawing, kind of half thinking, half not, not focusing too hard on what I'm doing. Because a lot of the drawing that I do, um, it's not that it requires a lot of focus, but it can be labor intensive, if that's the correct term. Um, I really do enjoy drawing though. There are a lot of people that really don't, and that's kind of one thing that I'm uh, like. I know this sounds silly, but learning how to um, accept when other people do not like what you enjoy. I feel like that is a very common problem nowadays, at least. Um, people take it personally if you do not enjoy what they enjoy. It's seen as like a personal attack. Like somebody were, if I were to be talking to someone and they were to say, I love, um, one of my favorite things is cherries. I love cherries. I love eating cherries. Like they're my favorite food. And if I told them, I said I hate cherries. I I can't eat cherries without puking. Like they're awful. It would be seen as a personal attack. Like most likely that person would think that I'm doing that to spite them, which the majority of the case it's not that way. That's just you get really defensive. Thinking about the thing that you really love. It's like if this person doesn't enjoy the thing I love, they must be irrational or stupid. That's a very common, like not, they wouldn't say that out loud, obviously. Well, some people wouldn't, but it's a very common thought process. Yeah, it's like this person's ridiculous. Um, they're they're irrational. They're not thinking straight. If they don't like that thing so much, what's wrong with them? It's kind of like with like cat people and dog people, like those people that they're like, I hate cats so much, and then there's people that love, like, what I'm talking about. That's just kind of how it works. You know, it, People get that way, and right now as an adult, I'm starting to try and learn how to get around that. It's not that I hate people that love what I do, or it's not that I hate people that hate what I like. I got caught up. It's just that sometimes it can be hard to um, what's the word? Recognize that it's not a personal attack. It's literally just their opinion, and they're entitled to their opinion. It's just hard to uh, separate that from the individual. Yeah, and that's something that I'm trying to personally work on right now because there are and again with the like I'm starting to realize that there are a lot of things that I enjoy that people really do not. Like for example, the Raggedy Ann thing. Like a lot of people um are mortified of dolls, and I'm starting to become very aware of that. That they're like, oh, gross. This is so scary. Like everything about this is wrong. And I'm having to be tolerant of that. Of course I'm tolerant already. Like of course I'm not going to attack that person and be like, how dare you for being afraid of something. But it can be like, oh man, that person does not enjoy what I enjoy. Like this sucks. Like it hurts a little. So finding that way of being like, okay, this isn't, they don't hate me. They're just, that's just how they think. Like it's not, it's literally their opinion. I don't have to worry about it. That's that's the thing that I have to remember. With that sort of thing. I feel like that's one of those problems that's not very common. Let's see. I think some people attach onto favorite things. So when people hate something they like, they feel like they've hurt. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Um, it's a very personal thing, especially with things that are like cat people and dog people. Like I was saying earlier, it's like people really love their animals, and if somebody says, "I think your animal is freaking smelly and it's disgusting and it sucks eggs," obviously that person's gonna feel like, like, oh, how dare you speak that way of my animal specifically, even though they were talking about that animal in general, and they might have a reason to behave, like to think that. Of course, they have a reason to think that way. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. You know, it can just turn out that way. It's just how things are. I know this might sound. I just realized that I'm talking about something completely different. You know, people that just might be hopping on a string are like, "Why are you talking about this? Like this has nothing to do with art or anything in general." But yeah, I'm talking about that just because uh, with, with I'm I'm starting to discover new things that I enjoy, and like Raggedy Ann and Andy again, like things like that. Of course, some people don't like it at all. They think, oh, this is creepy, or this is like I don't like that. That it hurts my eyes to look at it. Um, finding a way around that is like at least mentally, it's a new problem. With being an adult. Like learning how to say, okay, this person is, you know, that person's just themselves. I don't have to worry about it. Yeah. And it was that way about Moomin too. I remember a lot of people. It's not that people hated Moomin. It's just that especially with like people that I know in person. They're like, "Ugh, why do you like kids cartoons so much?" It's like, um, it can feel like a personal attack sometimes, even though they're really not. They're really just you know they're just trying to make conversation. They don't mean anything. They don't mean any harm. You know, people don't mean. Nobody wants to hurt anybody consciously. You know, unless they feel like they're hurt. You know? It's just it can be that way. It really do be like that. Let me see. I'm gonna add some green on here. Yeah. Um. But yeah. Especially with being in the Moomin fandom. I'm not the biggest. Uh, I mean, I'm not big into Moomin as much as I used to be. And I'm definitely not one of the most well-known Moomin artists or anything like that. I think Lance and uh Salmavit. I don't know how to pronounce their name. People Passion Peachy, people like that, they're way more into that, like people know way more about their work than mine. So it's not like people would come to me about I'm not the, final say in anything like that, but there are like a lot of debates in that, like a lot of people will be like, "How dare you? You hate this one adaptation that I love." Like, like there can be a lot of hurt feelings when it comes to that. It's being new to social media. Uh, I'm starting to realize, oh yeah, people can take things very personally, and that's not a bad thing. It's something to look out for. There's so many new movement artists that are CBS Raggedy Ann. I have. Let's see. It is what it is. What it is. That is how it is. Sorry, I got distracted. Christina Inman. Have you seen the CBS Raggedy Ann episodes? I have. I made a post about it on. I talked about it in the master post that I made. I think it was yesterday. Somebody asked about like what Raggedy Ann was, like how to watch it. Like they didn't really know if it was a movie or TV show or something. So I made a master post of like compiling all of the media that I could find of Raggedy Ann and Andy, and the I included the CBS episodes. Um, kind of, I after just getting done talking about opinions and how people can be hurt by those opinions, I was not a big fan of that adaptation. I didn't grow up with it, so I feel like the majority of joy that people would get from watching that adaptation would be nostalgia, and which is absolutely valid. I think it's funny. I didn't. One thing that I did see after I made the master post, on the master post, I said that the majority of the episodes were lost media. Apparently, that's not true. Somebody reblogged my post and said, "Hey, all the episodes are available on Dailymotion," which is great. It's just that everywhere I looked, I googled, I looked everywhere. I was like, where can I watch these? Um, the only thing that came up was YouTube, and I did find other articles that were. I found a article, and it cited a website that it was for CBS. It was a CBS website. It was like a TV catalog sort of situation. Um, that it was incredibly dated. It was like from it was absolutely from the early 2000s. Like this is one of those early 2000s. Like I stumbled upon it, and Um, it had like every episode cataloged on it, and but it didn't have any way to access any of those episodes. Like it only had the two that were on YouTube, and I thought, oh, that's probably the only two episodes that are available in general. If it's that way. So apparently I was wrong, which is good, because I don't want anything to be considered lost media, even if I don't personally enjoy it myself. I don't want because I'm sure absolutely there were people that worked on it that really enjoyed working on it, and they had um a good time doing it. It's just that to me, it didn't appeal to me specifically. Specifically the child acting, I was not a big fan of it. I did look into the actors. I did see the actress that played Anne also played Velma in A Pup Named Scooby Doo and Sister Bear in the Berenstain Bears. That's why I included those in the master post as like comparables to the show. Like what sort of like kind of the vibe that they give off to me. Um, if I watched it when I was younger, I would enjoy it more. I'm getting off track. Yeah, the other actor that was of note was Raggedy Andy. I don't remember what his name was, but he was Brother Bear in the Berenstain Bears. So these two actors worked together previously on CBS work. They're just child actors that were in the business. But the most interesting thing to me about any of this is the person that played Andy that long ago in the 90s, 93, if I remember, is when that show was on air. He is a practicing lawyer now. He works. He's a lawyer. He's a defense lawyer in Florida. Let me see if I can find his picture real quick. Um, let me see. The Adventures of Raggedy Ann and Andy. Josh Rodin played Raggedy Andy, and he has an IMDb. He was in the Berenstain Bears. He was in Popeye and Son. He did. He has an IMDb, but the thing is that's so cool is that he's also he's a practicing lawyer, which I think is pretty interesting. Or is he? Or I'm thinking of someone else. Am I thinking of someone else? I think this is the same person in it. Or there were two actors that did it. Let me see. Cast, because I know that the cast of this show is crazy. Kath Soucie is in it, which is pretty freaking crazy. She's very all over the place. It also had people like Charlie Adler, like other pretty well known, voice actors. It even had in one of the episodes. Let me see. Let me go to IM. No, this is the wrong one. Wrong IMDb here. Let me see. Uh, let me see. There was someone else, dude. Yeah, Brian Cummings was in it. Let me see. What else? Frank Welker. Frank Welker was in it. Frank Welker. That was the most shocking one. I was like, oh my god, Frank Welker did this. I was like, oh, what happened? Like, how much did CBS have to play Frank Welker to be in this show? But maybe Frank Welker at some point had a demo reel or something, and the work that was present in the show was from that reel. They just bought the because I'm sure like the work that he did was maybe for animals that were just in the background. It probably wasn't voice work. Yeah, if I had to guess, uh, Frank Welker for the uninformed is Scooby Doo. He also does Fred Rogers from Scooby Doo. He does the majority of like animal noises for things. If you heard like that cat, like that one that one dot wave file of that cat squealing, like it squeak. It's that one cat screaming. Yeah, that's Frank Welker. He does a lot of animal noises. He's very good at that. So that's what I assume he's in that for, and that's what's cool to me about it. And yes, I did see the animation errors and say, oh, hey, thank you for the Raggedy love. I'm surprised that so many people enjoy Raggedy. These are new people, so I'm gonna show you the art I've done of Raggedy so far. Let me see where. Here's an Andy I did earlier. Sorry he had to fade in like that. Let me see. There's something else in there. Right here. Here's some more art. Um, you can't see it all. Let me see. And an Andy I did earlier today, a few hours ago. I'll do more since there's more Raggedy people in here. I also have, let me see, a Snort Maiden I doodled. This is the first one, I think. And this Snort Maiden I did while I was waiting for, waiting to gain the courage to start streaming. And a bunch of Woodies I did. All of these are Woodies. There's a snake in the boot, and Tom Hanks. a bunch of a bunch of doodles today, art streaming. I'm still doing requests and things like that. Um, I'm that's one thing that Sarah Faith, pronounced Sarah, for sure not that proper. Yeah. Oh man. Uh, a lot of these are older comments, but yeah, Lance, absolutely. Even people, yeah, like a bunch of new people, new and Moomin people. Um, like oh god, I don't remember their new URL. Is it still Duck make? Oh god, you know who I'm talking about? Duck. Uh, my freaking beautiful little brain. Um, yeah, like all those people, wonderful, 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 beautiful artists. It's great that Moomin is still up and going. I wish Raggedy Ann was as popular as Moomin is, just so I wouldn't be the only one clogging up the the only one clogging up the tags. I feel so bad for being the only person that's like doing the tags that way. I'm doing it dirty, man. Let me see. Uh I'll draw some Raggedy stuff. I'm gonna lighten up the background a little bit, make it more of a neutral gray. Um, let's see. I'll make a new folder for the sketches, so that way I can declutter here. You guys don't see this, but because it's blocked by the chat, but you can sort of see it. All right, here we go. Unless somebody wants me to draw something else. Ragavon, that's it. Yeah, you got it. You're pretty much the reason why I'm interested in it. I'm so happy that people are that is like one of the moments that I was so like I was actually like legitimately like I'm smiling right now. Like I'm like this is me. Like I'm crying. I'm not crying, but um the I was so surprised. when I did the Raggedy art, the first, the second piece I did. Let me see if I can find it. The one that everybody saw. It's the Let me see. Um, this is what's cool is that I'm on stream and I can show you guys art that I've never posted. Isn't that cool? If I can find it. RPR. Let's see. Where is it? Here. Somewhere. Somewhere in here. Where are you? Let's see. There's so much in here, and for some reason, the orientation will not change. Like, there's something wrong with how all of the art is displaying. So, there's some problems, but I'll be able to find. It's the one where they're doing each other's hair. If you remember that, everybody saw it. I was so shocked when who was it that reblogged that? It was someone ridiculously famous. It was um it was the guy that did the alligator thing, the alligator protecting the pumpkin. That Oh my god, it's gonna destroy me. Not knowing what this person. I'm gonna go to Tumblr right now. I gotta see who this person is. Oh crap. What's their name? Uh oh, I gotta look at their chat. Maybe they know. No. Who is it? But oh my gosh, the person that reblogged that was incredibly famous. I was just like, holy crap. And Passion Peachy reblogged it after, and I was like, oh my god. Uh, I think the moment I posted that, I was talking to Jillian. It's Jillian, but I keep calling her Gillian. Um, we were on Discord, and I was talking to her, and um, for those of you who do not know them by their real name, don't worry about it. I don't know if I'm allowed to give out their real name, so I'm just gonna say that they're on Tumblr as well. But I was talking to them and I posted it and I was like, oh man, how great would it be if Passion PT reblogged this? Lol, isn't it great? Because like whenever you make something, Passion PT, they followed me for a bit, but like they don't usually reblog my stuff, and whenever they do, like it immediately blows up, and I'm like, oh my god, it's like what's happening? It stresses me out a little, to be honest. Um, but oh man, I was like, haha, how funny would it be if Passion PT reblogged this, haha, and then the Passion PT reblogged it, and I was like, oh my god, it was like, oh my god, like this has actually happened, like I jinxed it, and Gilliam was there as witness. I think Lance was asleep. I think no, that was when I Lance, that's when I messaged in the chat and I was like, "Hey bro, I hope you're doing all right." And that's when I had all that cranberry juice and I was really excited. And I felt kind of bad after that. I didn't mean to shake you up or anything. I don't know if you're still here. Let me see. Yeah. M- Mod Mad. Yeah, Mod Mad. I was in the movie. Let me see if I remember. I was in the Moomin fandom a little before it blew up on Tumblr in 2018. I remember. I'm surprised this isn't more popular on Tumblr. Then it blew up 3 months later. Absolutely, that is absolutely how things work on Tumblr. Things work the least you would expect. Like, I jumped in the Moomin fandom kind of like halfway after the Moomin boom. That's when I started my blog. I've only been on here since I think February. Um, which is crazy considering I think I've made so much since then. Let me see. The eyes are way too big. This will bother me. But yeah. Oh man, like the Moomin boom, such a wonderful, wonderful time. I really want. Let's see. I really want there to be a Raggedy Boom. Like, oh god, how wonderful it'd be if there was a Raggedy Boom. Oh, actually, since I can show art that I have made of Raggedy, uh, let's see. I'm gonna lighten that up. I'm gonna show you guys how I make my little um uh how I made the well ignore that. How I made the what's that called? What are they called? They're the things that I love to make all the time. The animatics. I'll show you how I made it. So you guys can't see this, but I have a folder full of every single frame that was in that animatic. I don't have any sort of storyboarding software that is very high quality. I don't have Storyboard Pro because it's incredibly expensive. Uh, the best I have is um, I think it's freeware. Let me see. Uh, I think it's just called Storyboarder. That's what I have, and it does not do storyboards like this. For each frame, I had to individually draw in this program, and I made them each rather than making them PNGs like I usually make my uh, images. I made them JPEGs just to save on space because I have here a folder full of individual the only images. Like here, I have the Andy PNGs that I had from the bit where he is kicking the thing on the ground in the background. And let me see. It goes all the way. I have, let me see, 68 images here. This is the 68th one. If you can see this down here, it goes from Queen 1 to Queen 68. And oh my god, it was a big labor. I if I weren't stubborn, I could have used an animation program to do it. But I am stubborn. I am stubborn. I really don't want to learn how to use. Is this the frame that I really like? Which frame is it? That one, right? Yes. Yeah, I have a lot of frames in here that I love to death, even though they're um, very sketchy. I'm very proud of the um, perspective shots I did that goes this way, this way. There are also some things that you can't really see that weren't included, like Sir Leonard being there. This this shot panned in, so it wasn't too easy to see. Um, let me see. I also have the SAIs, the original, the original SAIs for some of the scenes. So what I would do is this would be my process. I would each character would have their own layer, and each character would have their own drawing. So the first drawing I made of Leonard Looney in this shot is this one, and I would use that as kind of a base. Um, if I ever needed to edit something like the eyebrows or things like that, I would erase it and make a new set. Um, so this isn't the original, but it is somewhat close. And then I would kind of trace it and make kind of a different expression or things like that. I really wanted each drawing to be individual, to show like, okay, I put a lot of work into this. It's like there's a lot going in. Um, I wanted to really change the poses. That's really what I wanted to work on. Each drawing being individual. Uh, you could see how I layered it. Each drawing layered and layered and layered and layered. I remember this day that I was working on this. Uh, these drawings. Oh God, this was hard. And the Andy drawings here. Um, when Anne looked like this in the thing, it was like 1 a.m. and I was like dying. I was like, I can't. I wanted to get it done in a day. I wanted like that's usually how long I spend on art and things like that. It's usually how long I have the attention span for. let me close this. This is a render I did earlier. I was showing it just to show that I've been doing 3D stuff as well. I haven't been posting. But this is when I started to lose, I started to lose my mind. I was like, oh my God, I can't, my eyes are burning, like this is hurting a little, hurting my head, you know. And apparently that also happened to the people that worked on the movie. Like they felt just as I did, working on the movie. There are oh God, it hurt, man. It was rough. Animatic. So glad you like Game Grumps. That was hilarious. Yeah. I I didn't watch that original video. I found it in like a compilation and I was like, "Oh my God, this is hilarious." And I watched it. I love I really like Game Grumps. I really love their stuff. I've been watching them for a really long time. The work you put in, like, thank you, Lance. I did not do it in a day. Just to be clear, I absolutely did not do all of that work in a day. Um, there needs to be Raggedy Ann reboot. I okay. I'm gonna slow down. I'm getting excited. Um, that animatic. Let me see. Um, if I can find. Here's my Tumblr. It's open. Um, the animatic I have. Um, I can post a link to it in the chat if you haven't seen it. It is like my favorite thing I've done. I know that sounds silly, but oh my God, it's like the thing I'm most proud of, and I'm a little sad that it didn't get the same amount of attention as the first few Raggedy Ann and Andy drawings I did. Um, because I remember the first few. Oh my gosh, they were all over the place. Like, here's the link. Let me see if I can post it in the chat. Here it is. If you haven't seen it. Um, but yeah, the whole thing is about. It's over 1 minute long, and about the first half is done in 2 days. The second half, the part where Andy says, "All right, just saying," that started after Thanksgiving, I believe. Thanksgiving was in the middle, and I remember being so exhausted, just because Thanksgiving is draining, and wanting to have that done. Like I couldn't bring my computer with me to Thanksgiving. I was traveling out of state. I had to go to Alabama to visit family, and I couldn't really spend any of that time working on drawings or school or anything. And if I ever spend too long not drawing, it hurts. It starts to feel like, oh, something bad's gonna happen. You know, it does not feel great. Um, that does not look good. I'm very particular about how I draw Anne, but yeah, all that work was not done in 1 day. It took me a week, and oh my God, it hurt. It hurt really. It was very much a labor of love. Let me see. There needs to be a Raggedy Ann reboot or something. I think it is in the public domain. I heard something about it in being in the public domain, but where I've heard that from, I really need to update the. I made a master post on my Tumblr. It's the most recent, one of the most recent Raggedy posts I did. The It is a master post of all of the Raggedy content that is on Tumblr, that is free to the public. One thing I didn't include, two things I didn't include. I didn't include any documentaries, which I should have. There is a documentary on the Broadway musical, Ragdolly, about how the Broadway musical helped with Soviet relations, of all things. Um, and there is a book that I would highly recommend you check out if you love the movie. It is written by a man named John Kamaker. I've already talked about it on stream, but I'm going to reiterate. Um, John Kamaker, he also did throwback. He also did a documentary on what's his name? The person that did. Let me see. He also did a documentary on Winsor McKay, who is the uh, like the basically the father of animation in the West. Uh, he's responsible for character animation. You know, he's responsible for animation not really being seen as a party trick anymore. Before him, it was basically just like the thaumatrope, you know, and the zoetrope, things like that. They were more seen of as like toys and things like that, or illusions. Uh, he became known as the guy who made animation thing, but John Canemaker, he wrote a book about Raggedy Ann and Andy, the musical. Let me see, the movie, the 1977 movie done by Richard Williams. Let me see here. Let me see if I can find it just to show you. Uh, because this book is absolutely, if you love animation history, you should absolutely check out this book. Um, it's kind of a, I know it sounds silly, but it's a period piece that it really illustrates well the climate animation was in the 70s. The trouble with it once Disney passed away, and his brother, or right before, I think it was right after, how animation was slowly dying. The book is about the production of Raggedy Ann and Andy, but it's also about Raggedy Ann and Andy in general. Like it covers to tie back to what I was originally saying, with it being public domain. Uh, Let me see, John K. Maker writes about how I'm gonna put this in the chat so you guys can look at this. It's able to buy on Amazon. That's where I got my copy. I don't think you can get it online. Um, yes, the Soviet relations. That's a pretty crazy one. It's on YouTube. I can find it and put up a little link to it. And yeah, Little Nemo in Slumberland. Um, Winsor McKay is uh absolutely he created that. Um, but that's the book, and this book is absolutely wonderful. I would not recommend it enough. Um, if you He talks about if he references it being public domain now, and to my knowledge, if I had to guess, I would say yes. In terms of the book, the characters themselves, I think they belong to CBS still, which is they made the 1993 show, and they own the rights to, I think, theatrical depictions of Raggedy Ann and Andy. Um, I know this isn't well known. I know Bat on Tumblr, Frankie. I just recently reblogged one of their posts. You should absolutely check them out. Um, they're a wonderful little person. Even though they're not into Raggedy Andy anymore, it was a long obsession long ago. They posted about in 2012, a remake was going to be made of Raggedy Ann and Andy, but not of the movie Musical Adventure. Instead of it was going to be a completely original thing. Let me see if I can find it. Uh, uh, let's see if I can find it. Big screen plan for Raggedy Ann and Andy. A Variety did a um. Is this the right one? Yes. Okay. Variety did a an article in 2012. I'm sorry if you can hear an ad right now, but Variety did an article in 2012 saying that Raggedy Ann and Andy was going to get another film adaptation, and what was going to happen was um, the film was going to be partially practical effects and partially 3D animation, which I would have liked to see. The person that was going to be responsible for the practical effects, what that means is the movie was going to involve puppetry. The dolls themselves were going to be in a more modern setting, and they were going to have puppet models. And the person that was going to be responsible for the models was people that work on Sesame Street, which again is a tie back to the original 1977 movie with Joe Raposo working on Sesame Street, which is kind of crazy. Um, there's a lot of like recycled um, people, like recycled, I guess, people in this sort of franchise. I don't know why it's like that, but yeah, they were gonna have practical effects. They were gonna it was gonna be partially animated, and I would have loved to see it. However, the last looks into it were in 2012. So that absolutely means that the movie had been canceled or is stuck in production hell indefinitely. We have no idea what the movie was going to be like. We do not know anything about the production of the film. Um, we do know who was supposed to be the director for the film. But I'm absolutely not. If I do meet that guy, I'm absolutely not going to be the person to ask him like, "Hey, what about that failed project that you were in 2012?" Yeah, like I'm not going to be the person to like bring that up to him. Yeah, I feel like that'd be rude. you know, it's but oh man, absolutely. I really do want another adaptation. Like if it's up to me, I would absolutely do it. I don't know what production company was going to do that film adaptation. I don't know who was going to do it. I don't know if it was CBS or not. Um, Depending really on who owns the rights to it, we really don't know. Oh man, if it were up to me, like I joke all the time. Um, like if I had to, I would make my own Moomin reboot. I would make my own um Raggedy Ann and Andy reboot. I would absolutely make my own Raggedy Ann and Andy reboot. Like considering the amount of art I make for them already, you know, it's like I'm already kind of doing that. Like I'm bringing them into the public consciousness. Um, that reminds me of what I was about to say earlier, but I think I got sidetracked. Was once I posted that, and Passion Peachy revlogged it, and the other amazing person in the world that for some reason I can't remember, as silly as that sounds, reblogged it. I was like, oh my gosh! I started getting, I I know this sounds silly, but I got really excited and happy and sad, and I felt a lot of emotions because I started she didn't die, she's still there. It's just that I turned her down. Um, I started getting a lot of attention for that, which I was absolutely not used to. And I started getting random comments or public or private messages from people who were like, "Hey, check out this Raggedy Ann I saw it at the store," or "Check out this Raggedy Ann and Andy that I that's on this that like I got random comments from random people I'd never met that were like, "Hey, check out this and this." You know, like people were way into it, and I was just like, "Whoa!" Like that's a lot of like, man, that's like I'm at a loss for words. You know, I was super grateful that all those people were so interested in what I had to say about Raggedy Ann and Andy. Like of all things, I think it's just because it's so in the public conscious, not in the public conscious, but everybody knows of it. You know, so it's like, oh my gosh, I remember that. I love that. I'm doodling Storkmane right now just because I fall back on Storkmane whenever I don't have anything to draw. That's one of the things I draw. Oh, well, let me see. Let's see. Having problems. Here we go. Let me see. I keep forgetting to read the comments. It was a live action movie. It could have had, it could have been like live action first, but considering that it did have like practical effects, I would have absolutely loved to see that. I love practical effects. Bad practical effects are so much better than bad CG. There was a post about that I saw on my dash a while ago, and I was an idiot and I didn't reblog it, or like it or whatever, so it's gone forever. But yeah, absolutely. I love practical effects, and I would love to see what they would have done with that. Uh, Especially for if it was, I think it was still supposed to be a musical. Um, so I would have loved to see like what they would like what their interpretation would have been done if they were supposed to dance or things like that. Because I know, oh man, I love No Girl's Toy. That's the one thing I know. Like, No Girl's Toy. For those of you who have not seen the movie, please see it just for No Girl's Toy. No Girl's Toy is amazing. It is the transgender coming out anthem. It should be put on the pride flag. I mean, there's so many things I can, there's so many things that I could say about it, but really, you should just watch No Girl's Toy. Like that's the best advice I could give to you. Like if you're sad, watch No Girl's Toy. If you're depressed, no, watch No Girl's Toy. Um, really, that. Just just do it, man. Like it's amazing. Raggedy Andy. Somebody made a compilation. Somebody. I don't know who. I don't know if they have a Tumblr account or not. They made a compilation on YouTube of just Andy being a wonderful little critter, and I am forever grateful. I am forever grateful for that compilation. I will treasure it. It's my favorite thing because Andy, he lives in my head rent free. Like, oh man, this is awesome. Yeah. What was I saying? I got so sidetracked. I see. Let's see. I didn't hear that it was going to be done with puppets. Yeah, it was going to have puppets in it. Let me see. There was something else in here. There was somebody on Instagram. Is that what you said? I can't. Let me see. They're actually still in there. 1988. They're still in the right. It's just not as much. Okay. Let's see. I can't. I think I lost. I think that comment got lost. I saw something where somebody was like, I think somebody said something in the chat about what was it? Um, Someone said something in the chat about someone being somewhere else into Raggedy Ann, but it was a while ago. I can't find it. Two people on Instagram that make Raggedy art. Oh, I see. Yeah. I know those people. I know. Let me see. Where is it? Mutilator. I know that person. They have a Tumblr account, but they don't post Raggedy Ann art anymore. And the only Raggedy Ann posts that they ever make are their OC, which I'm not against at all. I think their OC is pretty freaking sweet, Lois. I think their OC is pretty great. It's just I'm not the biggest into self ship stuff. Of course, I'm not against it. You can do whatever you want, man. I think that's pretty freaking rad. I absolutely don't have the guts to do something like that and post it. You know, considering the climate of Tumblr, people are very picky about their characters that they like. So, kudos to them, man. I haven't heard of Lol Arts, I don't think. Maybe I have. I don't know. Um, two artists make art. Yeah. Let me see. Lolly Arts. I might have heard of them. I swear. I don't get on Instagram much. I do have an Instagram, but I don't get on it, and I don't really post any of my art on there. It's just a personal Instagram, I guess. It's for people that really know me. even though I don't do anything on it. Yeah, I really should look out for other websites because obviously Tumblr isn't the end all be all on whether or not people are into something. you know, uh, it's like, oh, there's nobody on Tumblr that likes this thing that I like, therefore nobody likes it. It's like that's not true. It's just Tumblr is so much easier for me to use. That's a bad drawing. I'm gonna redo that. Let's see. I if you panic, if you see me delete something, don't panic. You're just like I'm gonna. I constantly delete like work I do if I really don't like it. I and a lot of people are like, oh my god, that wasn't bad at all. Like, oh, why'd you do that? It's like, yeah, please believe me when I say like, it won't turn out good. Um, you know what? I'm gonna use this time to let me see when people care about. Yeah, absolutely. So just in general about Tumblr and like Raggedy Ann becoming popular and things like that. I am super happy that I am considered the Raggedy Ann person. Like now, like people have been messaging me like about Raggedy Ann specifically, like, hey, is it okay if I just talk about Raggedy Ann for a minute with you? And it's like, yeah, absolutely. Like it's my favorite thing. I love to talk to people about things that they enjoy. Um, even if like you're embarrassed or if you're afraid to approach me, that's one thing that's kind of common that I've noticed is that people are afraid to approach me, and I'm like, what? Like I'm completely fine. I'm not gonna bite your head off. I'm not gonna do anything. I'm absolutely. It would be very hard for you to get me mad. It's very very hard to do that. Let me see. I'm trying to get into a groove. I'm trying to find something. I'm trying to find an angle. Uh, but if you ever want to talk about anything at all, even if it's something that you think I'm not interested in, uh, I love to hear people talk about things that they love. You know, um, uh, but man, it feels great to I'm still trying to think about who that person is. There's that person in my head. Let me see. Hmm. I think I'm having trouble remembering. I'm gonna open a thing real quick so I can remember exactly what their faces look like. That's one thing that I do want to talk about today is how difficult Raggedy Ann and Andy are to draw. They are incredibly difficult to draw. If you've ever tried drawing them, they are incredibly difficult. That's a very good picture. Let me see if I can. Because the thing is the the production for at least the '77 film, it was a budget of 4 million, and that sounds like a lot, but back then it was like £3. It is like worth nothing. To put that in comparison with another movie that came out that year, the Winnie the Pooh movie. Um, I'm not I'm freaking out. That budget was I think 74 million, which is 70 more than their budget. So often Raggedy Ann and Andy would be drawn off model, and even though they're all off model, they all look correct because I don't know. I don't know what the trick is. I'm trying to figure it out. It's so hard. It's like even though they all look completely different, somehow they still look right. It's very hard to get it right. And I was talking to someone earlier about that today. It was oh gosh, what's their Tumblr? Tales in Toyland. They um they like Raggedy Ann and Andy, and they were like, I have no idea how to draw these people, and I was like, I do not either. It's like I just somehow managed to figure out sort of workarounds, like the, the eyes. It's something about the proportions of the face. They have to be very specific. The nose has to be perfectly in center of the eyes. the face is painted on, so you can't have the nose overlap anything. The mouth has to be perfectly dark, and there are instances like this. The shine in the eyes has to be a certain angle. They can't be straight up or down, and they can't generally blink. You can make them blink for certain things. Like if they really like if it's impossible to push a certain expression, you can make them blink. It's like there's so many rules. The book actually like the book has the model sheets, and even in the model sheets they don't look right. Like there's something about it. Like I don't know, it's sorcery. Like for some reason you have to it's it's pure luck if you get it right. You know, it's very it really depends on if you're having a good day or not when you're drawing. At least that's how it is for me. Like, oh man, I love drawing them, but oh my god, is it difficult? Let me see. Like I'm thinking of a specific face he made in the movie for this, like to reference. Uh, and the hat. There's so many things. Oh man, it's just taxing. you know. Let me think. It's because the budget was so low. There was that scene. What was it? If you've seen the movie, it was a scene where that song that lasts like 5 minutes, the camel song, the blue, that's what it's called. Yeah. Um, they were drawn incredibly off model in that scene, but what you wouldn't know is that those models for Raggedy Ann and Andy in that scene specifically were technically correct. They were based off of an original Johnny Gorell painting he did, or drawing of them. So they were technically right. It's just that it looked very out of place for the models that they decided on using upon in the movie. So it's like, oh my gosh, something is very wrong with this. Like, what? It's hard to get it right. Let me see if I can. That eye is too high. Let me see. That's what it is. The eyes are too large. It's very specific. It's annoying. Oh, there we go. There it is. I see it. I see it. It's coming. There we go. Oh my gosh. This is like esports, dude. This is crazy. You could see you could see the moment where I'm like, "Oh my god. This is it. This is it. Here we go. Here we go." No. Mm, I'm about to get it. I'm so close to it, dude. I'm almost there. This is how it is when I'm alone and I'm drawing these characters. It's so hard. Let me see. Like to get it right, especially when I'm not focusing like this. Like a lot of it is speaking. I'm trying really hard to speak and do this at the same time. Oh my gosh, there's something about this. Let me see. Almost there. I've almost got it, dude. I'm almost there. I'm s- I'm almost out of the woods. Uh, Let me see. Edit you. Mm, I'm almost. Jeez, this is hard. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This isn't the most entertaining thing to watch. Somebody struggling to draw. Someone struggling to draw some um of what looks to be a very simple character. Let me see if I can do this. When you have very solid, yeah, when you have very solid, unique character design, drawing off model, yeah, it's very jarring. Uh, the black people sort of pop outside of the eyes. They do. There are a lot of inconsistencies that happen in the animation, and things like that aren't mentioned in the rules for drawing these characters. The rules, the royal rules. You know, let's see. Maybe that will help. Thank you for reminding me. Um, Usually when I have problems like this, yeah, this is I think it's a no this time. Yeah, with Moomin, it's so much easier because Moomin is literally just like this. He's much more recognizable and easy. Like that is a Moomin. That is such a Moomin. Like that is so easy. But this is like incredibly specific. Of course, I could do that with Raggedy Andy. I'd just be like this, but it just looks like a I don't know. It's like I don't. It's very like if you really want to do it right, it's incredibly hard. Yeah, let me see. And that's what's taxing about. Oh my gosh, I'm almost there. I think I'm getting somewhere. Uh, Character studies. Like it's been about a month that I've been studying these characters, and I'm still like not 100% all the time, which is pretty crazy. Like if I did that for Moomin or something like that, much more simple character design, easier to understand. Um, Absolutely would not be like that. Let me see. Let me see. It looks wrong, but it's referencing a specific frame. Let me see if I can find a reference image. Another one. I can't. Let me see. They're up here because this is hurting my little head. I don't remember how I did it earlier. They're somewhere around here. Uh, I know this isn't entertaining to watch, but let me see. Oh, I found more of the SAIs for the thing, the animatic I did. Did I even make? I see. Let me see. Where is it? I'm trying so hard to find this. I know, like, this looks bad. This looks bad. I know this, like, it probably seems like I don't know at all what I'm doing. It's because I don't. This is, I've never streamed before, and I was absolutely not. There it is. No, it's not. That's not it. I thought I found it. I'm almost there. Almost got it. No, that is it, isn't it? Yeah, that is. I found it. Oh, okay. This face. I gotta get it. I gotta get it right. It's because his hat. It's because the hat. That's what it is. Oh my god. Everything in my brain. Let me see. Let me see if I can do this right. Because if you look at this, I sourced each of these faces and images. These are the first few times I drew Andy up here, and it absolutely shows that I do not know how to draw this man. But these images here were traced off of the thing just to use as references. Um, and these were very closely referenced in one of the things. These were very closely referenced in one of the scenes as well. Each scene looks incredibly different, and it's very hard to get it right. This one, it looks right, but it doesn't at the same time. It's so hard. It's like you can see me struggle. Here I go. Because the face is so much smaller than I think. There's a lot of issues with the character designing. My god. Oh my god. Like there's a lot. Let me see if I can talk about something else for once, because talking about how hard something is isn't actually the most interesting conversation. I mean, believe it or not. So let me see if I can think of something. Let me think. I could talk about. Let me see. There is an instance. about Raggedy. Someone sent me. This is gonna sound silly, but someone sent me. Here we go. I'm doing it wrong already. Someone sent me a picture of a Raggedy Ann that is in their town that is like in a storefront, and it is about like 45 feet tall. And I know that sounds crazy at first, but please hear me out. It is true. They did have evidence, and apparently it is it's like a monument, like a not a monument, but like it's like a tourist attraction sort of situation. The store that Raggedy is outside of, in front of, I guess, is like he's the guy that apparently he did the Christmas trees for the president. He decorated the Christmas like I don't know anything about this, but apparently this person was like, yeah, in my hometown, that guy lived there and he's really nice, and they sold Raggedy Ann and Andy's, and they just so happened to have the giant Raggedy Ann and Andy in the storefront. Let me see if I can. It's in my it's in my messages. Like somebody messaged me and was like, "Hey, look at this," and I was like, "Oh my gosh, what is this?" Let me see if I can. Let me see. There, it's up here. I'm sorry, I have to like So this, yeah, this is the store, and this is just the massive Raggedy Ann that's in the front. And I was like, oh, okay, wow. Like that's one of the first people that contacted me about like seeing Raggedy stuff outside, and I was like, wow, okay, like that's when I realized, okay, I'm probably gonna be the person that people contact for like, just to like show Raggedy Ann stuff, I guess. Which I'm absolutely down for. Like if you have pictures like that or stuff, like if you even if you see like one in the store or like a anything, I'd love to see it. Oh man, but that was great. That messed me up, man. Like I like that was a weird day. Let me see. I'm doing this wrong already. I gotta move you up. Gotta make sure I do the head right. Uh, yeah. Oh man. Let me see. That I mean, wow. That's what I it was a weird day. I did not expect any of that to happen. I didn't That was the day that like a bunch of like really well-known people like decided to reblog all my stuff, and I was like, "Oh my god." Like I don't remember how many followers I got that day, but I was like, I assure I was like trying to tell myself all those people are probably going to be inactive followers like after a few days, but at least it was cool. You know, like I was like, wow, is this what attention is? Is this what um being famous is? I guess like, this isn't fame. It was interesting though. I've really got to figure out who that freaking person was that reblogged that thing. Uh, it's up here. It's here. Uh, where are you? Iguana Mouth. That's who it is. Iguana Mouth. They reblogged it. Um, and that freaked me out. I was like, oh my god, Iguana Mouth? You mean the guy that has his own comic and everything? And then Mod Mad came, and I was like, oh what? He was like, okay, okay. I guess I guess this appeals to very well known people. I don't know. I think it's really cool. I think it's really cool that I was able to kind of cut in and be like, hey, check this out, and people that are around are like, oh my gosh, hey, look at this, look at this, and that's just kind of how it happened. And that's tonight's lesson. Let me see. This is Yeah, it's very hard to nail it. Mm, let's see. If I do this, let's see. I need to go soon. Finishing something school, but I really appreciate the stream. I keep following you on time. I should appreciate you. Oh man, that's really nice. Um, I'll see you later. I hope you have a good one, and I hope you finish your work for school. Um, I'm done with school for now, so I'm going to be posting a lot more, which is really nice. And I absolutely look forward to your art. Um, any art you make, that'd be awesome. It's always good. Like that's probably the most happy. Like the thing that made me the most excited is just I know this is cheesy, but like getting people, like inspiring people to make art, like I like that sounds weird. I'm absolutely not a famous individual. I'm not well known. I don't like I Of course I don't want to be famous either. It's not like it's my dream or whatever. But it's great to just, inspire people to make fun art, just to make fun things, Um I'm very happy that a lot of people find that through my work, even though it is kind of silly, and fun and goofy, and you know, um, it's not more my serious work or anything. I don't really have much fun with my serious work anyway. Um, a lot of the joy it comes from reliving childhood things like this. Um, you know, it's great to have people get people riled up, I guess, about something. Let me see. This is not working. I'm really not working with Andy today. I feel so bad. I can do Ann though. I can do Ann. Um, Ann and Andy are two different animals. Ann can look fine, and Andy can not look fine. It really just depends on the day. Like at first, it was Andy that I was really good at, and now it's Ann that I'm really good at. It really just depends on it's the flavor of the day. Yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna start with the body because maybe the problem is I'm focusing too much on the face. Let's see. The body. Somebody else said something. I don't remember. Let me see. The movie has a secret following of people who love art. Oh, that's true. That is very true. You should come up with a tag people post that fandom to. Um, I mean, the Raggedy Ann tag is pretty much empty, so um, I have claimed residence in that tag. It's like squatters' rights, you know. Like if it's empty enough, if it's empty for so long and it's completely barren and nobody's inhabiting it. I've lived here for years. It is it and people come back and they're like, what the heck? Like, oh, what's up with this? Why is this here? Well, I have squatters' rights. This is my domain. you know. Bats did have the rag sibs tag on their thing, but I don't want to take their crap. Even though it's just a tag, I don't want to freak them out because they're a pretty cool person. They're a pretty cool dude. That's just a fact. You should check out Frank. They're really good and they have art. They're really into Half Life right now, and I played Half Life a long time ago, but I don't remember any of the stuff that like I don't remember Benry. Like I don't know what Benry is. I don't know who that is. Is that the guy that has like the helmet? Like I don't know who that is. I thought it was Five Nights at Freddy's when I first saw it. I don't know what it is. um I should probably get into that, shouldn't I? Half Life. It's been such a long time. Uh Spirit, let me see. One thing that's good about drawing Raggedy Ann is that you learn how to draw droopy clothes like this. a lot of fun. Clothes are like things like this, skirts, frills, things to this effect can be very difficult to learn, but once you get it, it's like, oh, this is nice. Look at it. Let's see. And then there's this smaller skirt right down here, the blue one that's more firm. That I'm gonna do this real quick and make sure that is grabbed. Scale that thing down and move it up. So there we go. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Yeah, I should probably find a way to make it easier for people to, I guess, uh, follow the Raggedy tag because there is a lot of like other stuff that creeps in. Um, like let me think. I'm trying to think of an example. Mutilator has a bunch of art that features Raggedy Andy, I think, if I remember correctly. If that's the right person. I don't remember if it's them or not. There was someone else. But they make Raggedy art with like a bunch of crossover stuff, and that kind of comes into the tag, because of course it does, it's their right to, they tag it because it's there, but it's not, but it's like crossover stuff with stuff that's not involved, and then it gets really popular, and because their art is wonderful and amazing, so it would be nice to have a tag that is 100% like, hey, this is fan art for this specifically, the movie, or maybe if I did end up getting into the TV show, the '93 show, is that one? Yes. Um, I could start posting, make a tag for that somehow. I doubt I'll get into it though. Like I really don't enjoy that show too much. I don't want to be a downer, but it's just not my cup of tea. Yeah. It reminds me a lot of the Magic School Bus, like with the level of what was it? Uh, the production design, I guess, like the budget, similar things like that. How it goes. Um, let's see. That's pretty good. Then the arms, like sawdust in the top, and then they go down and droop, and then the thumb sticks out a tad bit. There we go. Yeah. Uh, it's not often though that people really post anything that's unsavory of the characters anyway. I mean there are things that are like very old, like uh clearly from when before Tumblr was you were allowed to post things that were a little more adult, I'm not going to reference anybody in specific because I don't even know the person's name, but things to do with like Annabelle, like the horror movie series, things like that. So using, I don't know, there were a lot of people that I'm not a big fan of those movies, but um, there are a lot of posts in there about that. Like if you dig far enough, there are also some blogs that I would not recommend going to just for toxic behavior, but a lot of them are really old and not active anymore. Um, so I wouldn't worry too much about things like that. Um, it's kind of great though. It's that Raggedy Ann is kind of a clean slate, if you could call it that, sort of. um, like there's not really much content, but the great thing about that is that there's no bad content. Like there's nothing bad about it. Like nobody's made anything really awful or anything about it, which is really nice. For things like Moomin and stuff, it's been around for so long. Of course, there's going to be bad content made about it. There's going to be people that are not great. People that do things that are kind of hurtful, that follow it. But with something like Raggedy Ann, it's like the worst thing that I can think of is that a lot of anti-vaxxers really like Raggedy Ann, which I don't agree with. Um, I think that you should be able to go to the doctor and make sure that your kids are safe and healthy. You know, especially now. So if I lose followers over that, or if that hurts people's feelings, sorry about that, but that is how I stand. Um, let me see. Rag fans, like for someone else's. Let me see. Yeah, that would be nice. I don't have a tag for that yet, just because there's so few pieces that I have reblogged that are other people's art. I really want to start doing that though. Um, I like for Tales from Toyland, I reblogged one of their pieces today, and someone else that just watched the movie, and I'm super excited that they did because it's wonderful. They made a piece uh, for the movie, and I reblogged that today. And I really want to I really want to get a good tag to, for other people's art. It'd be nice, others' art. But usually, the tag that I use when I reblog other people's art, I probably should have said this at some point. Uh, it kind of started off as like being absolutely genuine, and then I figured out, oh, I put this every time I reblog someone else's art is the tag big fan of this. That's usually the tag that I put for other people's art that I really like. Um, Sometimes I forget to put it, uh, but usually that's the tag that I use for other people's art. It just dawned on me. I think I put that on their art too, if I remember. I think I did. I had to have, because it was very prominently in my head. I was like, oh my god, I'm a big fan of that. I'm a huge fan of that. This is amazing. But for something specific with Raggedy Ann and Andy, I could make a cool little tag that could be something of my own. Let me see. You see, this is so much easier than Andy. I don't know why this is so much easier than Andy. It's just that's how it is today. Today is an Ann day. Let's see. The hair can be very hard for people who are not used to doing it. You just have to worry about one strand at a time, and if you really want to make sure you get like the general shape you want the hair to be, you fill with strands, so that way it gives the illusion of clumps. So even when I erase that, it gives the illusion of being full, which is nice, even though it's just strands. There we go. Let's see. I think I should, let's see, move this, rotate you, and change your pose on the arm. I'm not a big fan of that right now. Let's see. Hmm. Yeah, and can be very hard to nail. Like either of them, really. I mean, because of how flowy they are, a lot of what you have to worry about is gravity. So making sure that you know how to draw gravity correctly, um, it really just takes a lot of practice. Like and being able to display it, um, even under all the layers and layers, like the sturdiness of the body. Because if I were to, like, for demonstration's sake today, the bodies are very simple. They have necks, which is strange, but they're just like big sacks like this. And you got to remember, they have weight, but things like bow-leggedness can happen, or like I don't know how to describe it, but sometimes in the movie, like I guess the filling, whatever's filling them, they don't have bones, but whatever composes them, uh, like their inside, what moves around, will get misplaced. So, like if uh if their arm, for example, gets like this, and they stick their hand straight up, and it should be right here, and the arm will get messed up or something, and it will dangle. Like sometimes things like that will happen, and you got to make sure that it like gravity looks, like it looks right, you know, like make sure, things like that, or like what I like to think of is if it's someone in like a oversized thermal shirt, so the shirt would look like this, you know, if it was fitting on someone that if it was not ill-fitted, you know, it would look like that. But often, like if and like think of the person being lethargic, sort of, where their body kind of slumps, like, going in different directions, and their legs might be crooked, not knowing how to hold themselves up properly. They're very floppy, and when they like lift themselves up, trying, you know, even things like the arms will sag. They'll be able to lift their hands, but their arms will sag. You it's hard to describe exactly. It's like you don't want to draw Anne or Andy where they're like perfectly stiff as a board. A lot of curves are really needed. Like the body, like the main body, is really where you really need to like focus at first, making sure that you get like the droop. Um, Oop, something happened. There we go. Like I remember when Andy, he was first pulled out from under the box. He had a pose like this. I don't remember when he was first pulled out of the box. He was looking at himself, and his leg was messed up. Like when he pulled it out, he was trying to lift his leg up, and mid calf it kind of dangled. Like it looked like it was kind of like messed up, and his foot was dangling down like this. It's like things like that that really communicate. Okay, yeah, this is a doll. This is absolutely like something that is loose. You know, like it's like if somebody were in a full body suit, that was very very loose. Rumor. I don't remember I don't remember what rumor I was talking about. Let me think. Rumor. If I see if I can remember. Rumor. They're a lot of fun to draw. Even the bodies themselves, getting them droopy like that. I think I didn't do a good job on this one. If I those would be much better poses to do if I was paying attention. Let's see. I can do this though. It's also a lot of fun to just draw with someone else. Even if the person can't hear you or whatever, see you. It's always nice to have a little helping hand. For, let me see if I'm gonna just use this as a base for this hand, the palm. The thumb sticks out, and the arm will droop like that. So it gives a little bit of a clear indication. Okay, this is a doll. You know, because a lot of people when they draw them, they really throw in like their own style, which is nothing wrong with that. Just doesn't look like the movie, you know. And a lot of people want to go for that. You know, like that's really what they want. That's really what's desirable. So I would absolutely recommend that as a trick. You know, think of their bodies as like a sack of flour, you know, or like they're filled with sawdust or something, and they're very drippy, like they really want to hang everything. Let's see if I like even if it's like even if they have like their hands on their shoulders or something like that, they really like they rarely look fully stuffed, you know. They always look like they have some excess, you know, like no excess, you know. If I have instances like that where I like I accidentally say the opposite, uh, take what you will. It's just like I will say the opposite on accident. Let's see here, there. Oh, I did the wrong side on the thumb. That's what the problem was. There we go. And I gotta shrink that. That looks too crazy. Let's see. It is actually hard. It is actually drawing too while you were drawing. That is nice, Lance. I'm so glad you're drawing with me. I'd multi-stream. Oh man, it'd be really cool if YouTube did allow multi-streaming. Um, man, I really want to like see if Twitch is a good option because I have no idea how to stream or anything like that. Like this is my first day, so I'm like, uh, not. I really don't know what I'm doing. And Twitch does seem like they accommodate streaming much better. You know, it's made for streaming. But I don't know how Twitch handles art streams. From what I've seen, some art streams can get taken down and things like that. But I don't think that would be a problem uh, for me, really. Um, I don't think anything like that would happen realistically because I'm so small. I don't think Twitch would even notice. Let's see. I'm trying. Yeah, I've been thinking about making like a little tutorial on how to draw Ann and Andy for a bit because I noticed that whenever people get to me and they're like, I want to learn how to draw them, but they're so hard, and I want to like post art, but I can't. You know, it's like, okay, I'm thinking about making a little tutorial on how to do it. Because good lord, can they be very hard? Let me see. That's a good one. But yeah, these I would absolutely start with this, and I'm gonna use this. No, I'm gonna make a new one. Let's see. And there are also instances in the books where things like that happen, where they'll have like mishaps where like something is weirdly proportioned. It's like, ew, what's happening? It's like, ew, my body is messed up. You know, like this, like, hey, and the armpits usually have um like the shoulders are very like empty. That's one thing. Uh, they have necks. I keep forgetting about that. So, sometimes they do. Sometimes they don't. That's what's weird about it. You know, it's like some very inconsistent about some things. Let's see. Hmm. So let's see if I can do this. I'll make this one a naked one. I haven't drawn a naked one yet, just because I don't know if it'd be weird or not, but I'll do a naked one just for the sake of showing how to do the body, because that's probably the most important part when drawing them in a very dynamic, fun way. I'll make it Andy just so that way it's not weird. A shirtless boy is way easier than like to handle mentally. You know, like some people are like, oh, I don't know how I feel about that. You know, so if they have like a problem, like you, like if he's throwing his hands up in the air, I'm gonna make that the pose. One thing you can do is have a line of action sort of situation. Like this one, the line of action here, I'm gonna have this be on a separate layer so I can get rid of this and I have room for this. Um, the line of action is kind of weird for this one, but just like those lines that like shoot through the body, like showing exactly where this is going. It's like yes, this is the direction. And then the legs opposite way, kind of like an X chromosome or something. Like his legs love to shoot up, like the ankle right there, like it. That's where the weight gives in. Like that's what I've noticed. He looks like an X. You see, like a one of those weird like fonts, and the paunch sort of area. It likes to follow through it. Um, think of it kind of like the Grinch or something. You know, like where the body is like kind of like an egg shape, you know, and there's like the wrinkles and all, you know, like the follows and the knees are all messed up, you know, and his shoes are too tight, you know, that sort of situation, but like looser. You know, it's weird. It's hard to explain. Very specific to the characters. You know. It'd be nice to make 3D models, you know, of these and see how they go. Let's see. Like I'm gonna do it as if he's like singing to the heavens. That looks awful. Oh God. Okay. E. Um. There we go. The mouth. Okay. That caught me off guard. I did not expect it to look like that. Uh. The eyes. The eye. The shooting buttons. The eyes are shoe buttons. So they're like 3-dimensional. They pop off the head. So instances like this happen where they're sort of like oddly shaped. Usually if it doesn't look right, you can always, you know, omit that. Let's see. Figure drawing is incredibly helpful in making art. I would absolutely recommend figure drawing. Even if you don't particularly enjoy drawing real people, it will absolutely apply to things like this. Like, had I not practiced figure drawing, I would not be able to do this. You know, it's like it applies a lot of it, like the line of action, the weight, how things like feel. Even though he's a doll and he doesn't have the same weight as flesh does, you know, his body's not fleshy. It's fabric. A lot of the weight is still present, like in things like hair. Uh, like his hair is yarn, but it still has the same sort of density as something like dreads, or if like the arms still fly in the same way. Like it's kind of, you know, like a drawing. Oh man, drawing. This is when it's fun, really, really fun. Like throwing this together, you know, making sure it looks right. You know, like, oh, this is like when you want to throw your hand. Like right now, I'm throwing my hands up like in the same way he is, to just like kind of get that same vibe feeling. I, people say I'm a psychopath in real life because they can't stand that I have a mirror on my desk, right next to where my face is, like on the level of my face, and they're like, that's freaking horrifying. Why would you ever like? What would happen if you like accidentally caught yourself looking at yourself, like when you didn't really want to look at your like people don't like looking in the mirror, and I use it for facial expression. It's like, oh man, whenever I draw facial expression, things like that, usually I have to make that expression before I draw it. Feeling that, like the tenseness, like where on the face, um, your muscles and fat goes, like where you tense. Like for this face, he's just kind of like making an O. This is like um, the corners of his mouth are very strongly tied, but it's absolutely a big. He's making a big like long O sound. You know, and sometimes to get that, really, you gotta make that face yourself. Yeah, that's where a lot of it comes in. It, let's see, and a lot of the twisting too. This is starting to become just like an art lesson sort of situation. Um, of course, I'm not qualified enough to really teach. Uh, well, I shouldn't say that. I've had people tell me, "Yeah, you should teach," but for things I don't know. I'm not. I've never taught anybody how to draw. So people ask me all the time, it's like, "Can you please teach me how to draw?" And I'm like, "Oh, I don't know about that. Free. That's right." But I mean, I wouldn't mind having streams where I'm just like, "Hey guys, I'll cover how I do things." Because this is absolutely, this is not the only way to do this. You could draw Raggedy Andy or Raggedy Ann or whatever, whoever character, however you want. Just because I do it a certain way doesn't mean it's the be all end all. You know. Let me see. And where his leg ends, like where that stocking ends, is right here, and then it goes down. It buckles here, goes around there, and his foot is going back around. So this is dark right here. And let's see, this comes up. This paunch area goes up, like pulls here. Oh man, it's so much fun to draw things like this. Like the like, oh god, like fabric. Like I used to loathe it. I used to loathe doing fabric because I had no idea how to do it. Getting fabric right. Like here, I have the seam and the pit, the armpit would really go right there. So anatomy still takes place. Let's see. And the pec would go right here, and the other pec right here. But his torso, his belly's kind of fat, so it kind of is shooting up, shooting up. It goes up and around. You know, that I really recommend. A lot of people get into the habit. I get into the habit often. Like I was in the habit all day today. If you were here for earlier in the stream, I kind of stuck to drawing everyone, standing still, standing up, you know, standing. It's just a bunch of people, you know, random standing poses. Let me see. Even earlier, like just standing. I would absolutely recommend taking breaks from standing and doing things like this because gosh, is it satisfying. Like not only is it like beneficial as an artist to do crap that's like really like uh physics like a lot of physics or a lot of I don't know what the word would be. This is happening a lot. Uh Heavy, weighty, you know, a lot of stuff like this. Because oh man, once you get it, and like it really benefits all of your other work, even if you're doing things that are standing, uh, like doing the regular standing pose. Um, you get to doing that. You find a way to do that better. Like even though it's like pretty plain, after doing something like this, you'll find a way to make it way more dynamic. You know, dynamics. That's the word. You're making something very um, action oriented, very, let's see, if I do this, and then the seam would come back around like that. Right there. The arms, um, their arms, their body is a different material than the arms and the legs. The arms are from, they kind of look cotton, like cotton gloves. Um, the best thing I can find to describe this to, I don't know. I know a lot of people aren't gonna understand. Like they're not gonna know who this is. But one of my vices, one of my YouTube vices, things that I like to watch is Delightful. Is that lady that likes to take dolls and basically remake them into cool new things. And she uses cotton gloves that look like to me what would be the material their arms are. I know that's a very like niche thing to reference, but oh man, I like their content. You should absolutely, check them out. Uh, I didn't really realize I liked doll things before that. Yeah, let's see. And stitching, very small. Right here. It's like trying to draw on the rubber hose style. It's absolutely yes. Rubber hose is for the uninformed, for people who um, don't follow that sort of thing. Is think like Adventure Time, where the arms and legs. Like I'm gonna draw Finn right now, even though I'm I'm not I don't know, I haven't drawn Finn in ages. So that's him and his pants, right? No, I'm trying to remember what he looks like. uh, his body is a cylinder, and his arms and legs are noodle. Yeah, yeah, that like figuring out that's the line of action here. Line of action, right there. So yes, yeah, and then arms are noodle. We even do things like this. Uh, yeah, rubber hose. Rubber hose is always fun. This absolutely applies. Um, even if I'm being way more realistic with it, with the weight and things. Rubber hose deals more with uh, it's like toony. It's more loose, very loose. But it can also be stale if you understand what I'm saying. Let me see if I can draw an example of what I'm saying real quick. Um, like for example, Bimbo the dog, right? Betty Boop's friend. He's drawn like I'm trying to do it from memory, really hard. Drawn like that. He has big eyes like that. Ew, goodness. good lord. This does not look right. Probably just because I don't have a reference. I don't know why. Yeah, this is, yeah. Um, this looks wrong, but it's just because it's not colored in. Don't worry. Don't worry. It looks okay. You just gotta color it in. I'm reassuring myself. Don't worry. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. So for Bimbo and things like that, older Fleischer cartoons usually had this problem where they would have rubber hose going on, but they wouldn't have things like elbows, sorta. They would kind of go. I don't know how to describe this in a very easy to understand way, but they would have elbows and shoulders. Uh, Anatomy would be present um, for things like this. They would have elbows and shoulders and things, and their bodies would twist. And, but every now and then, I think it was with the fluid, how fluid the animation was. Um, there wouldn't be much uh, follow through, or no, not follow through, a secondary action. That's the word. So think of this, like a pendulum. This is how people start learning, right? So this is a pendulum. It looks pretty straight, narrow, easy. It's not moving. I'm not going to be able to make it move, obviously, because this isn't an animation program. But think of this as the first frame. This is when it's swinging back, and this is going to be when it's swinging forward. This is the last frame. This is the middle. This is the very middle. So this is like it's going to arc, right? So like, let's say this is the first frame. This is the last frame. Let's say this is the frame 24. This would be, let's see, what would that be? That would be frame 14, frame 12. That's it. In between, uh, you would think you would evenly go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then that'd be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let me see. Yeah, 12. You think that would be how it would go. Um, but it really, like, it would make it look smooth. It wouldn't ease in and or out at all. It would like it wouldn't look right. To get it to get that sense of weight, you'd have to have it hold here. The majority of the frames that you would have to put in to make it look natural, these would stay the same. These would stay consistent. This would be frame 1, this would be frame 12, this would be 24. That would always be consistent. However, frame 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, they would all be very close up here. And then 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then it goes straight through. The closer it is to the earth, the quicker it's going to go because that's where gravity is strongest. So it'll make it ease in and ease out into the animation so that way it smoothly goes in. The problem with a lot of the Fleischer Studios cartoons and when Rubber Hose was early, they didn't have that easing. So a lot of the smoothness that came and like the what is it, the freeness uh that was, thought of with it did not come from the animation. However, it did come in through the character design. So they did still come across somehow as loose and free, even though today um, it wouldn't be considered high quality. I know that was very hard to understand if you're not into animation. Uh, maybe not. I don't know how much people know. Like, what's the general level of understanding animation is in. I don't have many. I don't get to talk to many people about it outside. Like whenever I do, people usually lose interest. Like, okay, I get it. It's a ball bouncing, I see. Yeah. Oh, I should have done that as the comparison. Yeah. Ball starts here. Ball's gonna end here. Bounces. Frame one. Then the smear frame. Couple stretchy frames. Another one. Arc. Stretch. Arc. That gives the illusion of, like, when you hear like a nasty bug in your room in the middle of the night swarming. Let's see. He has that thing on him. I think he does. The dolls do. In the book, he does not. He does not have a candy heart in the book. Uh, I don't know if that's equivalent of a candy heart. I don't know if that patch is a candy heart. I think it's on the inside. Because Anne did get covered in paint one time, and she had to be like restitched and everything. She had to get new hair on her and stuff, and they put a new candy heart and stuffing in her. Let's see. And his says it doesn't say I love. Does it say? It says oh, good lord, what's the word? What's the phrase? Um Goodness, I can't remember. It'll come to me. I'll leave it like that. Yeah, that's it. Art like this. Even though this would not be good enough, this wouldn't be good for a portfolio. Being able to do something like this is absolutely a very nice skill to have. Let's see. I could teach. I mean, if I had the tools, absolutely. I'd love to teach. I really like showing people new things, especially things that I do enjoy. But I'm absolutely not a professional when it comes to animation. Um, the most I know, yeah, is a bouncing ball and pendulum, things like that. I haven't really gotten much into character animation. Character animation is kind of seen of as later. I really like this drawing. Something about it, very nice, very fluid. I'll, yeah, I'm gonna fix up the face here. But yes, art like this, make art like this, do it, go crazy. You know, even if it's a character that isn't a ragdoll, like just ragdolls are easy. So there's a reason like they look like this. But oh man, is it nice to draw something like this? Liberating sort of. Because I don't know. It might just be because I've gotten practice doing this. Doing more uh gravity. You know, now I get to reap the benefits of the work that I have put in when I was much younger, trying to learn how to do it. Because when you first start, oh god, it hurt. I was like, dude, I can't. I don't know what I'm doing. Believe it or not, at some point I did not know what I was doing. I did not know how to make art. I didn't know how to draw. I didn't know how to, there was a point in my life where I was like everyone else. you know, it just so happened that I liked to draw a lot and I kept doing it. You know, let's see. And this is kind of a recent um, skill that I've acquired. I haven't been able to. It's not that I don't know if it's not that I wasn't able. It's just that I didn't for a long time. I didn't draw like this. I didn't make these moving, uh, freeing drawings like this. I didn't. I drew a lot of the standing, which people like it. People like the standing. It's always the safe fallback. If you really don't know what you want to do, it's okay. Do the standing. but don't let it be a crutch. Yeah. If somebody came in and they didn't know what I was doing, they didn't know who I was, they didn't know what this was, they would think I was a freaking sick freak. Like I just realized, yeah, like telling a bunch of people in my stream like do this, and then like a random person comes in and they're like, oh God, what is this, a cult? What is this? This is awful. I'm leaving. Mm. I like how I, oh man, when I first started this stream, I was so nervous. Like I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm gonna die. It's like I don't know what I'm doing, and it quickly just went. I immediately like I'm so relaxed right now. Like I could fall asleep right now. Not just because it's 10 o'clock at night or 9 o'clock. Yeah, it's 10 o'clock now. Not just because it's 10 o'clock at night, but also because this is just relaxing. It's a very soothing thing to draw, as painful as it looks to do. As painful as it looks to let's see. I love what you hearing what you have to say about animation. I don't hear much from others about techniques. Happy go lucky, that's what it is. Thank you for telling me. Happy go lucky, that's what it says. I don't know if I can fit that on there. I can try. But yes, um, animation techniques. Speaking of Richard Williams, Richard Williams, the guy that made the movie, uh, he has a book that I would absolutely recommend on animation. Not the same book as the one I was talking about before, but it is a book on how to animate and how to do it very well. And if you really want to be a really good animator, I would absolutely recommend picking it. I spelled happy wrong. Did I? Did I spell happy wrong? Am I having a stroke? I think I'm. Am I having a stroke? Did I spell happy wrong? Okay. He has a book. I would recommend picking it up. You could buy it at. You could get it at. Oh God, what is it? My brain is fixating. My brain is fixating on the happy. I think I spelled it right. Uh, you could get it at Barnes and Noble and things like that. It's everywhere. Every every animator has it. Every animator has a copy. I have a copy, and oh man, is it useful? Because No Girl's Toy, the whole sequence was animated by that guy. So if he were to know anything, if you really like No Girl's Toy, yeah, the animation. That's how it goes, man. I think I spelled it right. I did. Let's see. Is it the Animator Survival Kit? It is the Animator Survival Kit. It is the Animator's Survival Kit by Richard Williams. It also goes into depth about his work, his him being an understudy to Milt Kahl. I would absolutely also check out Milt Kahl. There are little what is it? There are compilations on YouTube of Milt Kahl's work. He is very famous for doing the head swoggle um, effect in Disney cartoons. If you've watched Aristocats or Jungle Book, in the Jungle Book, when often when Shere Khan is speaking, he swoggles his head. That is a very Milt Kahl thing. He was the only person that's able to animate that. He also did a lot of like that's the like he's a god in animation, as is Richard Williams. So I'd absolutely check out the Animator Survival Kit. You can also find videos about it on YouTube for free. If you want other things about animation, things that are similar to that, things that cover that, I would recommend. Let me see if I remember the YouTube channel's name. The Art of Aaron Blaise. It goes Aaron Blaise, I think, or Z. One of those. He has a YouTube channel. He did a lot of animation for uh, Brother Bear. he did a lot of Disney stuff. He worked on Tarzan. Um, he has animation videos that are up on YouTube that are very resourceful if you want to learn things. He also has how to draw animals, how to make character designs, how to a lot of good, really good quality content. And because I don't know if he's still doing this, but he had a promotion when Corona started. I said the word. Well, he had a promotion when the bad thing happened. Where you could get some of his lessons for free since everyone was at home. So I would look into him. He has a website as well. He's a very good resource. Let me see for animation such. What is my favorite Raggedy adaptation? Oh man. Let's see. My favorite Raggedy adaptation would probably have to be either the movie or the books. They are very close to each other, just because I think that they're the most canon. There are things like let me see, the Fleischer Studios cartoons. Fleischer did have cartoons for Raggedy Ann and Andy. Early on, they were actually considered one of the things to kick off Fleischer Studios, along with Betty Boop and Popeye the Sailor. Um, those are pretty good, but they're it's so weird. Like Raggedy Ann and Andy get married in one of them. They sew their hands together. Like what? Like I don't like that one. Really, the Enchanted Square. They had a short called the Enchanted Square, and it wasn't. I don't know. It didn't interest me too much. It kind of reminded me of Paramount. I don't remember what studio it was. It was Paramount that produced it, but it reminded me of the little Audrey cartoon that Paramount did, where she was like in Dreamland. It kind of reminded me of that, but less nostalgic. Because I grew up with Little Audrey. I love Little Audrey. I don't know if people know about Little Audrey or not, but Um, let me think. If I had to rank it, I haven't seen anything from the musical, which is a shame. I did see the documentary, and I really enjoyed that on the Soviet relations. I know someone was asking earlier, like, what? Like, Soviet relations? Yes, I would absolutely check that out. It's on YouTube. Apparently, Raggedy Ann, the musical, was also a flop in America, just like the movie that came out 10 years before. But in Russia, it was a huge success. And because it was such a big success, it helped kickstart. I don't remember exactly. I don't want to spread misinformation, but it's something to do with a children's theater that started in Russia in the early 30s. I had to say. That was helping with family entertainment, bringing it to Russia, and since America kind of helped with that, they were like, "Oh man, America's pretty rad, actually. You know what? We would like America." Um, so that is that is the relationship with I I guess Soviet Russia was just kind of cool with America because of that, which is pretty interesting. Um, Considering Raggedy Ann helps with that, so I think that's pretty cool. That's a pretty good adaptation, and a lot of the music in the musical is the same. It's done by the same guy, Joe Raposo. He also added extra tracks that he couldn't include in the film. The film was originally supposed to be a TV musical, so I'm sure he recorded a lot of the same music that was supposed to be used in the original. Which, yes, uh, I, I want that. I want that record. Like I want to see the musical. I want to see it so bad. Um, Even though I can't. Like even though it's banned. It's very similar to the Moomin musical. Moomin also has a musical that is also banned. Like like I don't know what my luck is, but for some reason all the things I love have to have banned musicals. So What else? There's, let's see, the, you're welcome. No, you didn't. Uh, what was the no you didn't for? I'm sorry. I want to keep looking at the chat, but the chat window keeps closing, and I have to reopen it every time I want to look at it. So what was the no you didn't for? I'm sorry. This isn't the most uh easy way of doing this. Let's see. Goodness. I didn't know I had 7 people. Holy crap, that's a lot. 7 people. Really? 7 people? That's a lot of people. 7 people. That's great. I expected like one. I didn't even really know if one would come. But this is nice. Very nice getting to draw for 7 people. Yeah. Or at least be background noise for 7 people. Yeah. Providing background noise is just as helpful. Let's see. This isn't not safe for work, is it? Is it? Would this be considered not safe for work? Would you tag it as not safe for work? Uh, I don't. I don't know. Would I tag it when I post this? It's not. No. I could just like censor out the crotch part if it really does become a problem. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I worry about stuff like that. Like this is artistic. This isn't. I don't. Do I tag this as artistic nudity? He's not. He's okay. Now this is becoming a problem. Would it be? Because the only reason I'd tag it is if it was like a problem for some people. I feel like this would be a problem for some people, but I don't. I don't. Maybe I could just like. I don't know. Hmm. It just dawned on me. Let's think. It's good that somebody's falling asleep to my thing. Falling asleep is always nice. I don't work early tomorrow, so I can do this all night. I might. I just might. I told myself that I'd do other stuff today, but no, I'm not doing that. I gotta do this. It's not that red. It's more. Is it? The giant Ann. Kinda. Yeah. Let's see. Open. Let me see. Where are you? You little bugger. Where are you? Be accurate. Where are you? Yeah, I don't need it. I can eyeball it. I usually eyeball my colors. I didn't really know how long I was going to be streaming for today, but yeah, I'm comfortable with doing this. I was like, I was fully prepared to just like do this for 30 minutes and then be like, okay, bye guys, bye. And then, I settled. Let's see. Yeah. Is the heart red? It's like red, like the patch is red, and it has like red lettering right here. I'll fix it once I paint over it. Oh yeah, you guys get to see. I think you guys get to be the first people to see how I thoroughly paint something. Because I want to paint this crap. I love this. Um, I have the flat colors here set. I think the hair seems to be too dark, and the hat seems to be too dark as well. Let me see. This is where references images come in handy. I really should start doing that. Let's see. This I mean, it works. I mean, I don't need anything else other than the colors from this, so I'm not. Okay, yeah, that's dark. Oh man. I'll compensate for the I'll compensate for the age. I think that yeah, yeah, I need to cut. Yes, this is it. Uh, I don't know who made that drawing. I should probably credit that person. Who is this? Oh, I know that person. I'm not gonna say who they are. It's one of the people that problematic from earlier that I probably shouldn't mention, but they're not around anymore anyway. Uh, Shame that that gem is from that person. I don't wanna. I'm not a. I don't like swearing, but the only way I know how to say it is I'm not a shit stirrer. I don't like to stir stuff. I don't like to, because if people want to make something, I'm not gonna stop them from doing it unless it's like harmful, like genuinely to people and things around them. It's just I won't endorse uh bad behavior. That's it. That's it. Let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah. I didn't spell happy wrong. Yeah. I noticed. I don't know. I had a stroke. I don't know what happened to me. Something happened. My favorite song is "You'll Love It." Oh man, I haven't. I've heard some of the soundtrack, and I really want to listen to more. Um, 'Cause oh man, is it nice? Oh, what happened? What happened? Oh, it's from when I deleted the thing. Let's see. You. I'm gonna take the advantage and just make the lettering. For some reason, my brain was like, they can't be two peas and happy. Like that looks wrong. It should be uh, like my brain was like, that's right. Like that seems reasonable. Like I don't know what happened. Like sometimes of gets that way too. Like I want to spell of, but I'll think OVP or something like of, like how it would actually be pronounced. I don't know if he has that on his heart in actuality, but I like the idea of that way better than just I love you, because that's kind of an and thing. Let's see, cut that, cut that crap out. Let's see. Yeah, it looks wrong for some reason. Like I don't know what's wrong with me. Like everything in my body's like, "Eh, happy, happy." Look at. I think it's also, hmm, maybe I don't know, something about it. There's something. It's kind of disturbing that he's kind of flesh colored in the body, like the torso, and then like all of a sudden he just has like that really red, like I don't know, thing going on. I'm gonna mess with the line art here. This is gonna be about an hour of me painting this thing, and you're gonna wonder what? Why is it gonna take an hour? Like, didn't you just do an Andy earlier that only took like 30 minutes? Yeah, I did. What? What happened? Where did it go? Yeah, I did. I did do an I did do an Andy earlier that only took me 30 minutes, but that's the that's a cheap way out. What I do, when I really want to go in, like go all in, is like with painting. I love to paint. Is I like to color the line art here, and then I like to use reds and blues to get like these purples going on because it makes it look way less um flat, if that makes sense. Usually for blues, it really depends on like where on the body it is. Lighter colors help indicate, shallow. Uh, or for smaller things like stitching and like the little um folds in the fabric. Darker things like for outlines, like here, in the crotch area, right here, up there, in the mouth, dark areas. And then let's see. Then once I'm done with the line art, um, then I do the same thing I did before with the blocking, but much looser. I do like this. I use any color, it doesn't really matter. And I make a block of color for what I'm going to be doing here. Let's see. Swoop in over here. And let's see. Go right there. For when and one thing that I had a hard time getting when I first started drawing and painting, um, and doing shadows specifically, was when to make a shadow hard and when to make a shadow soft. Because, oh man, like, it's a very common rookie sort of situation to kind of do what I just did, where everything's very soft like this, like airbrushed on. But if you really want it to look really, really good, you gotta add harshness in there, like right here. It still blends into that thick red, uh, but like it, I don't know how to. You get an eye for it later. Like once you start drawing for long enough, you get it. It starts to become natural. It becomes, you know, it's like that Jesus meme. It's like, I didn't think you would come, but you've come. I have come. Here we go. I miss Jesus. Where's he at, honestly? Yeah, like I don't know much about Jesus, but he sounds like a pretty rad dude, honestly. Shame. Not to get political or whatever, but I would be Jesus' friend if he were alive still or real, depending on your uh, opinion. I don't know. Jesus, Buddha, all those guys, pretty freaking rad in my book. It's starting to get late. It's starting to get late when I like have slip ups like that. It's like I really shouldn't be talking about religion right now, should I? Like I forgot religion is really important to a lot of people. Like oh no, oh no. It's like oh I probably shouldn't do that. Oh okay. Let me go back to painting. Let's see. I didn't mean anything by it. I get silly sometimes. Oh man, here we go. Okay. Uh, Here. All right. A lot of this, I think, is anatomy. Yeah, anatomy. Yeah. You'd think it wouldn't be. Like earlier when I said, for drawing it, it's the same thing with shading. You know, getting the line work in. It's only the beginning, man. Like I still shaded that peck. You didn't even have a peck. I still did it. Yeah. It looks cool. It looks freaking rad. Yeah. Some of it just shows. It's like that where the breast comes in. Like if this were a real individual, a real person. Uh, anatomy lesson. Anatomy lesson. Okay, torso. Let's see. This is where the neck would be, ball joint, skull, right? Let's say this is the spine. Spine's curved like this. Pelvis sits right here. I like to just draw it in that very specific kind of like think of it like those mouth guards. That's the shape, except it curves out like this, and this like the spine, the ribs. Um, if I can visualize this, if I can, if I could show this to you, it would be like this rib would come and kind of sit. The lowest it would go, it would shrink as it goes, but that rib cage would come and it would go around here. It would kind of wrap around like that. Second rib cage would go like this. If you see what I'm saying, ribs come like this. Even though this is a doll, this is still very present, you know, with how it's stitched together. There's something about it, just it still claims accuracy, you know, with how this will go. Um, and then there's the muscle. The only thing really that, you know, doesn't follow is the limbs. The muscle, um, is where the pec, this really hard edge comes with regular bodies. Let's say there's the pec of a guy, and there's the armpit, like this. The pec would come, and it would come down here, and that's where the breast would be, the other breast, and the collarbone up here, and then the muscle that comes and connects to the back right here. A lot of this is self-taught, so of course this doesn't look very good, but that's yeah, a lot of it is it applies still, you know. So life drawing very useful. So if this were to be a real body, it'd be right here. Then the muscle comes and it would crease right there. There would be, if he weren't so floppy, he would have that muscle right here, definition here, and then the hip would go back out, and that would come back out. But because, let me see, I might have done this wrong, actually. I might have need to move this over a little bit more. Yeah. Let's see if that is right. Yeah, I might need to do that. Yeah. Yes. I do need to move it over. See, I learned something. I did something. Even when you think you're done. There we go. There it is. I got the shadows right, but it's just the. Sorry if that makes noise. I can't tell because I have headphones on and it's not wanting to tell me if it does make a noise. Let's see. This, I'm going to have it go like this. And the ribs would come here. I'm not going to add those, obviously. That would look very wrong. Very wrong. But I'll have it do like this. That won't stop me from implying the existence of a filling that is similar to ribs. I'm needing sleep, but if I fall asleep, I'll be learning new things. It will be up. I will have my video up on YouTube later. I will have this stream. The bones of a ragdoll, yes. Bones, for I don't know. I don't know. For some reason, bones are present. um, I wish I could show you the thing, but I am recording from the application and not from like the desktop. Like for some reason, OBS is not wanting to work for me and let me record the desktop. I would show you. You can see it later. You're all right. You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. It's the scene when he gets pulled out from the box and His bones are weird. His bones are messed up. Like the outside of him is like the bones. Uh, the bones are the bones are all over. He drops them. Something happens. I don't know. Like, yeah, it looks kind of like a I don't know. It's what is this? This looks like the that looks like the deep. I don't know. It's the V, man. It's the deep V, man. That's what it is. That's what's triggering my like. Oh, this is not. This should be tagged as not safe for work sensors, like the deep V. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna draw it because I don't want to get taken down. Even though this isn't for kids. You know what? It's an anatomy lesson. I mean, I could. I'll ask for. Let's see. I'll ask for permission. Is it all right, guys? Is it all right if I draw the deep V? Is it okay? Are you okay with that? How old are you? I don't want to do this if you're underage. If you're underage, I won't. Ugh. Because I would be happy to give a lesson on how to do pelvises and how they connect with the meat parts, um, with how like the organs sit in the pelvis and how that like I don't know how that shows through the skin still. A lot of anatomy in here. I don't know why it's taking me so long to do the shading of this. A lot of this is going to get painted over. So once I'm done, I unclip it, make a new layer clip, and then I add whatever color. I don't want this to, I kind of want it to look warm. Uh, make this to see how this looks, this will be a multiply. It really does look like a naked person. Like everything about like it's the flesh tone and it's the baggy and like the thigh. You can see the thigh. You can see the deep B. It looks like the deep B. Everything about it. It bothers me. I won't talk about it anymore. But I'm just gonna say that's where my I'm I'm I don't know. I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to get in trouble with the Tumblr police if I do post this and they're like, "What?" Like what? Oh man, the people that weren't here on stream are gonna be like, ugh, why? Why did you, why? Why'd you do this? I also want to ask a general question. I don't know if it, just to see if the stream is working properly. Is there music in the background? Because there might be, and I want to know if it is or it isn't. I won't get rid of it if there is, but if there isn't, um, that's fine too, I guess, if everybody's all right with that. I need to add blue. Let's see. There is music. Okay, that's good. Um, I didn't want it to just be void of me breathing. As nice as I guess that would be to sound, to hear. If you're going to sleep, I guess. I don't know. I don't really listen to people. I don't listen to that ASMR sort of situation. I understand why people do it. It's just it's a little odd for me, at least. You know, like even weirder stuff. Like a lot of people do like body noises and things like that. It's like, ugh. Like I guess it's just there's something psychological about it. Absolutely, it's like getting to hear someone. It sounds like someone's close to you. This looks like it looks like an anime. It looks like one of those like anime body pillows. You know what I'm saying? It's like it has that same like lighting and everything. It's like the same skin tone. It has like the blue underlighting. I don't know. My it looks really nice though. Let me see. After this stream, people might simp for him. That is very good. Yes. Okay. Now this is the fun. This is the golden part. This is where things start to go crazy. I take the line art and then I make it a multiply layer, and then I kind of lower the opacity so that way it looks like this. And the only way I'm going to be able to make it back to 100% is if I paint over it. So I'm going to spend all this time painting over. I'm going to lower this and make these paintings. This is how I do a lot of my. This is how I do. I think all of my heavier painting. If I look over here, I can pull in an example. It's how I did this. This is the first one I did, and I hate it with my every fiber of my being. Even though I do enjoy how I did the clothes here. Let me see. There's a better example of how I did clothes with over this one. I'm proud of how I did the shirts. This is the same sort of style I did with how I painted. Um, and this is for Mother 3, Earthbound. Absolutely check out the game. It's very great. I'm a big fan of it. Big fan of the game. Your dog gets to wear clothes, and it's not weird. Uh, Man, I should stream games, shouldn't I? That'd be fun if I streamed like a game like that. Absolutely, I would absolutely go about doing that. Here we go. This is gonna be great. This is gonna be good. I rarely get like, ooh, I'm gonna do it. I rarely have the excitement that I have right now. Like, I think this drawing is very good. And I'll probably only consider it very good for maybe a week, but hey, that's a week of enjoyment. That's a week of satisfaction. Let's see. There is not very quiet. Oh, there is. I can barely hear it. Yeah, I turned it down. Let me see. I'll turn it back up. Very quiet. I wanted it to be very faint. I didn't want it to be too loud. Um, let's see. Let me know if it's too loud and you can't hear me. I just wasn't able to test to see if it was mixed properly um, earlier today. Let me see. This is new. But once I have it all sorted, I'll be able to, every stream will be uh, correct in terms of things like that. OBS will save uh, the preferences. That's the word I'm looking for. I was a little worried my voice was going to be too loud. Let me think. But it was too quiet at first, which is nice to hear. I'm glad that the first thing you guys heard wasn't a very loud, annoying, booming voice. Let's see. This. This. I'll put the stitching back on later. Painting. Let's see. This is where I get excited. Where it's like, ooh, I'm putting in muscle. I'm putting in the feeling of painting skin, and even though this isn't skin, um, this it's still sort of there. Like the joy is still there. Like the feeling of painting something smooth and organic. It's like, oh, this is what I've been looking for. Yeah. Let's see. This right here, and then if he weren't naked, it'd be good for like a poster or something. But I mean, hey, would love to watch you stream games. Yeah, it would be nice. Um, Streaming games would be very nice. Um, I'm not the best at playing video games, but I'd love to do things like I saw Keat was they were doing Spyro, and I got so freaking jealous because I love Spyro, but I don't have a way to stream it on PC. I don't have it on Steam. My computer's not very powerful, so I have to do games more. Earthbound would be a good option, and things like Mother 3. Um, of course, they don't have PC counterparts, but I do own the games, and I own physical copies of these games, so I don't feel so bad about using an emulator if it really did come down to doing that. Maybe even things like Among Us would be fun. Oh man, Among Us is such a fun game. I don't know if I would be able to play with Randy's though, because either the win is incredibly easy or something ridiculously unlucky happens and I lose. Like I'm terrible at lying. I am not. I'm a horrible imposter. Because when I lie, oh man, my throat closes up. I can't lie. It's a burden. I wish I could. Sometimes. Sometimes I do. That's a correction I had to make. I don't enjoy lying. It feels like everything's burning, and it hurts me physically. uh, but yeah, other than that, Among Us is, oh my gosh, it's so much fun. And I just love the concept of like an alien like impersonating you perfectly. My favorite horror movie is The Thing, which is a very scary movie. I will not go into detail about it right now because it's very late, and I don't want to scare you, little kid, little fellas awake. I don't want to mess you up. But it is a very scary movie, and if you like uh, scary movies, practical effects, body horror, that sort of situation, absolutely give it a watch. I think it's on Hulu. It's also online somewhere, I think. Oh man, practical effects. I want to talk about those for a minute. John Carpenter did The Thing, and he did a bunch of other movies. He did a lot of slasher movies, like what was it, Nightmare on Elm Street? Everybody knows that one. It didn't really scare me much as a kid for some reason. I was scared of the masks at the Halloween store, though, of Freddy Krueger. Just the wrinkles. That was the scary part. I was also scared of like Chucky masks and stuff like that. Like, I can't. But now I love getting scared. It's like, oof, this is nice, very nice. I like very nice. Yeah. But sometimes it really depends on like what it is I'm getting scared of by, because things like, I know this sounds silly, but I'm really afraid of spiders, even little ones. Like I'm afraid of them. I don't hate them, obviously. Yeah, I don't hate anything, but I'm afraid of them. The way they move, it's the uncanny valley where if something moves in a very specific way, your brain is gonna wanna like freak out. Like think of like The Ring, or yeah, The Ring. That's the movie. That was the right movie I was talking about. The way she moves, where she's like fast but slow and fast. My brain isn't wanting to work right now. With that is basically uncanny valley. It's like it's almost right. It's almost normal. But one thing about how your brain processes the information is like everything about that is wrong. Get away from that. The reason for that is to protect you, from predators that behave like that, or if somebody is ill, um, if somebody's ill and they shamble or something like that. The reason that's scary is because your brain is like, get away from that person. You know, that person's unhealthy. It's the same reason why vomit and things like that are very horrifying to a lot of people. Blood. It's like your brain is trying to tell you, don't deal with that. I just said that I wasn't going to talk about scary things, and here I am. I'm doing that thing. Yeah. Uh, uh, it's it's a struggle. It's a struggle. I actually, let's see. I'm gonna turn it in for the night. It was nice. It was nice to see you too, Lance. I'm glad you had a good time. Um, I will start streaming on Saturdays, and it will be a lot like this. Just a lot of drawing, um, nice stuff if you want to draw with. Um, so have a good sleep. I hope I didn't keep you up too late. So it's nice to see you turn up. Sarah, I actually found a news report that had some Broadway footage. Oh wow, really? A news report. I think I saw that. I'm trying to remember. Um, I don't remember when I saw that or what it was from. Broadway footage. A news report. What was the news report about? 'Cause was it like was it discussing like the uh what was included in the musical, or was it about the musical? That's the question I was asking. Or is it just like, oh, this is in Broadway, check it out. Look at this. Kind of like as an advertisement for what's going on, I guess. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So I see. Um it's kind of a shame that that was canceled, but at the same time I absolutely understand. Like, I don't know why. One thing that's common, and I don't know why, is that screenwriters get horny, and it always ruins everything. I hate it when they get horny, because when they get horny, then we can't enjoy those things anymore. It's like, oh my gosh, dude, relax, go outside. Um, I don't know, watch the cooking channel. Like, I don't, like, I don't know what to do to like get you to realize, like, listen, you don't don't be horny, like, because that's the whole reason that the musical was like free. The mu I don't know how to share my feelings, my emotions. What's going through my head is because I remember there was like a bat character in the movie that like she wanted to. I'm not I'm not a I don't swear much. I don't. It's not that I'm like clean cut or whatever. It's just that ev- I don't usually do it around new people. So she wanted she was really attracted to Raggedy Andy, and like wanted to have her way with him, if you get what I'm saying. Things like that. There were like hello nurses sort of situations. There were nurses that were in scanty outfits, sort of those dealings, in the musical, and it's like, oh my, why? Like, I mean, I'm all down for like a classic sexy time, but not in Raggedy Andy, dude. Like, leave that stuff to like I don't know. I don't even I don't even look at that kind of thing. I'm mostly ace. Like, I just like it. I don't know. Just not into it, man. Not especially with like this. Like, I don't. This isn't my. I even though I'm drawing a naked Raggedy Andy right now, I assure you this is not how my brain functions. I don't think of it like that, man. It's not meant for it. This isn't this isn't how the world is supposed to work. Let me see. I'm gonna make that red. Yeah, I like to throw in like a color or two in the line art here. The later it's getting, the more willing I am to like say things that I probably wouldn't want repeated. I don't mind it. It's late. I'll be fine. I'm not gonna get canceled for it or nothing. It'll be fine. Let's see. Is there dark here, or is that just my brain? It is. It's just my brain. I don't have my glasses on, so there are gonna be some instances where I'm not gonna be able to see quite correctly, and I'll make a mistake. So I probably should have mentioned that like 5 hours ago when I started, but nah, nah, no, this is nice. Let me see. It was about the musical. I see. I read that a while ago. I just wanted to say it again. Yeah, the musical. I I wish there was like footage because I did see. I really want to. I feel bad. The only person that I I'm kind of that does Raggedy Ann sort of such content, those things, is Bats on Tumblr. They used to do it. They're not into it anymore, and that's why I kind of feel bad because they they did a lot of work in figuring out what the musical was about. They had a lot of information on Tumblr about what was going on with the musical, and they said that there was rumored to be a copy, bootleg copy of the footage, the whole thing of the musical, and I I kind of want to message them about it and ask if they have heard anything about it since. Even though the last that they were really into Raggedy Ann was a couple years ago, I don't want to, bring up an old hyperfixation to somebody. You know, it wouldn't be rude or anything. It's just that, I don't want to come across as like, hey, I'm just gonna discount everything that you've been saying for the past few months and such. You know, um, I wouldn't get that way about somebody. If somebody asked me, I don't know, if I fell out of love for Moomin, God forbid, I wouldn't mind if somebody asked me about uh, a Moomin thing that I talked about like a year or two later. I think it's nice coming back to hyperfixations, um, as debilitating as it can be sometimes. Where it's like, oh gosh, that was such a long time ago, and a lot of the content I made is considered, I don't know, it's cringeworthy to me now. Uh, it can be nice to revisit like the good old days. It's like, oh, I remember that. Times were simple. Things changed. Yeah, a lot of interest about that. I can't really type the link in the chat, but the video is called Raggedy Ann Review. Oh, okay, I'll look it up later. I'll see if I can find it now, just because I'll forget. Um, Raggedy Ann Review. Videos. Theater threes. No. Raggedy Ann movie gave me nightmares. What? Let me see. Is it on YouTube? I'm looking around. Let's see. Oh man. I want to talk about the Annabelle doll for a minute. Even though they're still into it, really. Oh, yes. Okay. Thank God, because um, can I not message them on Tumblr? I thought I could PM them. Maybe I could. Let's see. Oh, I'm doing the thing. Because I didn't want to be like, hey, remember that? Let me see. Yeah, I can PM them on here. I think it's alright. Uh, Oh man, just my luck. They answered an anonymous ask thing that I'm completely down to message anybody. So, hmm, that's nice. Just my luck. That's nice. Let's see. Yeah, the Annabelle doll. I almost forgot. I forget easily. The Annabelle doll. My opinions. As someone that really likes Raggedy Ann, and the Annabelle doll being a what's it? A knicker? It's not a knickerbocker, is it? I think it's a knickerbocker and yeah, knickerbocker and doll classic. My opinions on it being in a cage. Let it out. Let her out. Um, get her out of there. I want to get a petition. I will have a GoFundMe for making sure that she gets out because she does not deserve to be in there. She does not belong in there. Uh, she needs to get out of there. I'm gonna get her out of there. I don't know how much bond is, but I will absolutely pay it in full. She needs to get out of there. That arm is done. Yeah, see that? See what I'm saying when I paint over it? Now it looks all shiny and glossy compared to that one. It's on YouTube, I see. Yeah, doll discrimination, absolutely. That's one of the things I was saying earlier about like having to deal with people not liking the thing that you don't like. I think that was when you first joined in. Uh, a lot of that had to come from Raggedy Ann because there are so many people that are like dolls are freaking horrifying, and I have to find a way to be like okay, like I have to find a way to you know tell myself it's not personal. Like they're literally just like afraid of dolls. Like it's okay. Like I had something similar. I have two pet birds. You might have heard them earlier if you were here earlier in the stream when it was daytime. Uh, but my pet birds, I love them. They're my little what do you think? One of them is named Waluigi, and the other one is named. The other one doesn't have a name because it's my dad's, and my dad didn't name it. But I have a friend at work who like she's like I despise birds. Birds are the spawn of Satan and they are horrible and they want to eat my face off. And I have to tell myself, okay, this person, it's not personal. They're literally just afraid of birds, but not in the way that I'm afraid of spiders. Like I'm afraid of spiders, but I don't hate spiders. I don't hate them. I think that spiders are great. They benefit the environment. They kill pests. They have 8 eyes. They can wink 7 times. Um, some of them are really great, like those jumping spiders. You know, spiders are pretty freaking rad. Aside from being scary, to me. So, and also, yeah, a lot of people being like, the Raggedy Ann movie gave me nightmares. Like, there's so much of that. It's like, oh my gosh, aren't you just a ray of sunshine? It's like, let me enjoy my movie. Let me enjoy my movie from the '70s with the 8 drug sequences. Like let me go. But yeah, uh, all that, and trying to be like, okay, this person's not against me. You know, they're just sad. They're a little sad. I'm not gonna make them like it. You know, I can't do that. Let's see. Raggedy Ann is one of those things where it's like you either love it or you hate it. Like that, yeah, absolutely. Um, I don't know what it is, but there's something about some people. They're just like dolls. Like I used to kind of be that way when I was a kid. I didn't like dolls, mostly just because people would constantly give me dolls when I was a kid, and I didn't like playing with them. I liked stuffed animals, but I'd people kept giving me dolls because they thought I liked them, and I was like, no, I'd just give me a Beanie Baby or something. Like I don't like those baby dolls. They make me nervous. But I did have Raggedy Anns and things like that, and I was all right with those. They weren't my favorite, but now they are. Like I have one. Like having them is really nice, but yeah, when it kind of bums me out when someone doesn't like the thing that I like, but that's what being human is, right? If everybody was the same, it'd be really boring, wouldn't it? Yeah. But that doesn't mean that people should be like, rude about it. Tell you to your face like I absolutely despise the thing that you enjoy. Yeah. I don't enjoy that behavior. Yeah. Uh it's not great, but you know, at least I know not to talk to them about that thing again. Then it wouldn't happen. Let's see. Hmm. Let's see. If I'm getting quiet, it's all right. I'm just running out of things to think about. Let's see. And I'm getting absorbed in the painting of this. I hope this. Man, I sure do hope this takes me one day. It's just like, if we're gonna circle back to the insistence that I have on making sure that I get a project done in one day. I did draw a lot today, though, which I am happy for. Let's see. There we go. I might have to turn in about an hour. I don't want to stay up after midnight. I think I said that I don't work early, but I think I do. I think I work at 8, but that's not so bad. You can always stream again sooner than I thought. Because I've found that I've really enjoyed this. I think the majority of the stress just comes from the unknown, the not knowing. Like I don't know what's gonna come um from this. You know, I don't know what's gonna. I didn't know if everything was gonna turn out right or not, and it did. I was surprised. There weren't many technical flubs. There weren't as many as I thought that there would be. Because there could be a lot going on. Like the concept of streaming, of broadcasting yourself live, uh, it sounds much scarier than it actually is. At least for me. Yeah. Okay. I found that I enjoy it. It's kind of like just talking to the air, uh, but not really worrying about whether or not I get a response. Hmm. Yeah, that's sort of the deal. Hmm. Let me see. I'm sorry not as attentive with the chat as I really want to be. Um, I really want to find a way to get the chat to stay on top of my screen because you can see it. You can see it in the little panel from your view, but from my view, it's just this window. Whenever I tap the chat to show up on my screen, and then I start painting again, it goes away because Chrome doesn't want to stay on top of a application window. Um, so I want to find a way to get the chat to stay on top, or at least to maybe use my phone as a second monitor next time, so that way I can check the chat. I can probably do that now. Let me see, because it's a shame that I'm like reacting much later to things. Like I don't know when people send questions and things like that. It's like it's a problem. you know, I'll figure it out at some point though. Let's see. I'll stay on. Don't worry, I'll stay on. I stay on for as long as I can. I usually fall asleep around midnight anyway. That's when I usually uh, go down for the count. And when I say midnight, um, my time right now is 11, so I have an hour left. Um, so if you're in a different time zone, I just realized, yeah, a lot of people have different time zones. That's a thing. Again, with the learning curve. Hmm. Maybe I should animate or maybe make oh gosh, what for some reason that word evades me, even though that's like my favorite thing to make. Animatic. Maybe I should make animatics and things on stream. If I ever, it's very rare that I ever do get the motivation to make one. Um, Motivation and inspiration, I should say, because I do have times where I really want to make one, but I just don't have anything to animate to, if that makes sense. Like even the animatic I did of the Raggedy Ann, I had to kind of just, I was really I was a lot of I kind of had to. I was looking everywhere for something to animate him to, and then I found the Game Grumps thing, and I was like, oh man, I love Game Grumps. And then I was like, wow, this is great. You know, what a coincidence. You know, let's see. My tablet pen is wanting to freak out. Let's see. I really need to get a new tablet pen. Mine is very old. I have. Let me see. Usually it doesn't bug, but sometimes it can be very. I'm gonna save this real quick, just for the fear of losing this. Because this is not wanting to cooperate. Let me unplug and plug it back in. That's usually the way to fix it. Let me see. I apologize if my computer's making noises and you're having to hear it. Let's see. Nope, still wanted to. Let's see. It might be you. Troubleshooting. Troubleshooting is a problem. Let's see. Problem I have to face. A lot of animation, a lot of animating, a lot of drawing, a lot of creating. Troubleshooting. It's a lot of what it is. Let's see. Is it still there if I do this? There we go. Fixed it. Nope, no I didn't. Let me see. There we go. Got it. Okay. The tablet that I use is let me see. The tablet I use is a Wacom Intuos Pro. I use the medium version. Um, it's pretty up. Well, it's up. It's messing up again. Hold on. Let me see if I can get this sorted. There we go. It's wanting to right clicking is a problem. Sometimes the right click button. This is a very old tablet pin, so I'm struggling a little. Hold on. Um, but the tablet itself is very nice. It's just mine aged a little crazy. This is about maybe 5 years old. Still a long time for a tablet to last, especially a tablet pin when I've dropped it so many freaking times. Let me see. I think it's bugging. See, it's wanting to go crazy. Let me see if I can figure out how to get the thing to calm down. Mm, it loves to cause problems when I really don't want problems. Let's see. Is it doing that on the thing? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Yeah, it doesn't want to show up on your screen, but when I right click, the tablet will. Oh, there it goes. It's uh, it's so much fun to have a very old tablet in it. There we go. Let me see if this is. Let's see if I can salvage. I saved the thing, so it's good. And if we do have to end the stream early, it's okay. Because this will be up as a video. You'll be able to watch it whenever you want. There we go. All right. Yep. Yeah, it's wanting to. Let me see. Let's see. There we go. I'm starting getting back into it. It's still wanting to glitch, but I'm surviving for the moment. It's not wanting to do anything damaging, which is nice. Let's see. Wacom, I would recommend if you want to get a tablet. They have good customer support. They have good tablets to use. They also have cheaper versions. Like I, for a long time when I was growing up, I had a bamboo tablet, which is one of their cheaper tablets. If you're looking to get into digital art, um, they also do Cintiqs and things like that. If you're more on professional level, I have used a Cintiq before. My campus uses Cintiqs for animation. If you're in the lab and things like that, and I don't mind them. I just think they're a little overhyped, you know? Like I think they're too expensive for my taste. If I had to buy a tablet, I would not get a Cintiq. Uh Unless I was actually real like a real professional when it came to doing that. Um Animating and things like that. If I really wanted it to be similar to pen on paper, because the Cintiq is that's the one that has the uh where the let me see, it's wanting to bug again. Let me see if I can find a way to fix this without having to mess with my preferences too much. I don't know what happened. I hope nothing freaked out. Let me see. Yes, I'm still alive. Okay, good. Yeah. Man, maybe this is like the world trying to tell me, hey, you should probably go to sleep. But no, I'm not gonna listen. Not right now. I gotta work on this thing. Um, Cintiq, yeah, if you really want to do things like do more, like, if you want your work to resemble more traditional art, you know, you can draw on the screen with that. With my computer, I have a HP Spectre, and it has an option where you can get a pen for it and draw directly on the screen if you so desired. I don't usually do that though because uh, I don't. It would be very uncomfortable, you know, drawing on the screen of my computer. Uh, um, but yeah, a Cintiq. I enjoy using it at school. That's about it, really. It it's overpriced to me, you know. At least for what I do, I don't do anything too special, so I don't need special equipment like that. If you're an animator that really requires something like that, yeah, go for it. But I don't need it really. I say that, and then like 10 years down the road, I'm gonna need a Cintiq and be like, ugh, time time to go back on my word. Yeah. Let's see. The trouble is switching. Let's see. I've had a bamboo for a bit, and I switched over to XP Pen because costs are better. Yeah. Wacom. Wacom is known for being pretty expensive, so you know the trouble can come in with paying. Um, but yeah, bamboo, it's not as sturdy as it. The more expensive, like Intuos, like things like that, it's not as sturdy. So you may not get as much use out of a bamboo as you would something more expensive that Wacom does make. I haven't gotten an XP pen or anything like that. I have had, like tablet pens that I have used, on my touch screen. But I much prefer using a real tablet. But there is a learning curve, obviously with getting a new tablet and having to figure out where the boundaries lie on the tablet, like when it comes to let's see, figuring out the orientation of the screen, especially with getting a new computer. Like this computer is somewhat new. I got it a few years ago, I think 2 years ago, for school, and oh god, it was rough. Like this computer is much, I think, smaller than my last computer, even though it is higher definition. Um, but this is a pretty good computer. It has an Intel Core processor. I don't know. I'm thinking about building my own computer later, just because for animation, building a computer or getting a gaming computer are actually very good options if you want to render things from home, because rendering can take a very long time. Uh, it goes frame by frame. A lot of people don't really, outside of the animation world, it's not very common, to talk about rendering. Um, Rendering, oh my gosh, I have so many fun stories where I have tried to render something and it went absolutely wrong. Like, for example, my final project for this semester was supposed to be a character animation. It was my first character animation. Um, I used letters to do the characters. That was like part of the project, and the letters were they were highly reflective. They were like chrome, and I had a problem with the rendering because I thought maybe the resolution was too low and something was wrong with the render farm that I was using, with how the render farm was translating the preferences when I was wanting to, when I was sending it there. I used my school's render farm to do it. And it turns out the problem was I didn't have enough light and the computer didn't know where to gather light from, so a lot of it looked very low resolution, even though what the real problem was just the computer not having a place to grab light from. And things like troubleshooting like that, I'm gonna have to learn how to get better at, because oh gosh, I don't want to make that mistake again. Because my professor, he's not a jerk or anything. It's just that I felt bad, like I felt like I disappointed him, and I was like, dude, I'm trying, like, I'm trying really hard. Like I don't know what I'm doing. I've never done anything like this before. It's really hard. Please, you know, show mercy to me. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. It's hard to think I'm almost almost halfway through school. Like still feel like I still feel like this is my freshman year. College goes by like nothing. And man, does it really feel like nothing? It's like, oh, geez, this is what am I doing? you know, um, Time is flying. Like I feel like I'm learning things. It's just that I don't know. It's something is making my wanting to convince my brain that I'm not I don't know, I'm not as advanced as I really should be, even though that's not true. Uh, I'm, going as far as, anybody else is. It's not a big problem. It's just I still feel like a kid inside, probably just because it's his early 20s setting in. You know, that's what early 20s is, feeling like a kid but also having to be an adult at the same time. It's probably why I'm like leaning so hard on Raggedy Ann and Moomin and things like that. It reminds me of being a kid. But it's kind of nice, having that to, and nobody can tell me, hey, you can't do that. you know, I can do what I want. I'm an adult. Raggedy Ann can be manly if I really so desire. You know, my there we go. Jeez. Okay. Just wanting to do the thing. There we go. Yeah, you hear what I'm saying when I'm saying deep B? This hurts. I don't. This hurts to look at. I'll I'll do this part quickly. I might have to censor this when I upload it on Tumblr. You know what? I'll make it look more like fabric. I'll get it to look more baggy here. If I oop, let me see. There we go. Here we go. If I paint here and get it to oop. All right, I guess I'm starting on the foot. uh, it's all right. I'll do this. I enjoy this. I enjoy painting. As glitchy as my computer is. Let's see. There we go. Let me see. This is where let me see. I don't know how to. I like doing I I don't know how to describe it, but my color vision is pretty freaking good. A lot of people tell me. Um, and I like doing darker spots like this where color can be very hard to distinguish if you're really not paying attention. It's wanting to glitch again. Let's see. Like there's blues in here and violets and darker colors here, and I love adding that. It makes it feel even more real. Let's see. Come on, you can do this. Here we go. For my next stream, I really don't know when I would want to do it. I mean, Saturdays seem the best because I'm free on Saturdays. But if you guys want me to stream more frequently, or want me to do other things, where I do audio things, or maybe talk about animation or things like that, maybe video commentaries, those sort of deals, you know, I'm always down to deal with that. It's not wanting to go. Let's see. Let me see. Yeah, it's not wanting to. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, if I want to, yeah, if you guys want, like, I mean, it's really up to you guys, really. I mean, I'm not picky, and if there's any, I don't know, qualm uh, in terms of like what exactly kind of content you expect, um, I'm absolutely down to listen. Yeah. Um, I do think maybe streaming on Twitch would be easier because, or at least more, what's the word? If people wanted to join in or something like that, I would absolutely be, that, that sounds like a lot of fun. Um, Even if we're not considered friends or whatever, like I don't, that doesn't bother me, you know. I want to, meet, I want to meet you guys and I want to talk to you guys. It didn't, friends really, like I don't know how to put it in words. Um, but like I'm here to, make friends. I'm here to talk to people. Here to, listen to you guys. So don't feel like you can't talk to me about anything because I know a lot of people are intimidated. Of course, yeah, like by that sort of situation. Talking to someone that they think is like really like, oh wow, you're way above my level, but like really I'm just the same as you. Like uh I don't know. I'm not well versed on uh relations or anything like that. I like to meet new people, whether or not you're as far in art as I am. That doesn't matter to me, man. I like to make friends. Because I used to be that way too. I'm still that way. There's so many artists out there that I'm like so intimidated to talk to about things because I'm because I'm a big baby sometimes, and I'm like I'm afraid that they're gonna think I'm a creep or something, even though really they're just the same as I am. So if there's ever an instance at all, where you want to personal message me or you want to talk about anything, I'm absolutely down, man. It usually makes my day when somebody messages me. It's like, oh wow, this person thinks I'm cool enough to talk to, you know. Um, so that's usually where a lot of things, get lost in translation. It's like, do I talk to this person or not? Because I've for a long time when I was, growing up, I was like, yeah, I can't talk to these people, and I did have negative experiences with people that I looked up to when I was a younger artist. That the people that I looked up to, the people that I thought that were very good artists, they didn't really think highly of themselves or the people that were around them. So they didn't really feel like people. They felt like people were lower than them or whatever. Like really, that's not true. We're all artists and we all make art. And whether or not your art is good or not, like that's not real. Um, I like all art, really. I like it all. I think it's all great. And it makes my day if you send art or make art or you know. I still haven't had anybody what's that called? Submit a post, and I'm so waiting for the day someone submits one. Yeah, 'cause that'd be so cool if somebody is like, hey, look at this thing. That'd be amazing. Yeah, I'm gushing again. I'm gushing. I'm doing that thing. But yeah. Let's see if I can do this. Yes. There we go. This is where the fabric fun comes. Like getting those folds in. There we go. Tomorrow, once I get off, I will be able to post all the art I made today on stream, and I'll make sure that this stream is archived on um, YouTube if it's not already automatically. I probably will be able to do that tonight. Um, Starting to wind down. Of course, I'm not going to stop right now, even though my computer is like freaking out, like, oh my god, like glitching and everything. I'll still be able to function for maybe about another 30 minutes. Let's see how it goes. That's a pretty good leg, isn't it? Yeah. The paint over is really the part that makes it look really good. Yeah. I think that's the one thing that's like indicative of, because people say that I have an art style, and for a long time I couldn't see it. I still can't see it sometimes. Like I don't know what my art style is. Like if somebody pointed it out to me, I probably wouldn't be able to tell. The only thing really is that I can like the paint over. Like that's the one thing that I could be like, okay, yeah, that's my style. Painting over that, doing the big paint over. Um, that's the only thing I can really tell. Because a lot of people, oh man, they love to. Oh, it's doing it. Oh, it's doing the thing. Let's see. Oh, okay, come on. Let's see. All right, I got a little bit higher. There we go. I can do this now. I think it stopped. I hope it did. I hope I don't jinx it. I think it stopped. I think it did. Oh no. Ugh, I I did jinx it, didn't I? What was I talking about? The paint over. Yeah, painting over. Probably just because it's time consuming, and the majority of people don't want to do such a, I don't know, crazy thing just for like a simple uh fan art thing. Like usually when people do it, it's more of like a larger piece commission situation. Um, but yeah, I do love to paint over. The paint over part, that's the part where it all comes together. That's where I feel like, oh man, the thing I'm making, this is amazing. You know, there's that eureka moment. The eureka comes in. Oh, I swear it does. Let's see. Let's see. As silly as the situation is, where I'm glitching constantly, the eureka does come in. I swear. Okay. Oh goodness. It's, it's really not wanting to function. Let me see if I can use my mouse. There we go. I can use my mouse to get at least to here. I can use it to move. Get these little folds in. Let's see. Let's see. Trying to remember if anything else I'd like to share. I told a lot of stories today. Surprised. Um, I was worried I wasn't going to get to talk much at all. I was worried I was going to be too nervous. Let's see. What else is there I could share? Let me see. I told how I got into Moomin, and I told how I got into Raggedy Ann. I don't know if the people that are on here right now, though, were present for the Raggedy Ann one, considering that the people that are in here are the ones that are interested in Raggedy Ann. Earlier, it was just Moomin people, which I'm happy for both. Mm. All right, thank you for enjoying the stream. I'm glad I was able to entertain you for a bit. Yeah, midnight, pushing it. Yeah, almost midnight. Um, because oh my goodness, I gotta sleep tonight to make sure I'm able to pull off the 8-hour shift I have tomorrow. But yeah, I can absolutely do it. I'm not afraid of work. That's a very nice crease. Let's see. I will be streaming more. I am so excited. I was worried that I was gonna absolutely hate this. Yeah, because I for a really long time I felt like I couldn't connect with people that followed me. I felt like a lot of time whenever I would reach out, a lot of the posts that I would reach out with would get overlooked, and using a stream to kind of connect, it's really working, and I really enjoy talking to you guys, even if it's more like I'm talking at you sometimes, just because I can't respond right away to a question. Um, but yes, I absolutely do enjoy this, and I absolutely will be doing this more. Um, I said earlier I wouldn't be a streamer, but I mean, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're going. Man, this is nice. All right, let me see. I'm gonna use this to move. Nope, wrong button. I'm gonna try and clean this. I'm almost done with this. I just have to clean some little bits, like there's the armpit up there and the heart here. Let's see. It can be difficult not being able to move with my pen. But I do have my mouse at the ready. Always good to have an extra tool to help you, I guess. Like I'm a plumber and I have a plunger and a plumber snake. Isn't that nice? Plunger broke. Well, got the plumber snake. Let's see. Nice. Painting skin. Again, it's not skin. I'm having to tell myself, hey, you're not painting skin. The thing you're doing isn't the thing that you usually enjoy doing, but very nice otherwise. Let's see. There we go. Hmm. Yeah, this is a very weird drawing. I'm looking over it, like this is a very odd drawing. Um, in terms of body, yeah, this is a great drawing. But if I were to show this to somebody, they would probably think I'm a psychopath. Even though being a psychopath isn't a bad thing, yeah. They'd think I'm one. They'd be like, yeah, this person, you're nuts, aren't you? No, I just like to do uh body things. I like to draw bodies. Mm. One of my favorite things to draw is a body, human body. Let's see. I should do streams where I draw human bodies, like do the body studies. If that's allowed, drawing nude people on stream. Um, because man, is it fun to I don't trying to describe it in a normal way is very hard. uh, to someone who is not an artist generally. if there is anybody in here that is not. Um, oh, it's cathartic. It's smooth. Yeah, it's like seeing an old friend. Yeah, I think yeah, that's what nudity is. It's nudity. There's a lot of fear in nudity. And I keep thinking about it. I feel like a lot of it is because being nude, that's the most exposed you can be, obviously. But in more psychological thought, clothes. I think clothes are really what give people identity. Like the, the feeling people get from wearing clothes is like safe, like safety. Like I'm securely who think. I think I'm the person that I'm the person that I really truly believe I am. You know, when I wear these clothes, like that's you become the person that you really um like clothes are a part of your identity. So taking that away, a lot of fear can come from that, and I feel like that's one of the reasons why nudity is seen of as kind of uh something to be feared. Even though it's really not, it's the most natural, you know, way your body can be. And I think that's the reason why uh it's seen of as so beautiful. Why people paint nude people, why um so much art, so much work contains people who are nude. It's the breaking of that. It's the freeing of that. It's the return to the uh, the most honest state. Sorry, I got deep on you there, but I've been thinking about it. Um, the reason I keep thinking about it is because my roommate. I won't name him, but we share a bathroom, and there have been instances where what will happen is they get up. I get up before them, but during the semester, this won't happen anymore, thank God. But during the semester, they would shower before me because I had 8 a.m.s all throughout the semester. So because they would shower before me, they would use the shower, obviously. So one day they were like, huh, the shower curtain is very dirty. I should probably give it a wash. And our shower curtain doubles as a shower liner. So they threw it in the washing machine, and once I got done with my 8 a.m. and my 10:30, it was about 11:30, and I really had to I really had to take a shower because I had band. I'm in marching band. I had band in like maybe an hour, and I really had to be ready. So I go into the bathroom, take all my clothes off, look at the shower, and I'm like, wait a minute, where's the curtain? And I called to my roommate and I go, hey, where's the shower curtain? And they're like, oh, it's in the washing machine. I throw all my clothes back on, go to the washing machine, and it's soaking wet. It hasn't been dried. So I was like, oh gosh, what do I do? So what I did was I I had to I just had to like shower against the wall. That was the only option I had, was to just shower against the wall. And the reason I kept thinking about nudity is because like the majority of the wall that we have just like this massive bathroom mirror that takes up the wall, the whole size of the wall, and I it was awful like seeing myself in the mirror. I don't hate my body. It's just that it was like it to me it felt so unnatural. And I feel like that's where the majority of like the fear comes in. It's like the feeling of being like I'm exposed. You know, it's kind of interesting though. I kind of wonder if there's like a documentary about that or something. Because nothing wrong with being. I mean, we came into the world naked. Why is it that being naked now is seen of as so scary or taboo? You know, because it is that. I'm not gonna be. I don't want to go to like a nudist colony or anything like that. I'm afraid of that. I don't want to do that. I'd rather just, sit here and draw. How brave those people are, though, that have to be nude models and things. I would not have the power to do something like that. You know, they are heroes to this world. Artists need them. Absolutely. Let me see. Oh, my thing is wanting to glitch. Okay, I'm almost done. The moment I finish this, I think I'm gonna hop off. I should be done in just a second. The only thing I would need to add after I do the overpaint is maybe an adjustment layer and see if I can correct things that are strange about colors. And then after I do that, I'm uh, pretty much done with it. Which is nice. I was expecting this to take much longer. Overpainting can take a very long time. I don't know if this is the technique itself is called overpainting. I just like to call it that because I'm painting over the color beneath, even though there is color below. It's mixed in. It's the same layer. The whole thing is all on one layer. So I'm erasing and painting the color in on top. That's where I get the word from. Let's see. I hope this looks right when I do this. Let's see. When I get this crease in. Let's see. This was kind of a last minute decision to stream today. I was very busy this morning with a bunch of different what's the word, errands, and I knew that I wanted to. I've been planning on streaming, and I told myself if I had to, if I really really wanted to stream, it would have to be today, Saturday. Because man, tomorrow it's gonna be a long day at work. Trying to figure out how to get all this done. But I wasn't 100% prepared to do today because I just was not. I don't know. I'd never done it, so I was like, I don't know, how what the turnout is going to be. I don't even know if people will enjoy this. I don't know what the conclusion is going to be from this. So this was a huge just kind of shot in the dark. See if it worked because the majority of the complication on my end was the worry that my personality would not be meant for something like this. If if really I was too what's the word? I don't know, not introverted, but just obnoxious. If you know what I'm saying. Because the really the most enjoyable people to watch, when you're on stream are very certain people, and if I don't fit those qualifications, I felt like it wouldn't work out well. But hey, I mean, if it did end up not working well, that's not a bad thing either. It just means that I'm not meant for that, which nothing wrong with that. Majority of people aren't really um, able to do it much anyway. This is just kind of a bonus. Let's see. Also, just the insecurity of my voice. My voice is so high pitched. A lot of people think I'm a woman over the phone. Um, My voice is just that way. That's how it is. So I have a full beard and everything in real life, so it could startle people. I don't think anybody online has seen my face yet. I don't know if I will do a face reveal, or anything like that. Not that doing a face reveal would be, uh, I would be against it. It's just I kind of like having my privacy, that sort of situation. Let's see this. How do I want that to go? I want to change this. So it's like this. Yeah. I don't think any. I mean, if people did see my face, it's not like I would get people on the street, like recognizing me or anything like that. 'Cause that would be awkward. I wouldn't feel too. I mean, if I did get recognized, it would be nice to meet people, in person. But I'm generally a nervous guy, so I usually interaction like that wouldn't be the most uh it wouldn't be the most what's the word, enjoyable, I guess, or unawkward, yeah, unawkward, whatever the word for not being awkward is. Sociable, um reasonable, I don't know. Hmm. Okay, I think I'm done. I think this is it. I keep having instances where that is going to happen. Let's see. Is that it? Yeah, that is. I finished it. Holy crap. Okay. Next, what I usually do, I'm gonna use my mouse to do this just because I'm nervous that I'll lose. I should save actually. Let me overlay you and see how this looks. Uh, you know what? I should probably do it a color other than, maybe if I do something like that works. And then on top of that, I will do a. I'm gonna use my thing for this. Uh, Around the edges, with sense of depth, then blur it, and then lower the opacity. And there we go. And that's it, really. That's how I paint. That's how I do my full paintings. I usually don't do commissions of these, just because they can take a long time, and a lot of people want their commissions done relatively quickly. But then again, I haven't had a commission in a very long time. I do have a commission page up on my Tumblr. It's the pinned post. You should see it. If it's not there, that's a problem. But yeah, that's how I paint. If people really wanted art in the style of this, I would absolutely not mind doing it, because it is very fun to do stuff like this. Let me see. Something's wrong here. It keeps wanting to do this. Let's see. Let's see if I can fix that. I hope that there's not that everywhere, like in places that I can't see. Um, so yeah, that was a successful little art stream, and I got to show you guys some of my processes, if you will. Got to talk about a bunch of Raggedy Ann and Andy stuff. I got to talk about some personal stories. Got to throw out some information about what I use, um, all sorts of situations. Um, Figured out that I am going to start streaming on Saturdays, which is going to be nice. Depending on when, I'm thinking maybe noon for me would be the best. considering today was kind of late, um, more people would be more comfortable with doing midday, I guess. It would also allow for more people in the UK areas like that to participate in streams. Would be nice. Um, I can make a post about it on Tumblr and ask in general what people would feel most like when people are mostly free on Saturdays. Um, See, we could get a nice turnout. But other than that, if you can't make it, I can still post these streams. These streams will go up on my YouTube and things like that. I'll still be able to watch through and see my process. Um, Considering I did do this whole thing, I can make a speed paint of this drawing specifically if I really wanted to. If you really wanted to see me speed this thing up and show the kind of time lapse of how I do paintings like this, I also have other speed paints up on this YouTube channel of other things. I do also want to make more of those. I just have been busy with school, but now that I'm not, I could do more of those. And I'm always open to requests for speed paints specifically. I can also do requests on Tumblr of different art pieces, things like that. Um, Things like a more what's the word? Um, Goodness, I'm blanking. Any like if requests usually are closed, but since I'm free and I'm not really doing much, I think I'm just gonna straight up open them. If you want any sort of thing drawn, just send me a message, anything like that. Um, Other than that, yeah, this was a successful stream, and I'm glad so many people stopped by to say hello and got to stick with me, and I'm glad you guys got to stick with me till the end. Whoever's left, um, the three people, that's a good amount. That's, you know, always exciting, to see people stop by and say hello. Um, so yes, I am gonna start doing this more often, which is nice. Um, if there are any questions or anything like that, I'm still open to talk for another maybe 5 minutes. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna let my hand relax and quit the drawing for a bit. Um, I gotta say this real quick again. Let me. Let's see. I can put up on screen all of the things that I have drawn today. If you are kind of you haven't been here for too long, uh, some sketches of like what uh, Raggedy should look like underneath Raggedy Ann. Uh, Let me see. Some Snork Maiden. Nothing, I don't think. Let me see. Some Woodies that I've drawn from today. More Raggedy Ann. Uh, Raggedy Ann Day. Let's see. Snork Maiden again. And I think these are sketches from earlier today. Sketches I did before I started streaming, and some more Woody sketches. Um, all that sort of stuff. All the stuff I made today. Let's see. So, let's see. All right. I think the people that are still on here are asleep. And with that being said, I'm glad I was able to get you to go to sleep. I'm glad it was, you know, worth the watch. So, I hope you guys are having a good night. I will upload this later today, and I'll post some art tomorrow. So thank you so much for stopping by. I'm gonna sign off.